and welcome to the coverage of the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns. It's morning in beautiful Queensland, and we're looking forward to a great day of racing here today. Alongside McKeely Jones, I'm Greg Welch, and Ironman would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which the event takes place, the Dirigini and Gimiwi Wallabara Yidinji people. We pay our deep respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and recognise their continuing connection to the land, waters and culture. We would like to also thank Tourism Events Queensland, Cairns Regional Council for their continued support in allowing us to hold this event again here in Cairns. This event, known as the Race in Paradise, boasts stunning natural beauty and creates the perfect backdrop for this race. With its lush rainforests, picturesque coastline and vibrant community, this tropical paradise is truly an unforgettable experience, and for the athletes and spectators alike. And now, on a beautiful day, it is time for our race day weather presented by Roka and McKeely Jones. What do we have?
We actually have fantastic race conditions today here in Cairns, Queensland. It's going to top out at about 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius. We're going to have a few broken clouds, and it's sort of going to feel a little bit warmer than that just because the humidity is going to be way, way up there at 97%. But the wind, it's going to actually max out at 8. It's currently at 4 kilometres per hour southeast, and that's going to turn to southeast to east. And the water temperature for the pros, 25.1 degrees, which means no wetsuit for them. But the age groupers will get the opportunity to wear a wetsuit today, Greg.
Well, that's good to know. And, the age group athletes out there will be going for all those slots. So for our race notes today, the 2022 event earned the title of the world's best Ironman, voted on by the athletes. Over 1,100 athletes have registered for this event here in Cairns, and qualifying slots for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice and Kona are up for grabs. For Nice, there are 4 professional male and 75 age group male slots available. For the women, in Kona, there is 4 professional female and 75 age group female slots available there. So that's great news.
Fantastic news. So many opportunities, not just for the professionals to punch their ticket to the World Championships, but for the age groupers as well. And, the thing about the fields in Australia, they are quality fields. They're very, very competitive. Definitely the spirit of Ironman is, I believe, infused in our blood as an Aussie, right, Greg?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to welcome you into the studio here in the beautiful Daintree National Forest behind us. It's one of the UNESCO, featured and heritage listed places in the world. It's absolutely gorgeous here. Cairns is one of my favourite places. Came here to race years and years ago, as probably you did too.
Yes.
But it's great to be back, isn't it?
Yeah, and what a fantastic course. Like one of the only courses in the world where you're on the seaside and the rainforests are on the other side. And I think that's why this race gets voted so highly, just because the scenery is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, you go into the Daintree National Forest, you can walk for hours and, well, actually for miles and miles and miles, but it's going to be an absolutely beautiful race, and you've got no idea. If you haven't been here before, you need to go and check it out. All right, let's go over to our swim course today. We've got a race within a race right here in Palm Cove. We've got 2 laps. It's a loop within a loop. They actually head out to the south, and then they'll make 2 left-hand turns before heading out 2 more left-hand turns, and then rounding out the bottom part of the course before they finish off just a little bit further up the beach in the northerly direction, and then head into T1 and out onto the bike course.
And Greg, once they get out onto the bike course, of course, they're going to be 180k. They'll exit Palm Cove. They'll go north to Captain Cook Highway towards Port Douglas. Then they will get up to the U-turn at Spring Creek Road, where all the famous rainforests are. And then they'll continue south, and then they would make a left onto Yonkers Knob Road. And then they'll rejoin Captain Cook and head out through the transition for the run.
Out onto the Hoka run course here. We got 42.2 kilometres or 26.2 miles on a 4-lap course today up along the ocean there. They'll make a U-turn through the Red Bull zone 4 times through Fogarty Park there. Onto lap 2, you can see it's the same lap before heading back into the finish line here in downtown Cairns. And it's going to be a great race out there today. 42 kilometres in length, 26.2 miles there. Right at the Hoka finish line on the run course. And look at that. It's going to be absolutely beautiful. Down the red carpet they go, and hopefully for one of those qualifying slots to their races at the World Championships coming up in Nice, September 10 and just in October. The women's race, World Championship in Kona coming up in the latter part of 2023. Absolutely beautiful here as we look over some of the mountains and some of the islands that sit off Cairns here. Like we were saying, the Great Barrier Reef, one of those most beautiful places in the world. It's one of the most iconic of the 7 wonders of the world, if you ask me, but you're only asking me, so I'm always going to be a little bit biased on that part, but absolutely
No, you can
gorgeous.
be biased, Greg. You can be biased because, you know, it is pretty spectacular as we see the drone footage right now. I mean, the coastline in Cairns is just absolutely fantastic. And you know, we talk about how pristine the waters are, but we also talk about the beautiful rainforest and the spectators on this run course. And we know Aussie spectators, they cheer loud, and they're going to be out in the streets when they're running those 4 laps for the marathon. You know, I'm super excited to see this race. You know, we have so many past winners who have come together and signed up for the professional ranks, and that's what I'm always excited about. You know, whose day is it going to be out there today, Greg?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We're getting very close to the start time here, coming up in about 12 minutes' time from now. We can see that a lot of the athletes down there are getting ready for their warm-ups here today, as we were mentioning. Well, you were mentioning in your Roka weather update there, McKeely, no wetsuits will be worn for the pro athletes out here today. So we'll just have to see how it goes out there. I'd be looking at someone like, you know, Braden Curry. There will be Mike Phillips in there, the Kiwis that come here to crush the Aussies as normal as they do. You know, the Kiwis and the Aussies.
It's a little bit of a rivalry.
Oh, yeah, when we get that rivalry going, we're going to have some great battles out on the women's course today. You know, past champion Sarah Crowley's won this a couple of times, and she's really happy to be back. Now she's, you know, at 40 years of age and still doing very well in the sport. She's going to be the favourite in my book. You know, then you've got Radka, you know, Karlefeld, Vodikova from the Czech Republic, now married to Brad Karlefeld, one of our Australian legends in the Olympic distance, Olympian and also the Commonwealth Games gold medalist. There's Stephen Kane, part of our crew down there, getting ready to go. We've got the didgeridoo just about to get set and get these athletes underway. Javin Singleton will be playing the didgeridoo this morning. If you haven't played a didgeridoo before, it's quite a little skill. I've got one myself, McKeely. I don't know if you've got one, but I can play a little bit. I'm not so good at the circular breathing.
I'd definitely like to see that, Greg. I'd definitely like to see it. Maybe next time you can bring that out.
We've got a beautiful welcome coming up by the Indigenous people here in Australia at Palm Cove as well for the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns. Coming up momentarily, but we get a good look over what is Palm Cove here. A great you know, destination for the family to come up and holiday at. Doesn't matter what time of the year, Cairns always has a great time.
Jakal, Ola Dungri, Yorobama, Bugajinanga, Bumba, Gurala, Juajinanga, Hirijana, Imapara, Dokoi, Yoromamoko, Mudagurjan, Garo. Good morning, everyone. In my language, I wish to pay respects to our elders on behalf of the Yurakanji and the Jabagai Nation. We wish you everyone good spirits, particularly our athletes who are going to travel across our beautiful coastline here, starting here at this place in our language we call Palm Cove, Jakal. And you're going to travel all the way up to a beautiful place, past Wangini, all the way through to Guriala, Port Douglas, and then traveling back down to another special place in our language. We say Gimwepara, Cairns City. Wish you some good spirits, and don't forget this beautiful coastline is part of the story of the Great Barrier Reef and the rainforest. Wish you some good spirits. Thank you.
Well said from Javin Singleton of the great people there, the traditional owners of the land here. The Yiganiji Gimioi Wallabara Yidinji people here and the elders. Thank you very much to them as we go now to the Nice, France VinFast Ironman World Championship professional men qualifiers. There you can see at the very top of the list from Australia, Sam Appleton, and we go through the list there. McKeely, Daniel Bakkegaard is in there, Christian Blumenfeld, as we know, that won't be racing this year.
Magnus Ditlev.
There you go, and Dennis Chevreau. How was Dennis in Hamburg just a couple of weeks ago?
Jan Frodeno, his last year, absolute legend in the sport of triathlon across all distances.
And also Braden Curry, who's competing here today, so he doesn't have to worry about that spot. We'll go over to the second page there. We see Sam Laidlaw, who was second at the VinFast Ironman World Championship in 2022, will be lining up in his home country of France there. Patrick Langer, a former two-time world champion.
And Max Newman, Aussie, having a fantastic season so far. Joe Skipper, you know, I'm hoping that he can find a little bit more form than what he's shown. And also Rudy von Berg as well. I'm excited to see him race as well.
You stole my thunder on that one. That is one that I cannot wait to see. He's training in France. Unfortunately, had a little accident recently with his collarbone and everything, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Ruth Astle from the UK has already qualified. Danielle Blamel is out there. Lauren Brandon. Lucy Charles Barclay.
Yeah, you can never count her out. She'll always be on the podium. Sarah Crowley, of course, from Australia, who's racing here, has already qualified. Annie Haig, 40 years old and crushing it.
Absolutely crushing it, as to racing today is Radka Karlefeld. She's already qualified, so she doesn't need to know about that. Chloe Lane, unfortunately, has had to withdraw from today's race. Sky Mensch and Lisa Norden, the Olympic silver medalist, is in there. Laura Phillip from Germany, also having a great year.
Yeah, and of course, Daniela Reif. Of course, Kylie Simpson and Penny Slater are here today as well. They're also already, and of course, our defending champion, Chelsea Sodaro.
Don't worry about that. She's going to have plenty of competition. And Sarah True, another one of the Americans out there, and Michelle Vesterby. You'll see her in action right here next week in the Elsinore 70.3 race in Denmark. So now we are getting set for our race to begin here, and it does look like our athletes will be wearing wetsuits here today. There's Braden Curry on the screen right now. So Braden Curry lining up against Steve McKenna. Mike Phillips is in there from New Zealand. We've got a great host of athletes there. Tim Van Berkel is in there from Australia. So it's going to be good. Four slots. Yep.
Yeah, and don't forget Pete Jacobs.
There you go. The Ironman world champion from Kona just a few years back. And, you know, with this race here last year, he was right up there in the lead group, had one of the fastest swims of the day. I do believe it was third overall. So look out for Pete Jacobs to be very, very strong in the swim league.
Now, I definitely think it's going to be a nice little group for the men with Braden Curry, Mike Phillips, Pete Jacobs, and I think one person that we need to keep an eye on who had a great race last year in Spain and that is Nicholas Castelline.
Yeah, Nick Castelline's done a lot of training over in Spain, but look at the cap colours there. Pink for Curry, we got blue for Phillips, McKenna's in green. There's Tim Van Berkel in 4. He's in the purple there. You can go over now to Jordan Bryden. He's in grey. Adam Hansen is unfortunately out of the race in number 16. And there he is, number 17, wearing the yellow today, Pete Jacobs, an Aussie favourite, and he'll give it everything that he's got in the early stages. That is for sure. The athletes now being introduced to our big fan base there in Cairns, as you can see up there on Palm Cove, on beautiful Australia's northern part of Queensland there. Today's race is partially brought to you also by Queensland Events. So there's Braden Curry being introduced as the number 1 and the gentleman to look out for, our race day favourite.
Yes, definitely. The Kiwis are going to be very, very strong, but don't count the Aussies out. As we all know, you know, when we're down and out, we're going to come back and never, ever, ever count an Aussie out. That's for sure.
Not on home soil, that's for sure. You'll see those athletes giving it absolutely everything out there today. So there's Braden Curry, Mike Phillips, Steve McKenna. Here comes Tim Van Berkel down to the front lines as well. Matty Kerr will be the next one down. Nicholas Castellane wearing number 7. Caleb Noble, he is out of the race as well. So scratch number 8. Ben Phillips, number 9, is in there from New Zealand. And rounding out the top 10, that's Canadians Jordan Bryden. So he's a bit of an ultra, Ironman athlete as well. So there goes all of our men athletes all down to the start line now. We're just a few moments away from the race start. This is where it gets a little bit nervous there, McKeely. What's going through their stomachs right now?
Well, yeah, their stomachs are in a knot. You know, this is the time where, you don't control anything. And once that gun goes off or the start horn goes off, that's when you control your destiny pretty much. But, the swim start for an Ironman is still very, very important. Positioning is important, making sure you get a clean start. It's a wetsuit swim, so that will be advantageous to some of the slower swimmers because they're going to sit a lot higher in the water. It's always interesting because a lot of the good swimmers just hate wetsuits because they lose a lot of their feel for the water. And that's really, really important when you are swimming, getting that feel of the water.
Well, you can see all tatted up on the right-hand side in the short-sleeve wetsuit. I do believe that's Blake Kepler as we have about a minute and a half to go right now before race start. And it was interesting to see Mike Phillips as he came down. He took the right-hand side of Braden Curry, but then he switched around to the left-hand side. And Braden Curry starting on the left side. There's Blake Kepler right there, but on the left-hand side is Braden Curry 4 from the left of screen, and that's going to be on the inside of the course. Remember, they go out, they make a right-hand turn, then they'll have 2 left-hand turns. They'll do 4 left-hand turns in a loop before heading out for the second lap. They'll repeat that loop and then 1 left-hand turn at the end of the race course here in Palm Cove. That's where they'll finish off the beautiful swim 1 minute out.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's no Aussie exit. It's 2 laps in the water this time, which is unusual for an Australian swim.
Well, that's a little hypocritical, isn't it? We call it the Aussie exit. We don't have one.
Not for this one. They forgot about the Aussie exit. But, I think that's going to be a little bit harder for people to see because with an Aussie exit, you do get a chance to see who's around you a little bit more.
Look at Braden Curry. He's down on the knees there in the pink cap, and he is all set for this race here today. You can see that the media keen to get their pictures of the race here as they run into the water. You'll see those arms and legs thrashing around like a washing machine on the rinse cycle there. You'll see it all churned up here. Beautiful North Queensland, all set to go. Let's pause for the start of the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Cairns. Well, it was a lousy horn, that's for sure. It didn't go off properly, but they heard it, and they're off to a great start here at the Cairns Airport. Ironman Asia Pacific Cairns on the beautiful North Queensland coastline at Palm Cove. We'll be heading up toward Port Douglas here today. Rounding out the bike on a beautiful bike course, 1 lap and 4 laps on the run, which will end up being a downtown finish in Cairns. McKeely off to a great start, and just like we said, and we thought, Braden Curry in the pink cap, bright lining up next to blue cap there, Mike Phillips. So the Kiwi duo are off to a terrific start.
And it's actually quite choppy You know, it's not smooth sailing out there for these athletes right now, and that's definitely going to benefit a much stronger athlete. And you'll start to see probably a group of 5, I'm predicting, that are going to really, really split this field apart. And you've already seen, you know, 2 of our Kiwi favourites are really, really taking it out hard because, you know, the swim has such an impact on the rest of the race as we see the women start to line up right now.
Switch focus over to our women. There's Sarah Crowley heading out there in the pink cap. Brad Kakalafeld in the navy blue. Kylie Simpson in the neon green, and purple is Penny Slater. There's Gillespie Jones in 36. Sutton Thomas and Donker and Laura Dennis heads up the final of the numbers in number 41 there. So our women off to a start of the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship right here in Palm Cove, just outside of Cairns on the northern side. And we have all of our men pro athletes around the first turning buoy right now, led out there by Braden Curry of New Zealand. I tell you what, McKeely, Braden, he must be just like a lion, you know, getting after this, because I remember last year in Kona, he was so psyched for the race and he ended up getting COVID and he wasn't able to compete, and he looked like he was in such great shape. And I think that this year, Braden, you know, here in Cairns, he's going to be very difficult to beat. And then going into Nice, France at the end of the year, where it's a very tough race, we know that there's a lot of descending skills and a lot of strength that's going to be involved there. You know, Rudy von Bergers we've been talking about, it's going to be tough to beat there. But Braden Curry at 37 years of age is another one of those guys that I think he's due for one of those big results.
And he's going to want to take revenge on Mike Phillips, who beat him at Ironman New Zealand earlier in the year. So he's definitely going to be psyched. I mean, right now we see the women's field on screen, and Sarah Crowley, as we expected, is taking it out super, super hard. She hasn't done a lot of racing. Normally, you know, by now she's done a few Ironmans, and she's saving her season up for the end of the year at the Ironman World Championships in Kona. You know, this is a deliberate plan. But, you know, unfortunately, she had a race a couple of weeks ago and she actually fell down as she was coming into transition, and she cracked her ribs right on her handlebars, and she's only just started back swimming. But, you know, someone like her, she's been in the sport for so long, and her technique for open water is really, really good. I don't think she's going to have any trouble, even though she has missed a couple of essential sessions leading into this race.
Very fast rating of the 37-year-old from Wanaka, New Zealand on the South Island. Absolutely gorgeous. It's God's playground there. It is absolutely stunning, you know, for open water swims, for mountain biking, for skiing, has absolutely everything. And that's why Braden Curry comes in here, you know, packed full of class. He's incredible. He does not have a weakness at all in Ironman racing. Look at him going there. I love his rating. His rating is very high for this point. You would imagine, yes, you do have a high rating, you know, at the start through the first 400-500 meters of an Ironman. Then you just sort of, you know, relax and sort of settle into your own, you know, rhythm there. But Mike Phillips doing hard work to stay on the feet, and Steve McKenna was up into third spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely to be expected. These guys, you know, swim around that 48 to 46 time for the swim. So not surprising that we have these 3 guys up there right now. This is what we expected. This is what the race is going to be all about. It's like, who has the best on this day? Because these guys are very similar across the board. They're great swimmers, they're really good on the bike, and they're super strong on the run. So who is going to be the one that's going to be the weak link today? That's what I'm going to be looking out for, because they are so equally matched. And, you know, as I said, Braden Curry lost to Michael Phillips recently, but then you have McKenna, who won Ironman Australia not too long ago. So this is going to be a really, really thrilling match between these 3 athletes. But don't count out Van Berkel. You know, he's a tough cookie. He can consistently run, you know, that 245 to 247 consistently. For every single Ironman, he's always in that range. So you can never count someone out, because these guys are going to be racing hard. And that could open the door for someone like Tim Van Berkel.
Might get to those race stats a little bit later on, but you can see that Tim Van Berkel in the purple cap is fighting to stay on the back of there. He's the little elastic band just about to break there. He's about a yard and a half behind the red cap. You can see there on the left-hand side, Castellane is moving his way up, but Van Berkel sitting in about 7th position right there, but is Braden Curry certainly leading this race right now. Just wanted to talk about the conditions a little bit more. You mentioned a little bit choppy out there. Got a little bit of cross chop, as you can see, coming from the left-hand side, from the from outside ocean into the shoreline, obviously. But as they make their turns, they're going to be swimming head-on into the sunrise. So how do you combat that?
Well, for one, the sun's going to be up a little bit higher because this race did start a little bit later compared to some of the other races we have around the world. But, they'll have tinted glasses on. They would have gone in and practiced. This is a really nice course. There's enough boys out there where they'll be able to see them, even if there is sun in their eyes. And then, it's having that ability to swim straight, that if the course is set up, in a nice straight line, as long as you're bilateral breathing and, you're looking if you do bilateral breathe, you don't have to look up as much, making sure you are staying on. And you can see like the current, pushing these athletes as they round that buoy right now. There is a little bit of a swell. You can see it, all the ripples that are coming through. There's no real waves at the beach, but there's definitely a little bit of a swell out there, Greg.
Little bit of a swell coming in. It's not really going to affect the way that the swimmers get through their swim today, but it will be a little bit of a problem when they're swimming side on into it just a little bit. But I think that they're going to have everything covered right now. As you can see, Sarah Crowley stretching it out as well, straight arm stroking right now, very high cadence. Radka Karlefelds is sitting right on the feet there, about a yard and a half behind. But it looks like there's another swimmer out front of Sarah Crowley at this point of time. So the women's race is being led not by the favourite, but the favourite is sitting in 2nd place right now. So going through our men's race, at this point in time, Braden Curry from New Zealand has spread that group out and doing a very good job of it. There he is right now with a really nice cadence happening, and that is Steve McKenna and Mike Phillips, another 2 of our favourite athletes today, sitting right behind here. This is the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Cairns going to go after a short break. We'll be right back.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Cairns and the Great Barrier Reef, where you'll find 2 UNESCO World Heritage Areas waiting to be explored. Where are you? Come on out to Cairns. We want to see you. Wet tropics, got beautiful sunshine, rainforests, and the Great Barrier Reef, one of the beautiful wonders of the world. Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship, and we've got Braden Curry from New Zealand stretching it out right now. He's got about a 2 body length lead now on Steve McKenna from Australia. Mike Phillips is now faded a little bit into 3rd position, but as you can see, McKeely, we talked about just on the previous side of the break there, just the chop that was involved, a little bit of boat chop, a little bit of wind chop, and a little bit of swell, all coming into the mix.
Yeah, and I'm going to be betting that there's a little bit of a current at some point that's going to be with them and then against them a little bit as well. Just the way that this pack is breaking up a little bit when it starts
big tide swings.
Yeah, because this is definitely you can see the impact of Braden right now, pushing really, really hard. And when it starts to string out like this, the pace is on. And it's like the feet separation is quite big right now. Yeah, it looks small, but when you're in that situation and you're trying to hang on to someone's feet, you want to pretty much be like tickling their toes.
That's a pretty large gap at 10.5 minutes into a 3.8 kilometre swim, that's for sure. And the women now 1 minute in arrears at 9:30 into their race at this point of time too. You can see Braden Curry there just fighting the current just a little bit, but he's looking over to that right-hand side, and that is the swell direction. That is the wind chop direction as well as they head into the sun. So they're fighting a couple of things today, but this is where navigation and skill really do come to the fore. This is where these athletes really earn their money. This is where they practice that stuff. And look at that, a big left-hand turn, a look over the back shoulder there for Braden Curry as he looked around and he saw Steve McKenna closing the gap.
Yeah, and, you know, we know Braden Curry means business, and that was just like an example of him, you know, going out hard, checking over and seeing what an impact he's having on this race, because it's going to be probably like 5 or 6 minutes before he hits the next turn. And this was a great opportunity for him to go, okay, am I doing what my race goal was? And definitely it looks like his race goal is to split this field. I don't think he's going to be too happy to see McKenna right behind him. He's going to know exactly what colour cap the other athletes around him has. Phillips, of course, was sitting in third at that point. And, you know, they're the three guys. But Tim Van Berkel, if he can just hang on and be in contention, that'll set him up for a good bike as well.
Sarah Crowley leading the race here in the women's division, catching up to some of the men pro athletes here as they make their way around the first lap of the swim course. The men are now hitting the first quarter of the course here. The women are just shy, about 100 metres off being a quarter of the way through. Radka Karlefeld sitting in there nicely. She's had a couple of good Ironman races recently, so Radka will be one of those looking for another top result here today. She makes her way toward Kona. She said that's the big goal for her this year. Wants to get in the race with Annie Haug. She raced with Annie when, you know, Radka was racing for the Czech Republic. Annie racing for Germany, obviously, when they performed a couple of times each of the Olympic Games. So Sarah Crowley leading that. But back to the men's race, Braden Curry leading from Steve McKenna. Mike Phillips sitting right in there. Nick Castellane in there as well. And also Tim Van Berkel from Australia. So we're off to a great start here in Cairns. It's going to be a great day. You know what they say in Queensland? Beautiful today, perfect the next. We'll see you in the next minute.
I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Welcome back to the Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. This is the 23 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, and Braden Curry is still where we left off just a moment ago. He's stretching out the competition at just about 15 minutes into this year's championship, and he's really keen to get after a strong swim today. And we were talking about it at the top of the show, McKeely, how, you know, when you spread the the field apart, it has to be a really fast pace, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're only able to have 6 athletes here in the lead group out of a very, very strong field.
Yes, but there's like that group of 6 swimmers that, you know, swim about the same. And, you know, I mentioned that earlier, that I was expected to see those 6 athletes. You know, Braden Curry, of course, Steve McKenna is sitting there in second, Mike Phillips, Tim Van Berkel is up there. Of course, Nicholas Castelline is also in that mix. You know, these guys are all, you know, around that same swim speed. the bike will separate them a little bit. I'm sort of interested to see how Nick Castellone will go. I definitely think he's not as strong as these guys on the bike, but definitely, you know, he has a really good run. So, you know, if they falter in any way, I could see someone like Nick. And of course, I think we saw like Pete Jacobs was sitting in there as well. And, you know, his big plan is just to go faster than he ever has gone before at age 40. So, you know, he's a past world champion at Kona at the Ironman World Championships. And, you know, it's always great when you see people still racing as they mature on. You know, to keep that motivation up, Greg, as you know, it's super, super tough, like year after year after year, to really want to push that hard. Because, you know, these athletes do train at a very, very high level, but, you know, they find the motivation to do it. You know, if you're motivated, it's a lot easier.
I think they're motivated by results and, you know, not only just, you know, in training, but just picking out those particular races that they really want to do well at. And this is a championship race. And this is one of those races that they've all, you know, been targeting for quite some time. So you can see Braden Curry here, you know, since last year at the Ironman World Championships, since, you know, when he, you know, had COVID, he's been wanting to, you know, just get out there and really get after, you know, this race. So you can see now that he's really trying to, you know, spread them out. He took two really decent long looks over his shoulder here just a moment ago, and he was getting ready to, you know, either pick up the pace or do something special. And it looks like he's picked up the pace because he's made a little gap, not only a gap to Steve McKenna. Sorry, Steve's right on his feet, but Steve now has gapped Mike Phillips there just a little bit. So, and
he's moving up onto his hip. Steve McKenna is moving up on his hip on Braden Curry. And I think that's a smart move because that will give you a much better drafting profile compared to if you're swimming on someone's feet. He has dropped a little bit back now, but in our previous sort of little viewage, we saw that he was trying to get up on his hip a little bit more. But, you know, I think that's just given Braden Curry more fire to, like, really, really push.
Well, Australia's a part of the Commonwealth, so is Canada. Join us on August 27th for the Ironman Canada Penticton, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. Experience all that British Columbia has to offer on an iconic course, beautiful landscapes, and one of the world's premier triathlon communities. Enjoy a swim course voted the third best in North America. On the bike course, you'll take in stunning views of the Okanagan Valley. The Penticton community will cheer you on all the way to the finish line. Register today at ironman.com/IM North America.
Yeah, Greg, that's one of another iconic race, right? The Ironman Canada. Yeah. It's been around for a long, long time, and I think I've never done Ironman Canada, but I have raced on that course. And what I love most about the last 10 miles,
it's
you
fantastic.
Get that clean sail into the finish line off the mountain. You know, you've been climbing for so long, and then you get that nice descent.
Yeah, they call it the desert, you know, of Canada as well. It's probably the one area that replicates, you know, Southern California in respect that, you know, wineries and lots of fruit and veg and everything that's grown up in that valley. And I always used to love going to Osoyoos, which is where they made the right-hand turn before the Richter Pass, going up on the bike course there. An absolutely gorgeous course and one of the oldest standing races as well, Ironman Canada. Penticton, August 27th. We hope we can see you there because, Mikili, aren't you signing up?
That's funny. But look, Greg, look at that. Look, it's fast and furious right now. It's like, Braden Curry is putting the hammer down. They're only 19 minutes in, and now you're seeing a little bit of separation. So I'll be interested to see what happens when we get back in about a minute.
makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Welcome back to the Cairns Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Roka. Find faster with Roka.
You certainly will. If it's good enough for Lucy Charles Barclay, it should be good enough for you too. We're 20 and a half minutes into the men's race, 19:45 into our women's race here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific, right here in beautiful Palm Cove, right for the very first part. This is the swim leg. Yep, that's right, 2.4 miles. We got 3.8 kilometres there. Sarah Crowley just heading around that left-hand turn. Radka Karlefeld sticking like glue onto the back there, touching the heels and the little tickle of the feet. And what goes on when you get a little tickle of the feet there? Do you kick a little extra harder, McKeely, or are you just enjoying the company?
Well, you know, it depends how hard that tickle is, that's for sure. And, you know, for some swimmers, it can be very, very annoying. And sometimes, you know, it's a little bit, hey, can you go a little bit faster? So, you know, you definitely don't want people, you know, too close to your feet, but it does happen. And, you know, when that happens, I tell athletes, don't get frustrated by it. You know, you can always go, hey, it's your turn to pull through. You know, if that's what you want, you think I'm not swimming fast enough, well, why don't you come round me? Or, you know, you can use it as motivation. You know what? I'm going to try to like swim that little bit faster so you don't tickle my toes. But, you know, as I said, it can be frustrating for others. It can be motivating. And, you know, that's part of the race strategy. You know, when you're a good swimmer, you're used to being out front, you're used to leading, and you're used to that. And if you're a really good swimmer like Lucy Charles, I don't think anyone's ever tickled her feet.
Maybe Laura Brandon from time to time, but yeah, you're right. Lucy Charles Barclay dominates the race from the start, and that's the goal for her. I mean, she went, you know, to the trials for the Olympic Games in 2020 in the 1500 and finished second in the UK tryouts, and unfortunately missed the time to get into the Olympic Games. But that's an absolutely incredible result by Lucy Charles Barclay, and a great, you know, two-sport athlete, as you know.
Lucky for us though, because now she's a triathlete and,
Well,
and an unbelievable Ironman athlete. So,
Yeah.
you know, when destiny is always an interesting thing, right? When, you know, you put your eyes set on one goal and it doesn't happen, and then all of a sudden you find something else. And, you know, I think that's a true champion, right? You know, if you're sort of like not getting where you need to go and you still want to keep, you know, pushing yourself and setting a new standard, you know, definitely we see a lot of great athletes coming over to the sport of Ironman, which I think's fantastic because, you know, you're getting Olympic caliber swimmers, you're getting Olympic caliber runners, and that's why we're seeing this big jump in the time and the records getting crushed right now across the board. Ever since we went through COVID, it's just been amazing to see the athletic performances by all these professional athletes.
Nice swimming stroke there by the black cap. You can see just stroking out there nicely and almost breathing every stroke off to the left, off to the right, and then a couple of strokes here and there. But they're just going a little bit wayward at this point. I think that the swell here in the current is just sort of picking up just a little bit from the left to the right there. As you can see, they're swimming now in that southerly direction where they started just 24 minutes ago. They're on their just about to start the second lap there, and then they'll make their way down to the two turning pink buoys, and then they'll make their left-hand turn up toward the northern end of the course. You can see that Mike Phillips has dropped right back to the back of that group now, but guess who's gone? Tim Van Berkel has now dropped off the back of our lead group. So our lead group there is now down to 5 athletes there. So Tim Van Berkel has just dropped off the back of that group. So it's Braden Curry, Steve McKenna sitting right in there. Also, we've got Mike Phillips sitting in the back there and Nick Castellane. So we've lost one.
Yeah, and that's the position you don't want to be in. You don't want to be that athlete that drops off in the pack when you know all the contenders are right there. And I'm thinking, you know, if there was a huge attack around that turning buoy, but I'm also thinking that the current might be a little bit stronger now. So definitely that's going to benefit a much, much stronger swimmer. So it'll be interesting to see who else gets dropped if the current is getting harder and harder.
Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific right here in Cairns is underway and off to a great start here. As you can see, Braden Curry from New Zealand is leading the race into his second lap, now just overtaking some of the age groupers that are just starting their race. The rolling start got underway just a few minutes after our women professional athletes, led by Sarah Crowley, out there today. So he's well over halfway in the swim right now, so around about 20 minutes to go swimming here. We are just around right on the Tropic of Capricorn, Makili. That's beautiful weather all year round, a great climate. And, you know, whether you're racing here or if you're exploring, you can see the world's oldest rainforest, the Daintree, and connect with culture and the indigenous tour guides as well. And then you can also learn about the land for the Kulu Yaniji people that have called home for 60,000 years. So this is Australia at its best right here. This is Palm Cove, and it sort of makes us proud to be Australian, right?
Definitely, you know, this is definitely one of the nicest places you could do an Ironman is. I might be a little bit biased because I am an Aussie, but, you know, it is absolutely spectacular up this end of the territory. But Greg, you know, what was interesting, you know, this is a 2-lap course, so you're seeing now some of the professionals go through some of the age group athletes, and you know, when you're racing, you can actually use that to your advantage. You could actually get around the people and sort of get the people behind off your feet. So how do you do that? So you'll see that Braden Curry is like trying to swim the inside of these athletes, and a couple of times you did see him swim between the athletes. So if you're a swim leader, yeah, you want clean water, but you can also tactically sort of mess it up for the rest of the swimmers as well. If you sort of like find a little small gap and you go through it, that makes it much harder for the other athletes behind to navigate. But, you know, the nice thing, what I always find when I'm doing like a race, when you do have a loop course, is because athletes tend to breathe on one side, they tend to breathe more on their right. So then they tend to go more to the right. So it does open up a nice channel on the inside of this swim course.
Well, Braden and Sarah are doing great jobs of, you know, leading up the insides of the course. They're very experienced, know exactly what to do. And, you know, it depends who's leading the course, but don't you think that some of the athletes will go in between to sort of maybe, you know,
for
get
sure.
the other athletes like disoriented or
No, for
whatever?
sure. If I was in the lead and I saw there was like a little small gap and it might close behind me, it's definitely going to make it a lot harder. And that was my point, was the fact that you could like mess it up for everyone else behind you by going through like a small gap. And, you know, if that gap closes, then the other athletes actually have to go around the other athletes. So tactically, yes, you could use it to your advantage. But, you know, as I said, on this type of course, the way that the majority of athletes breathe, it actually does set up a nice line on the inside for these professional athletes as they're navigating around this 2-lap swim course.
Exactly. So we're heading down toward the southern end of the course, and that is going to be where the turnaround for the second time for Braden Curry in the men's lead. It's going to be the second time for the turnaround in the women's race, with Sarah Crowley leading Radka Karlefeld. So right now you can see that there it is, Curry just approaching that left-hand turn for the second time there, just about 10 metres away now, overtaking a lot of the age group athletes. I'll draw that inside line to the pink buoy right now, and there they go. The left-hand turn is complete. First one around at 29:48 there on the clock, and you can see that now getting swallowed up into the mess there, the big washing machine effect, as you can see all those arms and legs thrashing around in the ocean here. And now off to the second of those pink buoy turns at the southern end, and then it's only going to be one more turn before the end of the swim. So about 16 more minutes of swimming left for Braden Curry and Mike Phillips and company. But look at him, he's just now trying to make his move here. Steve McKenna struggling to stay on the feet there, and as you can see, our third place getter as well. So there goes Braden Curry. He's threading the age groupers like a needle.
Yeah, and also he's using the buoys, right? Every time, like we just saw when he went around the buoy, he actually accelerated. He had fairly clean water, and the athletes behind him didn't. So he accelerated, and that's why you're seeing a little bit of the stroke rate of the other athletes behind him going up, particularly like Steve McKenna. He doesn't want to let Curry go at all, because you let Curry go a little bit, you know, he's swimming so well right now, it will be hard to catch up, you know. It might be like half a metre, and if it goes out to a metre, you know, that gets even harder to get back on because you have to accelerate so much faster, especially when you have somebody navigating through these athletes the way he is and really attacking those turn boys right now.
Yep, look at that. Just threading them like a needle, as we were saying just a moment ago, as you get a good lead around the course too. You got our kayakers there, our sea kayaks leading the athletes, so they're not really going to go off course. They've got a good little vision of what's ahead of them, around about 20 metres ahead, so that's always going to be a great thing. Heading into the sunrise here on the east coast of Australia. We're up in the northeast, and that is in Queensland, a beautiful Events Queensland, you know, race here by the Tourism Events Queensland, and we cannot wait to bring you the final part of the swim on the other side of the break here. You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns, brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Qatar Airways, going places together. Amazing places together, actually.
I'll say I'd love to get on one of those flights here one day, and Roka, always great to see on the swim courses, the global sponsor for their swim course as well. You see plenty of the athletes today out there wearing the goggles and the swimsuits, and also the wetsuits there, brought to you by Roka there, as we can see Qatar Airways as well. But this is one fast and flying Kiwi, and that is Braden Curry. He is really stripping the field down to a very small portion here. He's leading out Steve McKenna from Australia in the fluoro green cap there, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. And just a few of the athletes are struggling to stay with the pace right now, and that is Tim Van Berkel from Australia, just falling off the pace ever so slightly. Mike Phillips is sitting right at the back of that group as well, as is Nick Castellane from Australia. And then we can see our women's, and that's going to be Sarah Crowley and also Radka Karlefeld. They are swimming together still. They made the early break, and it's been enough to, withhold the other women in the race there right now. So McKeely, it looks like Sarah Crowley has that tactic up her sleeve as well.
Yeah, you know, these are definitely the outstanding swimmers right now. I mean, we knew that leading in, that Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld were going to be the two contenders that were going to be battling it out in the water. And I think Radka's done a really good job to stay on Sarah Crowley's feet. Kylie Simpson, you know, she's one to watch as well. Her weakest link is definitely the swim, but she did talk about, you know, how she had been doing 3 sessions a day to try to improve that. So I'll be interested to see how Kylie's swim is when she gets out. Of course, Penny Slater, you know, she's about a 58-minute Ironman swimmer. And then you've got Kate Gillespie-Jones that we need to watch out. She's very, very new. She comes from a footy background, so I'll be interested to see how she goes. And Emily Donker, you know, she's like about a 56, so she could be the one that's about third out of the water for the women.
Yes, last year here, and we can see that Sarah Crowley, she's won the race a couple of times and back to defend that championship, obviously. But Max Newman was in the race last year when he was, doing Cairns here, and it was a great race for him when he won in 46.38 in the swim, 4:20 on the bike, and a 2:41 run for a total time of 7 hours and 52 minutes. So you know it's going to be fast. 46.38 for him. So it's going to be right around there again today. Max is a great swimmer, so too is Braden Curry. And as you can see right now, Steve McKenna has come up onto the side of the feet there. So he's just trying to get a little bit of a look-see himself instead of just sitting right on the feet. He just wants to make sure that Braden's taken the right line. Obviously he is, but sometimes you need to come out and find your own water.
Yeah, no, for sure. And, you know, that's a smart move because he had been getting lost in the pack of swimmers going around and through these age groups, as you were saying, like threading the needle through the age group athletes. So I think it's smart. It sort of gives him a little bit of a gap where he can sort of get up beside his feet, and then if he loses a little bit of time, he's going to be on his feet. So I think that's a really, really smart move on behalf of himself.
Exactly. So in December 2024, from one beautiful race in Australia to another in New Zealand, Taupo, New Zealand will welcome the very best professional and top age group triathletes for the 2024 VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Thanks to the Kiwi spirit, you'll feel like a local the minute you arrive. Swim in one of the world's largest freshwater lakes, ride through the beautiful rural landscapes, and enjoy the lakefront views and spectators on your run. See you in Taupo in 2024. Go to ironman.com/Ironman 70.3 World Championship 2024. That's going to be a great race, isn't it, McKeely?
Yeah, we're certainly seeing
so
the
nice.
New Zealand spirit right now in the men's race, with Braden Curry in the lead, but a little bit more Aussie flair in the women's race, with a great battle right now with Sarah Crowley and Raka Karlefeld. You know, those two athletes are battling it out in the swim, and you know, you can see from our picture right now, you know, how congested it is, but how well these pros are navigating and threading the needle through the other age group athletes. But it is creating some separation, Greg.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it doesn't need to be, you know, so claustrophobic out there or so together, because there's such a big, you know, sea out here. The Coral Sea is quite large. However, trying to draw a straight line and the fastest way around the course, you're always going to be in a tight line there. So there's Braden Curry in the pink hat at the bottom of the screen. Steve McKenna's trying to sit on the bottom of the feet right there. You can see all the age group men swimmers there in the blue caps, and the age group women swimmers in the pink caps going along. But that is Braden Curry with Steve McKenna right on the feet there. So coming up to the next buoys, it's going to see the age group athletes making that left-hand turn, where the pro athletes will go straight ahead here in Palm Cove before hopping out at the T1 area. They'll run up into transition, and then they'll hop on the bikes in around about 8 minutes or now. So if we go back to last year's results, we talked about Max Neumann. He won the race by about 2.5 minutes over our race leader right now. That is Braden Curry, but they swam the same time. 46:38 was a fantastic swim time. They biked the same time with a 4:20, but the big difference was a 2:41 as opposed to a 2:44 marathon run. That was good enough for Braden to get second with a 7:55, but Max Neumann went 7:52.
Yes.
And it was a great time.
No, and that's what I think is going to happen today. You know, I think there's enough athletes who are really, really great on the swim, so you're going to get that little bit of a group. Some of those athletes are definitely going to drop off. They're not as strong as Braden Curry on the bike, Mike Phillips. Hopefully, he's sort of the danger man right now, because danger, in fact, that he may not get on the pack with the guys straight out of transition. So that's a danger for him, probably a bonus for some of the others. Steve McKenna, you know, he's really, really got to put in a great bike ride, but he's capable of riding really, really well.
Back with more after this from the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns, brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together. Well, going places today is this young lady, that is Radka Carlefeld, because she is following the Sarah Crowley now, the former champion of this race before. Well, look at this. So she's gone in front. So Sarah Crowley has now relinquished the lead to Radka Carlefeld, just coming by and doing some of the pace setting. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for Sarah Crowley?
You know, I think it gives Sarah Crowley an opportunity to rest up a little bit. These athletes are going pretty fast, not that you can
so
rest.
That's by design?
You know, we didn't see what happened in the overtake, but I'm thinking that, you know, Carlefeld was feeling so good. I'm assuming she swam up beside her and has taken over. And, I mean, it's a good opportunity for Sarah Crowley to sort of relax a little bit if she can. If it's the opposite where, you know, she was starting to struggle a little bit because that lack of fitness, because of her injury, maybe it caught up with her a little bit. But, you know, that's what I would be thinking, that perhaps, you know, it's good for Sarah if she hasn't been doing the swimming that she needs to sort of sit on Carlefeld's feet a little bit and chill out.
So there goes the turn for the age group athletes. Now our pro athletes are heading toward the finish line of the swim here with just over 4 minutes to swim. And you just saw shots of Radka Carlefeld and Sarah Crowley swimming around about 15 yards out off the, what I call the lay line. And just like, you know, our men here, well, unlike our men here, our men were swimming right up the lay line, right up the buoy line, as we saw just a moment ago. But Radka Carlefeld and Sarah Crowley swimming wide of the other athletes. Here we go. We make that left-hand turn as we see now our lead group, Nikili, is down to 4 athletes. It started out with 6. We lost Tim Van Berkel and we've lost another one. Would it be Mike Phillips with the navy blue cap, our second favourite of the day from New Zealand? We're going to have to wait and see here. But Braden Curry has really turned up the pace. Steve McKenna trying to keep the legs, the feet of the fast-flying Kiwi bird right here. That is Braden Curry. 4 lead the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship right here in Palm Cove, Cairns, before they move out onto the bike ride right here. And Braden Curry still with a high rate of knots.
Yeah, and I mean, if this is how he's feeling in the swim, wait till he gets to the bike. You know, I always feel like if somebody is like pushing the pace in the water.
You're so smart. Have you done this before?
You know, that's confidence. You know, he has led the entire swim, the entire 3.8 kilometre swim. So, and he's been streamlining them. He's been making them suffer the entire time. You know, we started off with 6 or 7. We got down to 6. And now we're down to 4 athletes in that lead men's pack. And to me, that's telling me that Braden Curry is feeling really, really good.
Well, he looks good, you know, with the time of 44.09 on the race clock. Remember last year, 46.38 was the swim time. Looks like he's going to eclipse it this year in the 2023 version of this incredible championship on Australia's North Queensland coast here, brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland. This is the Cairns Airport Asia Pacific Championship, and just like the start, it's been all Braden Curry. He's going to bring it all the way into the finish line here. Steve McKenna still sitting in second position here, and 2 more male athletes in our pro division just about to hit the shores and start running up toward transition. So coming up to that 45-minute barrier, our first 4 men, the pro men, they are coming into the transition area from the swim course.
And Greg, you can see they've repositioned themselves like coming into this exit. And one of the reasons why they're doing that is because transitions are a big deal. It doesn't matter if it's a short race or a long race, they are a big deal. So you see, you know, it went from that slipstream position to more of them swimming like side by side by side. And what a fantastic swim time, you know, in these conditions. So obviously it was a little bit quicker than last year. Steve McKenna was definitely the first out. But, you know, guess who crosses the line first out of the transition? It was our, I think he's from Singapore. It's Tu Chun Cheng.
Yep, so
Yeah.
he's at a
45-44.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
it said it was.
Yes, smoking. Yeah, that's Tuan Cheng just coming out right now, we do believe, from Taipei, so Taiwan. So that's a great swim right now, just heading up into transition area there with Braden Curry. So that's a great swim. And then Steve McKenna, it's going to be a very, very
And
fast.
Pete Jacobs.
And Pete Jacobs, obviously, you know, the Ironman world champion as well. You know, Pete was second in Kona, then he was first in Kona, and he's still going, you know, at the ripe old age, and he's still having fun out there. Radka Karlefeld, she leads our women's race right now. So there's Tuan Chong Chang, and he swam a 45.09. So that's a minute and a half faster than our leaders last year in Max Newman and Braden Curry. So well done there.
Yeah.
On the Wahoo element. So that was a great time.
Yeah, fantastic time, like quicker by almost a minute than last year. And, you know, I think that's setting up for a fast day. You know, you always want to make sure that, you know, you get a really fast swim time, because that's setting you up for, you know, a potential record-breaking day. You know, we can check the swim off already for those 4 guys, and they've all gone faster than they were last year. So this is going to be a really exciting race as we see them come into T1 right now. You can see right there we have Braden Curry. He's number 1, wearing number 1, and he's going to be first out onto the bike. Not far behind him, that looks like Pete Jacobs. He's a little bit lankier than Braden Curry.
Oh, all top 4 there. Well, that's a
And
great
Steve
call.
McKenna.
Yeah, very well done there, McKeely. I tell you what great times out there. 45.09, and then Braden Curry, you know, gets the 2nd place time, and then Steve McKenna in 3rd place. Pete Jacobs gets the 4th place at a 45.12. Then there was Nick Castelline and Mike Phillips coming in, and they were 1:15 and 1:43 down respectively there. So they've lost quite a bit of time in that last part of the swim there today. And Mike Phillips, very surprising to me, but he was 1:43 down after the swim.
But, you know, it might be in his favour that Nick is there. Definitely Nick isn't as strong on the bike, I feel, compared to him. But, you know, it's always nice, you know, if you do drop back, at least you're with somebody else. And definitely, I think just the positioning, those 2 athletes were definitely sitting at the back of that swim pack. And I think that was where the worst place to be during this swim today, just that during this 2-lap course. And it really showed how much time that they lost.
Karlefeld and Crowley now lead the women's race as they have another 300 metres to swim before exiting the water as well, heading up into T1. But getting out of the swim one more time, it was Chang in 1st place with a 45.09. Curry, McKenna and Jacobs, the first 4 out onto the bike. Castellane and Phillips, the top 6. And then it was Blake Kepler, Ben Phillips. Tim Van Berkel was down at around about 3:03. Then Matty Kerr from Australia sitting in 10th place and at 3:04 down. So 3 minutes separate the top 10 men here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. And we can tell you now that Braden Curry is already on the road and pounding those pedals. There goes Radka Karlefeld and Sarah Crowley. They are making their way toward the end of the swim course. 1 leg down for the men, 2 to go.
Yeah, and, you know, if they can sort of get together that 4-pack of guys, that's, you know, the smaller the pack, the easier it is to work together. I mean, they've got to maintain those draft legal rule positioning, but, you know, they could really have an impact and really set themselves up that it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I don't know much about Chang. I'd have to research him a little bit, but fantastic for him to actually lead out of the water. Of course, Pete Jacobs, you know, we know he's an Ironman world champion. He definitely wants to get on the podium. I had talked to him earlier in the week, and his big goal is to go faster than what he has ever gone and to make that podium. And right now he is setting himself up for that. So, you know, he says he's made a lot of changes recently to his diet, to his prep, you know, being a little bit more mature. You know, he understands that recovery sort of protein cycle is super, super important.
Back in 2018, he was 6th place in Ironman 70.3 Taiwan. That's Tuan Chung Chen. And also Ironman Australia this year on the 7th of May. So just recently he was 8th place in Ironman Australia at 8:59.31. So he swam a 49.37 there, pretty decent. 4:51 on the bike. So the biking skills not quite there at this point in his career, but a 3:13 also a little bit on the slower side. But today a fantastic swim for Tuan Chung Chang from Taiwan. So as we get back to our women's race here, professional Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld have been in the breakaway ever since the get-go, right at the gun there. So for 50 minutes now, they've been out in the lead. Kylie Simpson is in 3rd place. Penny Slater is right up there as well. Gillespie Jones, Sutton Thomas and Donker. Laura Dennis also in there as well as they're rounding out one of the last buoys here before they make their way in toward transition area number 1. Now going through 1.4k on the bike today, Braden Curry now has a 3-second lead on McKenna. There's Chang, he's sitting right in there, and 5 seconds down is Pete Jacobs. So all top 4 riding along nicely together.
And it actually looks like Castelline and Phillips lost a little bit of time coming into transition because they're 129 and 143 back right now. So, you know, that importance of transition, once again, like, you know, is a big issue. It's like, you know, those transitions are super important because, you know, you make up 20 seconds in the swim, you can lose like 30 seconds in the transition. And, you know, that's hard to make back up unless you're like super, super strong in one of the other 2 legs. But, you know, I definitely think that, you know, that Braden Curry's just going to keep pushing hard all day. You know, he knows what it takes to win. He also has something to tell everyone as the women approach the beach right now. They're going to stand up shortly. Usually you'll stand up as soon as your hand hits the bottom. That's the most efficient and quickest way to get yourself onto that sand as they head into the transition, Greg.
That was a very nice, you know, touch and go from Radka Karlefeld. You know, she's practiced this many, many times. You see Sarah Crowley getting off to a good start out of the water as well. And guess what, McKeely? They absolutely eclipsed Sarah's time of last year of a 53.59. So they're just over 51 minutes today. So that is absolutely incredible for Sarah to be so far in front of where she was last year.
Yeah, that's like 120, 119 pace. So
yeah,
maybe she needs to take a little bit of time off before she swims. You know, definitely that rib fracture, you know, made her stop the final preparations, and she only just started getting back in the pool. But, you know, you had 2 very, very competitive female athletes who were battling it out in the water. And it was actually nice to see that Radka actually went to the front and sort of did some work as well. We definitely didn't see that in the men's race right until the end, though. But Braden Curry, you know, led all the way up until he got to that timing mat.
Yep, 2 minutes and 20 seconds faster than last year's swim was Sarah Crowley this year. So well done to Sarah as she eclipses her swim time from 2022. You're looking at our men's group, and that is our top 4 out there. But Radka Karlefeld once again just coming in out of the water with a time of 51.32 at an average time like what you said, 119s to 120s there, McKeely, and a 51.35 for Sarah Crowley. So our first 2 ladies out of the water, up into transition as we have our top 4 men just about to hit the Daintree National Forest.
Yeah, and like how spectacular is. And what I love about this course and with the rainforest, you know, as the temperature goes up, you are going to get a little more shade than you typically would on a lot of courses. Right now, you know, the weather prediction is getting up into the mid-20s later in the day. But this is absolutely perfect because the wind is going to be very minimal. It's going to be 4 to 8 miles an hour. So that is around like under 10 kilometres, basically. Just a little bit over 10 kilometres, maybe up to 12, 13. So it's really going to be fast on this bike.
Radka Karlefeld from Australia there, married to Brad Karlefeld, is finding herself first into transition, but second out. That's Sarah Crowley overtaking one of our male pro athletes there, and the brunette, hard for me to say that. She used to be a blonde. Now the brunette has now taken out the lead here. She's going to jump onto the bike in first place with Radka Karlefeld. Changing the hair colours is very important, McKeely, as you know.
Well, Greg, I don't know if you saw that, but I think it's actually going to be Radka that's going to be first out.
I did
see
that.
She took that left.
Stuck up on the left.
Yeah, she took that left-hand lane, and she's like, you know what? I'm going to be first out. So she led the second half of the swim, and then she's like, you know what, I'm gonna take it over the line, and that's what it's about. You keep pushing, and what I liked about that is it's giving you a chance. If you sort of like are a little bit slower getting onto your bike, you've sort of given yourself a chance to still stay in the mix.
The gentlemen now heading out toward Ellis Beach before they get to Wangeti, and then over to Rex Lookout, Thala Beach, and then just after Thala Beach they'll be doing an out and back, and that's where they'll turn around and come back in toward Palm Cove. Once they get past Palm Cove, they'll be going straight by. Nope, they won't be heading out for another lap. They'll be heading toward Yorkeys Knob and then all the way back into Cairns, where they'll transition onto the run. But right now our top 4 men heading just past Ellis Beach.
And Greg, what I didn't see, what we've seen a lot, is like people putting stuff down the front of their uniforms, the water bottles and stuff like that, because there is a lot of evidence right now that you can get up to 5+ watt savings, and depending on how tall you are, would depend on how long, like say if you're putting a water bottle down the front of your race suit, how long that water bottle needs. Does it need to be a 1.5 litre bottle, or does it need to be a little bit smaller? And also a higher necked race suit is actually more watt savings with that water bottle down.
See, things are ever evolving in the sport of triathlon.
Challenging the bounds of getting those watts and aerodynamics.
Aerodynamics, there you go. So, just like we've been seeing over the last couple. All right, this is our swim splits here. Leaders, they are being presented by Wahoo Element Rival today. Radka Karlefeld with a great time of 51.32. That's good enough for 2 minutes and 25 seconds faster than Sarah Crowley's swim time from 2022. So Sarah also swam 2 minutes and 20 seconds faster than last year's race. So very good swimming by our leading ladies today.
No, fantastic effort for both those athletes. And, as of yet, they've put quite a large amount of time on the rest of the field. We don't have any women coming through the swim yet. But, we sort of knew that was going to happen. And I believe Emily Donker just came through. She's 56.16, so that was a 4:43 deficit. And then we had Penny Slater, who just came through as well. She's at 56.37, so that's a 5:04 deficit. So, our lead swimmers were swimming around that 1:19 to 1:20, and then we had third and fourth swimming that 1:27.
Yeah, that's
pace.
great. Yeah, that's great 100-metre average pace. They've got wetsuits on, obviously, but what a great pace. The men averaging, just a little bit less than that as well. So Braden Curry, McKenna, Chang and Jacobs are leading Castellan right now as they went through 1.4. They're coming up to that 19-kilometre next checkpoint that will give you another split. But if you want to follow along, just go to the Ironman tracker. Go to the App Store. You can download it and just follow along, just like we're following along with our timing mats out on course as well. So we're heading up the beautiful coast road here. We're still heading north toward toward Indonesia, really, and toward Port Moresby in Papua New Guinea, because we're that far north in North Queensland. So it's absolutely gorgeous here, as you can see, riding up the coast road, going past Ellis Beach here, as we head up toward the next areas. It's just going to be Wangeti, Rex Lookout and Thala Beach before doing the U-turn and coming all the way back down the coast and all the way in a southerly direction, back on this road past Palm Cove and back into Cairns. But a beautiful day here, as you would expect, they say in Queensland. Beautiful one day, perfect the next.
And it is perfect right now for these two athletes. This is Sarah Crowley as well as Radka Karlefeld. I definitely think that Sarah Crowley's going to make a big, huge move here. I mean, this is one of her strengths. She has ridden, in that 4:40 mark. So I would, expect to see her maybe put some time into Karlefeld at some point. Although Karlefeld's, had some decent splits. She's done a 4:49 as well. She fell in love with this course last year, and that's why she's continuing to do the Ironman journey. Typically she started at the 70.3 distance. Of course, she was a 2012 Olympian. And then she transitioned to that 70.3 where, she's dominated a lot of these Asia Pacific races. And then she decided to step up to Ironman. The first experience, unfortunately for her, was a DNF. But, since that, last year she had a fantastic race season. This year she got second at Ironman Australia in a 9:25. You know, she's done Ironman Western Australia. And, you know, this year she was also second at 70.3 Geelong in a 4:10. So, you know, we know, like, typically if she has a good day, she's going to be on the podium. She's very, very consistent. You're not going to bet against her. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, never bet against Radka. Just now through 1.4 kilometres on the bike for our women. And we can tell you that it's only a 3-second deficit. It is Radka and Karlefeld leading. And then also in second place, that is Sarah Crowley. So here we go with the Morton men transition times right here. You got Pete Jacobs at a 2:16, so the oldie's gone for it here. 2:16, he's 2 seconds faster than the Flying Kiwi. Braden Curry from Wanaka, New Zealand, and then Tuan Chung Chang from Taiwan at 2 minutes and 20 seconds down. So that is Morton transition 1 times there for you.
You know, basically they all had great transitions. You know, only 2 seconds spread, probably like a 3-second spread over those 4 athletes. Nick Castelline is obviously in 5th right now. You know, he had such a great race. It was sort of like a comeback race when he won in Spain last year. I was lucky enough to be commentating that day, and, you know, it was just so emotional to see him come back and actually do really, really well in a race because, you know, he struggled with that hip fracture and that nasty crash. So it was definitely great. So I would personally love to see him get out here today and have another great race. And right now he is sitting in 5th place.
Yeah, might be feeling a little bit of pressure, you know, racing in Australia on home soil, just like Tim Van Berkel and Steve McKenna. So they want to, you know, get out there and be competitive with our fellow Kiwi neighbours just across the Tasman Sea there, about 2 3/4 hour flight if you're heading over to Christchurch or Auckland or down to Wanaka or Queenstown, just in the beautiful playground down there as well, where Braden Curry lives. Absolutely gorgeous over there. Don't forget about the 2024 Ironman 70.3 World Championship coming up in Taupo, and that's in the centre of the North Island. Absolutely gorgeous. About a 4-hour drive north of Auckland. I've done it many, many times. You go up the geothermal range and up next to the Waikato River, you know, producing a lot of their energy up on the North Island there. It's absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you've done that, McKeely, but
no,
I'll take you for the drive next year. It's
perfect.
Absolutely gorgeous.
All right, sign me up.
Yeah, then we can go to Hooker Falls and check it out as well. We'll take you for a nice little trout fish up the river stream.
You know what I love about New Zealand? It sort of has that really good European feel. It really reminds me of sort of like when I've been to Europe. I don't know why, you know, Australia is so close to New Zealand, but it's very, very different. But Greg, I did want to point out, because Pete Jacobs actually gave me some race predictions for what he wanted to do in the swim.
Okay, let's do it.
So on the swim, he wanted to swim 45 minutes.
Okay.
So
What did he end up with?
He was pretty close to that. Are you going to look and see what he was at?
Yeah.
And then for the bike, he wants to ride a 4:25.
Right.
And on the run, he wants to actually run a 2:45. So basically, that would beat his time, one of his fastest times that he did, which is an 8:02, and he wants to go right around that 8 hours. And he even told me that his transitions with the T1 and 2T had to be around 5 minutes. So
Well,
the
he's
first
way up
one
on
was
that.
2:20.
2:16.
2:16. So, yeah, he's definitely living within that prediction. What was his swim time today?
He was 12 seconds off.
Yeah, how fantastic is that? Like,
So
like,
he's up a little bit. So if you do another 2:16 there, Pete, you've got about 35, 40 seconds up on your prediction. So you'll be doing just fine. And 45:12. So take 12 seconds on that. You're going to have about 30 seconds up your sleeve.
Yeah, well, so far so good for Pete. And, you know, I always love that because, you know, he's such an experienced athlete. You know, he's a world champion. You know, he's coming back to wanting to be fitter than he was when he won the Ironman World Championship. And you know, that's what it's all about. It doesn't matter if you're an age group athlete. It doesn't matter if you're a professional athlete. It doesn't matter if you've been a veteran on the circuit or you're a rookie. You got to have goals. And like I always tell people, there's goals within the race as well. You know, you're racing somebody, maybe you're one of your training friends, maybe you're racing some of the age groupers and you give them sort of a little bit of a head start. So, and then of course you're racing for the victory, Greg.
Well, Sarah Crowley's given a little bit of a head start to Rutger Karlefeld, and that's approximately 12 bike lengths right now because the Morton transition 1 times. Look at this. It was Rutger Karlefeld with a 2:33. Sarah Crowley at 2:33 as well. Dead heat. No wonder you can see them just stuck together right now. Emily Donker was in third with a 2:54 out there. So that is your Morton transition 1 times right here. But just getting back to, you know, what you were saying there, McKeely, and you know, look at this. These two have been stuck like glue to each other since the start of the race. And Rutger Karlefeld going out there and just setting the pace right now. Sarah Crowley happy to do the waiting game at this point in time before they head in the other direction.
Yeah, and you know, Rutger's big focus this year, and you know, her is Hawaii at the Ironman World Championships. And, you know, she definitely said that Sarah Crowley was the main favourite, but she definitely wasn't going to let her walk away with it. You know, she's already qualified for Hawaii, so this is another stepping stone to reach her goal. She's never raced in Hawaii before, so, and she hasn't done a lot of Ironman events, so this is another way to get that experience that you need. And racing against Sarah, who has been on the podium in Kona, what a better way to understudy for something that you want to do in the future. Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. And Greg, I just want to give you a little update on what our top pro women have been up to. Of course, we had Karlefeld, who was first out of the water, Sarah Crowley, who was second. We had Penny Slater, who through 1.4 kilometres is sitting at 5:14. Then we had Emily Donker, who was fourth. She's actually moved down. Penny sort of moved up a little bit, so had a much more efficient transition. And then we had Laura Brown, who was out in fifth, and she's sitting at 8:26. And then we have Kate Gipsy Jones sitting in sixth right now, around just under 10 minutes behind. So, you know, definitely the front runners, Rutger and Sarah, are really, really dominating this women's field right now.
Gorgeous overhead shots brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland on a beautiful, gorgeous weekend here in northern Queensland. Now we have Braden Curry at the front of the race trying to turn up the voltage, turn up the wattage meter, and really put the hurt on the rest of the field here, because that's Steve McKenna sitting in second, Chun Chang from Taiwan in third, Pete Jacobs in fourth, and Castelline and Mike Phillips are chasing on this race course here today. Rutger Karlefeld had a great swim, and so did Sarah Crowley. They were 2 minutes and 20 seconds up on last year's race. As we now catch up with the lead of our women's race here, you can see the Aussie beautiful shrubbery off to the side there. You might see a cassowary or two on the side of the road, or a kangaroo and a cockatoo. You never know, you'll see a koala bear too.
Yeah, like it is amazing. Like I was talking to one of my friends actually yesterday about how you can see kangaroos like in certain parts of Australia. And they're right there, like at my house in Australia. It's like every morning and every afternoon the kangaroos are out eating the grass. And, you know, to see actually kangaroo, you know, in the live and flesh, it's absolutely amazing how big and how strong and how muscular they are. Just like you, Welchie.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, back in the day I was strong and muscular. Now I'm just round, and there's muscles in there. We just haven't seen them in a while.
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, well, thanks for looking at me when you said it. All right, so what about the lorikeets and the parrots and the canaries and all the cockatoos and the galahs hanging around? They're just not hopping around like the kangaroos and the wallabies. They're just sitting in trees like
You forgot about the
koalas,
kookaburras.
and the kookaburras too, and that's my favourite. I love the kookaburras. There goes one of our pro men just overtaking Sarah Crowley, and then Radko Karlefeld out there on the course at the moment. You can see how fast he's going. He's got a lot of room to try and make up to the back part of our lead group right now, because they are absolutely smoking along the road right now at an average pace of 32 miles an hour.
Yeah, you know, this is a rolling course, so it's going to be interesting to see, you know, who can power up those little inclines, as we just saw Radka do exactly that to Sarah Crowley. You know, she had a little bit more pace going up that little incline, and that's what this race is going to be about all day. It's like, you know, those little rollers, like, you don't want to put too much energy in them, but you definitely want to use as much speed as you can coming down the backside of these rollers and then coming back into it, because you'll lose less energy. And Greg, it's always interesting when you see what sort of gearing that these athletes have. So for me personally, if I was going to do this race, I'd definitely choose probably like a 1-by, just because there's not going to be that drop that you can if you needed to use your small chain ring. You can maintain good speed.
Well, just explain to everybody at home what a 1-by is.
Yeah, a 1-by is just on the front chain ring. Usually you would have two, a smaller one and a bigger ring.
And they are normally known as the small ring.
And the big ring.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, and then on the back,
lots of viewers today joining us for the first time.
Yeah, for sure. And then on the back, you know, you have the cassette. That's basically where you choose, you know, if you want something that's a little harder, if you want something a little smaller. So with a 1-by, you know, you have a bigger, you actually can go with a little bit like a more compact sort of chain ring, and then you'd go with a much larger cassette on the back. But what it enables, for one, it's more aerodynamic because you don't need
cassette on the back. You're talking about the cogs, and
yeah,
there's like
the cogs.
9 or 10 or how many?
Well, now there's 12, Greg.
Okay.
It's 12. You can get at the maximum of 12. And the way they did that is they put a much narrower chain on compared to the good old days. So for one, now you don't need that front derailleur. That's basically what brings your small ring to your big ring.
And it takes a little bit of the weight off the bike too.
Yeah, and it's more aerodynamic, and it's way more efficient when you are actually changing gears, particularly if you have to go from that big chain ring to the small ring. It's way more efficient. And it's always interesting because you see a lot of more male athletes doing it than you do some of the females sometimes. But me personally, I love my 1-by. It's like you just don't lose speed when you are going from, you know, that climbing sort of terrain. You just like shift and you can maintain that speed.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. As you can see, Radko Karlefeld right now just trailing off on the back of our race favourite there, Sarah Crowley. And as you can see, just as you were saying just before, just a rolling course here. It's a beautiful coastline here. It's amazing to see as they head up toward the Port Douglas area, this extremely nice part of the coastline.
No, it's spectacular. Like, look at the visual we're getting right now. Like, the coast, unbelievable, the ocean front, and then you have the beautiful rainforest to our left. And, you know, it's open, it's quite open, but the nice thing today, the winds are predicted to be way down. So that's why it's going to be super fast. And you can see how aerodynamic you can be on this course. You know, we haven't really seen anyone get out of the saddle, although right there it looks like they may be about to. But basically you can maintain a good aerodynamic position, stay in those aero bars for almost the entire ride of this course. Of course, you know, there are a couple of turns, but, you know, this is what you're seeing right now, like how fast this course is as they come off one of those rollers right now, Greg.
Gorgeous overhead shots brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland as we see our women's race heating up, the battle for first. Sarah Crowley is leading Radka Karlefeld. Plan your next adventure at Cairns and the Great Barrier Reef. It's only 20 miles to the east. Explore the world's oldest rainforest, the Daintree. Learn about the land that the cuckoo Yalanji people have called home for 60,000 years. From here, snorkel and dive the Great Barrier Reef to discover an underwater wonderland teeming with life. Or you can stay dry and admire the views of the reef on a sunset sail or a helicopter flight. Adventure awaits in Cairns. Plan your trip at queensland.com.
Yes, plan it. That's for sure. There's lots of fun
Always
things to do.
loved when a good plan comes to fruition.
No, exactly. I mean, this is why people come year after year to do this race. It's absolutely spectacular. It's a challenging enough bike that it's nice and rolling, and then of course the spectators on the run course really inspire and motivate. But Greg, I did want to give you a little bit of update because we do have our leaders, our male leaders, go through 19 kilometres. You know, they are sitting at about 43.11 kilometres an hour. We have Braden Curry, who's still in the lead. Steve McKenna from Australia is sitting in second. And then we have Chang, who's sitting in third from Taiwan. Of course, our former Ironman world champion Pete Jacobs sitting in fourth. And then we are seeing a little bit of a movement from Phillips right now, and he is actually moving slightly faster than our four in that lead. So Phillips right now is sitting at 136 back and just slightly faster at 43.31 kilometres per hour. So, you know, great to see Phillips making a move.
Making the move right now, the big Kiwi Mike Phillips is on a roll as he gets after Braden Curry, who leads the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. More to come after this.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
The Cairns Airport continues. Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. Beautiful overhead shots here. Tourism Events Queensland as we now make our way around this beautiful coastal road here. Closed off to traffic on a wonderful weekend here in North Queensland. You can see Sarah Crowley now stomping the pedals as she makes her way in the lead. She's in a battle royale at the moment with Radka Karlefeld, and she is doing all what it takes to make sure that she can stay like glue to the back of Sarah Crowley's wheel at the moment, because they're in the early stages of the bike ride right now. Our first two ladies have a very decent gap on the rest of the women, but on the men's side, it's Braden Curry, McKenna and Chang and Jacobs are leading, and now Mike Phillips, the strong Kiwi, has made his presence felt as he's now taking out good chunks of time on not only Nick Castellane but on our leaders.
Yeah, and then in the women's field, you know, we have Crowley and Karlefeld battling it out for first and second. Penny Slater, you know, she's moved up one slot. Emily Donker has moved down one slot into fourth. But the one that we want to keep an eye out is number 7, Simpson. So Kylie Simpson had, like, you know, a typical swim for her. Actually, I thought she had a much better swim. But, you know, she is riding slightly below our two leaders, but she's definitely the fastest of the rest of the field at 28.36. And, you know, she does have a wicked run. So, you know, she definitely has a lot of time to make up, but she's not, you know, moving too slow compared to our leaders, just slightly less. So if she can keep that up, she could potentially move into that third spot. But Penny Slater is doing a really good job. She's got company with, as I said, with Emily Donker. And then you have Laura Brown, who's in 5th. and then you have Kylie Simpson, who's sitting in 7th. And then behind in 8th, we have Sarah Thompson, and then we have Sutton as well. They're sitting in 13 and 14 minutes back right now. But yeah, keep an eye out definitely for Penny Slater. I think she's doing a nice job moving up into that podium position right now. And of course, Kylie Simpson, do not count her out. She is definitely aggressive on the bike. You know, her weakest link is done. So be prepared to see her, you know, making big moves on the bike and definitely on the run later in the course. But Greg, it is still so early in this race. But we're definitely seeing some standout performances. You know, we've already seen the women, you know, swim way faster than they had previously. We've seen the men do the same thing. You know, we've got those 4 guys, Curry, McKenna, Chang and Jacobs, and Nick Castelline, you know, did move back into 6th place because we did have our other predicted athlete who unfortunately got dropped. Mike Phillips got dropped in that water. So great to see him making a little bit of move as well.
Yeah, remember we did have a chance to catch up with Kylie, you know, during the week, and we talked about it. But she actually talked about doing 3-a-days in the swim, which blew my mind, really.
I know.
Because,
we both sat here and we went, whoa.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's okay to do that. But in a race that's dominated by the bike and the run, she just wanted to make sure that she had the swim stamina and try and limit the amount of time that she was going to be behind, possibly behind Sarah. And that. But it was great to see. But anyway, there was one guy that's out on the course and he's really tearing it up on the bike ride. And that was the guy that we thought that would hang in the swim there. He just fell a little bit back. He got back to 1 minute and 43 seconds, leaving the transition behind his fellow countryman. That would be Braden Curry. But we did catch up with Mike Phillips and have a listen to this on A Fighting Chance with Mike Phillips.
Mike from Christchurch, and I'm 32. Yeah, I used to think the 32-year-olds are on the way out. I reckon I'll be getting in my prime about 52. Yeah, this is my 4th time in Cairns. Nothing memorable so far, so a few long days. I think you always got to go Kiwis first. Like I'm sure me and Braden will be companions until we need to be enemies. So yeah, it's sort of funny how it works like that. But when we're at home, it's definitely as soon as we're on the race course, it's just blow for blow. But once we're off it, it's just friendly banter. So no, it's a good relationship, I think, and yeah, we'll definitely try to stick it to the Aussies first. Oh, just take the legs over, keep moving, keep the gut going, you know, try not to shut down. It's kind of hard when you go from doing decent mileage to just cutting back in race week, so it's just trying to tick over and keep moving. Oh, after Geelong, I went home and bought a digger, so I've been playing around on that after training, getting out and doing some landscaping on the digger. So yeah, it's been a bit of fun, but yeah, it's always hard when you're training and then jumping on the digger and then back out training again. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, if I fall off my bike or something, I can go start up my digger business.
Well, when I retire, I want to get a digger too. I mean, come on, Mike, share your digger. I mean, gosh, get out there in the garden.
Well, you are a boy. I'm sure when you're a little boy, at about 5 or 6, you know, all 5 and 6-year-olds love their little big
our little
machines.
trucks, yeah, with our little front end loaders. Yeah, well,
exactly.
you know what
he's living his dream right now.
You know what my digger is? My 2 hands.
And a shovel?
And a shovel, yeah, and a little pick and, yeah, a little garden shovel. But anyway, we're enjoying beautiful shots right now as we continue with our coverage here of the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. The race weather today has been brought to you by Roga McKeely, and we've got a beautiful day.
We certainly do. You know, it's about 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 degrees Celsius. We've still got those scattered clouds, which the athletes are going to absolutely love. But, you know, humidity has actually dropped a little bit. It's supposed to get up to about 97. It's dropped down to about 81%. But, you know, that is going to make it feel slightly warmer at 76 degrees Fahrenheit and 24 degrees Celsius. The wind's dropped down a little bit as well. You know, it's supposed to max out about 8 kilometres to 12 kilometres, and it's sitting at about 3 miles an hour right now. So that's well under the predicted times. And we're definitely going to see some fast times on this bike course. You know, traditionally we have seen some faster times. You know, we have seen it definitely in the lower 4:30s. So it would be nice to see a bike record here as well today.
Yep, 4:20 last year by Braden Curry, and also Max Neumann from Australia. So as we know that the humidity is going to drop as we get toward the midday hours. It'll kick back up in the afternoon from about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It'll get back up into the 90s when we get to about 6 o'clock at night. Going past a couple of our palm tree plantations there. As you can see, sugarcane is one of the great exports for Australia on Australia's east coast, northeast coast there. So sugarcane up in the northeast of Australia, a huge export for the Australians. And then we can see just a nice little overtake right now, and we can see that Braden Curry leading our race here. And interesting to see that Nick Castellane has now dropped about over 3 minutes down. So Mike Phillips, the big mover in the field right now, trying to catch up to Jacobs, Chang McKenna and Braden Curry. But right now at 19 kilometres on the bike, it's Sarah Crowley and Rutger Karlefeld. They are leading, and they are still in front of Donker and Penny Slater.
Yeah, Penny Slater, she's one of those athletes that I really admire. She loves this course. You know, she feels like the bike course is one of her favourites of all time on the whole Ironman circuit. And she believes it's a super honest course. And, you know, you can see that with the rolling hills. And, you know, she really thought that, you know, when it comes to an Ironman, anyone on the start list, it's definitely someone that you should watch, because we all know it's not over till it's over. But she definitely said, you know, Sarah is the big one to beat. She's the contender for the title. You know, she's consistent across all 3 disciplines. So that makes her very, very hard to beat. But you know what? So is Karlefeld. She's definitely very, very solid on the swim, bike and run. And, you know, she did say she did make a little bit more, some changes in the quality of her training by mixing it up with some intensity and some volume blocks this year. And then she said, you know, since, you know, the world-class level of each race that you do, she thought it was important that she left no stone unturned and made sure that, you know, between those big long endurance blocks and those intensity blocks that she was recovering. So, you know, this is a chance for those Australian athletes to sort of put a race goal in the middle of the winter. What are we, 2 days away from actually officially being winter in Australia? So a lot of these athletes that you see, they'll put this race on their calendar sort of to get them through those colder months, and then they use it as a recovery. Some of them will take a little bit of a longer break. This will basically then turn into their off season, where you have other athletes like Karlefeld and Crowley who are really focusing in on the Ironman World Championships for the women coming up in Kona in October.
Going to be a great race in Kona for sure, with the ladies out here today, having already qualified our first 2 ladies, that being Crowley and Karlefeld. So it'll be interesting to see if any more can you know, get up there and qualify. I do believe that you know, Chloe Lane, who's not in the race today, she's already qualified as an Australian. Also Penny Slater too. So this race here, we can see that out on our 2-lap bike course at the moment, just heading in a northerly direction before they make their way back down toward Palm Cove, and then finishing off that bike course here today. So Crowley and Karlefeld, they are 2 women in battle right now, leading our men's race, and that is Braden Curry. He's really trying to stretch it out a little bit more. We've got our top 4 all riding together, and Pete Jacobs, the former Ironman world champion, doing a great job of hanging in there at this point in time.
Yes, he certainly is living his dream, right? Living exactly what he wanted to do right now is, you know, get on that podium. You know, the men are fast approaching that 31-kilometre mark. We'll probably see them hit that in about 2 to 3 minutes. So what'll be interesting to see what happens with Phillips we'll see if he's been able to make any time up when they hit that 31-kilometre mark. And he's about 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes behind, the prediction is, but I think that will really have tightened up by the time we see him come through that 31-kilometre mark. And then, of course, with the women, we do have Sarah Crowley and Carla Feld. They've both gone through the 19-kilometre mark, and they're sitting right around that 39 kilometres per hour. So well done to those two athletes to continue to push the front of this race.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championships. And right now you can see the men's professional field. We have Curry, who's absolutely taking it out right now. Had such a fantastic swim, almost led the entire swim until they crossed that timing mat where Chang decided that he was going to take it. Of course, we have the Aussie, Steve McKenna, who's sitting up there. And we also have the other Aussie, Pete Jacobs, sitting in fourth. And then Mike Phillips from New Zealand, you know, he's moved up into fifth place. And as we hit that 30-kilometre mark on the bike, I'm really, Greg, I'm looking forward to see how he is doing compared to our four leaders right now, because I was sort of like slightly surprised that he got dropped off in that swim. Typically, that's where I would normally see him, but something happened out there in the swim, and I definitely think it was, you know, Curry taking it really hard, particularly around the last few turns on the swim.
Sugarcane fields, plantations, nurseries, you've got to come see it for yourself. It's one of the most fertile areas in Australia, if not in the world. Lots of things growing over here in the way of palm trees and vegetation, but lots of things in the bushes too that we won't talk about. But anyway, Braden Curry now still leads the race, and he is just hammering up the north coast here of Australia. And let's go back and take a look at what happened and transpired earlier today at the Roka swim course. This is the recap. And McKeely, we had a great start to the race where our men's pros got off at 7:40 this morning, and Braden Curry in the pink cap wasted no time setting the pace.
No, he definitely had a mission out there. Absolutely fantastic. And then we saw in the women's, it was Sarah Crowley, who did exactly the same as what Curry did, like really pushed hard for the majority of the swim.
Curry getting after it in the pink cap there. He was joined right there by Nick Castellan early. That was Mike Phillips dropping off the back in the blue cap up there. But this is Sarah Crowley and Carla Feld in the women's race. But on the second lap there, it was Curry that really pushed the pace and was able to dislodge Mike Phillips of New Zealand, also Tim Van Berkel of Australia. And then the group of six became a group of four. The cadence didn't slow down whatsoever for Braden Curry as he just stretched the field right out on the 3.8 kilometre swim, or 2.4 miles. And on the way back in, it was Braden Curry, but it was Chang of Taiwan who got up and sprinted into the transition area in first place with a great time of just over 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Braden Curry wasn't very happy about that. And then, of course, in the women, Sarah Crowley definitely did the majority of the work, but then all of a sudden you did see Raquel Karlefeld, take over the lead in the later stages of the swim. Whether that was because, she felt that Sarah wasn't swimming as fast as she had been, but it's been quite the tussle with these two athletes, and they've been basically side by side for the entire swim as they headed into transition, and right now on the bike they're in exactly that same position.
Haven't been separated by more than 12 metres all day. And as we get back to live shots right now at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns, it is Raquel Karlefeld and Sarah Crowley in first and second, sharing the load at the front of the race here, keeping the pace up and keeping it pretty even too, keeping the other ladies at bay, as a matter of fact, dropping them right now.
Well, I think they have a good strategy, Definitely, they're both very, very talented athletes across the board. They're good swimmers, they're good bike riders, and they're good runners. Definitely Sarah Crowley has a lot more experience than Raquel Karlefeld at this distance. But, they've got the eye on their prize, right? They both have punched their tickets to the Ironman World Championships in Kona. And Karlefeld knows the quality of athlete that Sarah is. So if she wants to have a good performance in Kona, this is a good gauge to see exactly where she's at.
Sarah just looking down at the bike there, getting some nutrition in, as Penny Slater now is making her way through the bike course at this point in time. So third place right now for the Australian here. Penny Slater sits at about 6 minutes down behind our two leaders. Donker in fourth place at 7 minutes, and just over 10 minutes it's Gillespie Jones. Now we get back to the front of the race here with Sarah Crowley looking really good at this stage.
No, she looks super, super strong. As I mentioned before, she's just so great at all three disciplines. There's no real weak link for her. She has run like a 2:59 for the marathon at the end of the swim and the bike, and she is sort of coming back from that little bit of injury that we talked about earlier, that she was actually racing a shorter race in Queensland, actually in New South Wales, and she came into transitions a little bit tough, a little bit too much speed, and she got the rib injury.
Sure did. Got the rib injury and then had to train on the trainer, a little bit sore. She didn't know how she was going to get the training done, but she said after a while, started getting a little bit better, and she, fell into the rhythm of training. It's always hard because the rhythm of the breathing and everything is hampered.
Yeah, and she actually had a skin cancer scare as well. So, always remember to slip, slop and slap, as we say in Australia. So, sun protection is so important. And that's why, you see a lot of the athletes, when they actually come back in transitions, they will definitely apply some more sunscreen.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if in Hawaii or Australia or even Sweden for that matter, because on August 6th, Ironman Kalmar in beautiful Sweden is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Experience one of the loudest, most festive events on the Ironman circuit. A race that draws its energy from the host city and its people. Volunteers and neighbourhoods hosting all-day parties in your honour. Ironman Kalmar Sweden was awarded titles as Most Recommended and Most Best Post-Race in the 2022 Ironman Global Athletes' Choice Awards. Come join the party. Register today. Ironman.com/IMEurope.
Another great event, Greg, that you'll probably sign me up for.
I signed you up for all of them. You know that.
I know. I could
You just
do
don't show
a
up.
whole world marathon tour, Ironman marathon tour.
Yeah, that's right.
This is our women's, the top pro women right now. Of course, we've got the two Aussies battling it out, Sarah Crowley and Raquel Karlefeld. Just unbelievable athletes. Of course, Karlefeld's an Olympian. Sarah Crowley podiumed at the Ironman World Championship. So, definitely Sarah Crowley, she's so aggressive when she races. And when I say she's aggressive, it's like she just keeps pushing and she pushes. And, I tell my athletes that a lot, it's like always like when you feel like you're slowing down, just push to the next level. And then if you feel you're something, just keep pushing the boundaries. Never go over it because, we talk a lot about burning matches. you don't want to burn matches, but you just want to keep the pressure on. And, you know, we've heard a lot of athletes, especially when they're coming back from injuries, that they sort of lose a little bit of focus when they come back from their first race back after a major injury. And because it takes training to maintain focus for this amount of time, and that's why racing is so important.
Yeah, really important as they make the turn now out there. We can see our men's just heading around there as they head out past one of our cane fields there, the sugarcane fields, and just out of the saddle and driving our top 4 athletes there. Still on the front is Braden Curry. They're all chasing, but look now in 4th place here right now. Looks like Chang just struggling a little bit to keep the back wheel of the 3rd place getter there. But I tell you what, the pace is going to heat up because over this rolling course, it's going to take its toll, especially on the second, lap of this bike ride. Remember, we talk about this a lot, McKeely, when, some athletes go above their red line and sort of, don't do the correct pacing or the right nutrition on the day, and the second part becomes really, really difficult. Now, how important, as we can see a little bit of wind, on the top of the sugarcane right now, looks like a tailwind, so a faster section of the course. But how important is it that these athletes now stay on their own pace?
Yeah, it becomes like one of those decisions when you're racing where you've got to do that little mental check. Am I going way outside what I should be doing based on the fitness that I have and the ability I have? Or am I prepared to push it that little bit to stay in this pack? And, if you do get dropped off, you're going to lose a lot of time very quickly, because just the way that the dynamics and the way that Murphy sort of law works, it even works in this situation that, when you are in the mix, it's much easier to maintain it. But as soon as you lose contact and that elastic band starts to stretch and snap, it's like, one, that can mentally pull you down as well. And then physically you have to ask yourself, was it because they're riding so much faster than me? Was it a nutrition issue? Is it something else? And, they're important little mental checks that you need to make.
Well, Braden Curry here is certainly the cream of the crop as we speak about it. An hour and 42 minutes into the race right now. The New Zealander, the 37-year-old from Wanaka, already qualified for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice, September 10. But today, you can see that he is the strength of the field. He's a 4-time Ironman champion. He's won 9 Ironman. Well, actually, he's been on the podium 9 times. He's won 4 70.3 races, and those other podium races in the 70.3, well, 8 times he's done that. He was also second at the Ironman Cairns last year to Max Neumann. So this year he's looking to go one better, and also he's competed here 5 times already. So let's see him on his 6th occasion. He's also won Ironman New Zealand, and he's won the Ironman 70.3 in Taupo as well. So hitting the aid stations right now, you can see the athlete here from New Zealand just hitting all the marks, hitting his nutrition and riding along at 51.5 kilometres an hour.
No, that's telling you that there is a little bit of a tailwind, that's for sure, to be maintaining that sort of speed. And you saw how quickly they move through that transition. And, I also want to bring up like the differences in the bikes, because there's quite a range of the bikes in this group. So you have Braden Curry, who's definitely on not as traditional, because he has a much higher elevated top tube, the way that the bike looks. And then when you saw Chang, he's, he doesn't have that top tube at all. So, there's a huge comparison. And then you see someone like Pete Jacobs and Steve McKenna, they've got more of a traditional looking bike. So it's always interesting to see. And a lot of these developments comes from wind tunnels, getting in the wind tunnel and seeing, what's fastest. So a lot of the manufacturers will put the bike in the wind tunnel, and then a lot of the athletes will then put the bike and themselves in the tunnel. And it can be very different from athlete to athlete based on the front end, how high the top tube is. Of course, if there's no top tube, it's like the way that the wind goes around your body. And that's one of the reasons why we talked earlier about putting that water bottle down the front of your race suit, is because you're trying to stop the gap for that air flow to go straight through your chest. You want it to sort of go around you or through you.
Well, as we go through the far end turnaround right now, Braden Curry is at the lead of this race. But here's what happens if everything is not on the bike properly there. You can see that bottle at the back there. It just absolutely gets catapulted out the back on the rough road here on the left-hand ghost line there on the white line. So if everything's not tucked in nice and tightly, it will be a projectile. And out the back it goes for Curry. So Curry turns around in first place. We got Pete Jacobs also in there right now. We got Chang. He's doing a great job of hanging in there. McKenna from Australia is in there as well. So a couple of Aussies, a Kiwi, and a Taiwanese athlete all up in the top 4 positions right now. Now when they go around the turnaround, interesting to see where Mike Phillips is going to be.
Yeah, for sure. But also let's talk a little bit about that, the fact that Curry did lose that bottle, because that could be significant, because if that was his own nutrition and had his calories, you know, his personal calorie mix in, you know, normally you would have a backup plan, but it may take him a while to even figure out that even came off. Sometimes you do hear it, sometimes you don't, but it wasn't like he went over a bump or something and was, you know, possibly expecting that it could come
Probably
out.
just gradually worked its way out, right?
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if he even noticed it even came out. So that could be something that could really affect his race later on. But there are lots of opportunities to pick up nutrition. It's just a matter of, did he know he lost that nutrition?
Maybe some nutritional issues for our leader out on the course right now. We got a great race in the men's and our women's race heating up with Carla Feld in the lead from Sarah Crowley. Back with more after this.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
So, Greg, here's a question as we return back to our live feed. Okay, is that a penalty violation that Curry lost a water bottle? Would that be a litter penalty?
It's unintentional littering right now, so we'll just have to wait and see what the officials, you know, can call out for that. But it's unintentional, just popped out in the back there. So we'll see what happens a little bit later, but it's been Braden Curry on the front, you know, nutrition or not. He's been the strength of the field so far. He's just been dragging these 3 other athletes through the main, the first part of this course. So definitely the strength of the field right now. Now, they'll be coming back into a headwind at this point of time. So watch out for the average times to just dip down a little bit as they made their way out to the turnaround just a moment ago. They were getting out there at around about 51.5 kilometres an hour average. Now, on the way back, expect that to drop into the mid-40s, and we'll see what happens when they get back down toward Palm Cove, exactly what average time they have going. But the women, not too far back. They started a minute behind today at the start of the swim, and now they're, you know, travelling around about 8 kilometres an hour or slower on the bike on an average time. There you get a good look at the sugarcane fields that are on either side of the highway right now. You'll find a lot of that up here in North Queensland, one of the major exports for Queensland, that's for sure.
Yeah, Greg, and the women are definitely doing very, very well right now. We have Carla Feld and Crowley moving through the 35.3 kilometre mark, and they're riding at 44 kilometres an hour. And they are also the only 2 athletes that got through the 31, and now they've moved up to the 35. So we're just waiting for the rest of the field to get to that 31 kilometre mark. At the 19-kilometre mark, we did see Penny Slater, who was sitting in third. We had Emily Donker sitting in fourth. We had Laura Brown, who had dropped down to sixth because we had Gillespie moved up to fifth. And then we have, who I'm interested to see, Kylie Simpson, who is sitting in seventh. And then we did have a little bit of a move from eighth to ninth where Sutton moved up to eighth and then Sarah Thompson moved to ninth.
Well, last year's race, we had a little bit of a thrilling finish, you know. It was only 6 minutes, or 5.5 minutes that Sarah Crowley, you know, beat Radka Karlefeld, and Kylie Simpson, you know, edged her way up into third spot, just 14 minutes down on Karlefeld, and it was Penny Slater that was right in there as well. So Penny Slater and Kylie Simpson last year had a nice little tussle there, and it was only 2 minutes that separated those two ladies at the end of the race. All right, so Pete Jacobs riding along with Chang, just sitting in there. Steve McKenna up in second, and in first place, Braden Curry just still leading our race right now. Very, very strong athlete from New Zealand, and happy to push it along. And the other guys, I don't know if they can go around him or they're just sitting in and biding their time, like Dennis Chavreau in Hamburg a couple of weeks ago, where Dennis rode a perfect race and just went so fast on an incredible, you know, time for Dennis that day. But right now you can see that just riding out there was Radka Karlefeld going the other way as our men return toward town.
Well, Greg, I just want to talk to you a little bit about the Flex 90 program because it allows athletes that register in the first 90 days that registration is open the flexibility to defer on your Ironman registration. You can transfer it or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in that race, which is great because, you know, sometimes we get sick, we get injured, some things come up. So you can enact these benefits up until 40 days before your race. If your plans change, your race can too. So make sure that you do sign up for that Flex 90 program. And registering within the first 90 days. That's such a fantastic initiative from Ironman because, you know, as an athlete, you know, sometimes, you know, as I said, you get injured, you get sick, or, you know, your plans have to change. So I think that's one of the most innovative things that Ironman has come up with in terms of like entries because, you know, we train so hard and we want to make sure we get to that Ironman finish line, and this is a perfect opportunity to make some changes if needed.
Yeah, correct. I think it's, you know, pretty fair and gives everybody a chance to, you know, if something happens. And I love the idea of that. I love that Ironman is, you know, finding, you know, different ways to, you know, help the athletes, you know, achieve their goals and achieve a great experience out there. And that's what it's all about. Ironman always trying to provide a great experience for their consumers out here. And we've got over 1,500 of those consumers here today in Cairns, and it's a gorgeous day, as you can see, riding on the left-hand side of the road as you do in Australia and some of the other parts of the world there. But right now you can see that Mike Phillips has made his way up onto the back of our lead four. So now the four became five, and Mike Phillips from New Zealand has now joined the lead on our men's group. And
that's what I was waiting for, Greg. That's what I was waiting for.
Well,
great to see, right? You know, great to see, you know. Unfortunately, he got dropped in the swim in the later stages. And, you know, he's had to make up a significant amount of time. You know, it was over 1.5 minutes. So what is that telling me? It's telling me that possibly the front group isn't moving as fast as they need to. Or Phyllis was like, you know what? If I'm going to be in contention for this race, I've got to make a huge effort and get back to the front of this race.
Well, we all know that Mike Phillips is a very strong bike rider. So we know that he's going to make his way to the front there, and expect that Braden Curry and Mike Phillips, if anything's going to happen, those two are going to go off the front and do their thing, and the others are going to be left to pick up the pieces and, you know, try and solidify what may be a little bit of a deficit coming off the bike. So they'll have to be careful, have to be heads up and make sure that they're watching, you know, every one of the moves that possibly Mike Phillips and Braden Curry will pull on the rest of the, you know, the top five there. That being Pete Jacobs and also Chang, and then also Steve McKenna. I would imagine that Steve McKenna has got the goods to go with him. I don't know about Chang and I don't know about Jacobs if they've got enough strength to do that. I I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But we'll wait and see what happens in the second part of the bike here today. But Sarah Crowley, coming off that last corner, just wanted to point out something. Redka Karlefeld was actually quite close and came right up onto the back of Sarah there. So, unfortunately, you know, going around a corner, that means that, you know, Radka was going a heck of a lot faster than what Sarah was at the point of time. But Radka should have continued to go through there because she came within that distance. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. But riding along nicely is Sarah Crowley. At the moment, as you can see, beautiful lush greenery on either side of the course here as they make their way up to the Port Douglas area. Then they'll make a U-turn, come back down past Palm Cove, back into Cairns. They'll be doing a couple of laps out here. And as they go through 35 kilometres, they've got quite a big margin of lead from the rest of the field there. Penny Slater, we've got Gillespie Jones sitting right in there as well. And that's our women's race at this point in time. Penny Slater, Donker's in there, Simpson's in there, Gillespie Jones is right in there, all riding along at around about 38 to 30 kilometres an hour, right in there somewhere. So definitely the strength of the field are our two ladies on the screen right now, and that is Karlefeld and Crowley.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see they're actually riding right in the tyre track of where a car would be right now. So usually that's a little bit smoother than, say, the edges. So they're definitely trying to get the most out of this bike course by riding in the tracks of where the cars would typically like smooth it out that little bit. But yeah, definitely Karlefeld's got to be a little bit cautious about riding up too close, because the rules do state that once you get within that draft zone, you have so many seconds to pass. And it would be a disappointing race for us as spectators if she does get a penalty, because she has been quite strong as these athletes go through the aid stations. And the volunteers do such a great job, because a lot of people don't get the opportunity to actually understand how difficult this job is. But yeah, this is one of the most difficult parts of volunteering on the course is, you know, handing out those bottles. There is definitely a technique to getting it done correctly, because, you know, these athletes, as you said, Greg, they're moving at like 38 to 50 kilometres an hour, and they don't really slow down that much through those aid stations. So it's definitely, you want to hold the bottom of the bottle and hand it off that way. That's definitely the safest way to do it. But that's one of my sort of like my fun things when I'm racing, is to get to those aid station. It's like that little bit of motivation, because finally, you know, you see support, you get whatever you need. It's like a smorgasbord of all different sort of nutrition products. And, you know, look, you can see the marshal coming up right now, possibly giving her a warning and telling her to be careful. I don't see her getting carded or anything.
Did you see Sarah Crowley looking over the left shoulder?
Yeah,
just trying
to
see what happened there, because she knew that what happened, you know, coming out of that turn just before there. But they're riding in the beautiful Douglas Shire region here, and it's absolutely gorgeous, as, you know, taking in a little bit of the rural landscape here. Is, you know, a lot of our races are hitting the urban cities, but right now we can tell you that through the Douglas Shire here, it's absolutely gorgeous. They'll wind their way back down toward the Captain Cook Highway here pretty soon, but this is the turnaround. They're going to head around just off in Craigley here, so they're going to do this right-hander. They'll head their way back toward the Captain Cook Highway, back down to Palm Cove, where they'll start their second lap of the bike. So coming up to 2 hours into the race right now, it is Sarah Crowley that leads Radka Karlefeld around on the end of the first half of the loop up there on the northern end toward Port Douglas. Now the women have turned around. They're chasing after our men. They're already heading back to Palm Cove, where they'll turn around on the Captain Cook Highway and head back out for their second lap. But it looks like Mike Phillips has really attacked and gone toward the front here. He's gone by Chang, he's gone by Jacobs, and now he's moving his way up toward Braden Curry. And look at the gap. It is now starting to form there, so we see our first two of the top five sitting off the back, McKeely.
Yeah, I mean, we know that he is riding way faster than this group to make up a 90-second deficit, and we're only like 2 hours into the entire race and about 46 minutes take away for the swim. So, you know, Phillips isn't going to hang around he was riding significantly faster. And I think if him and Braden Curry can sort of get together and really work a little bit as a group. But I think it's smart that Phillips is sort of just sitting back still a little bit, because that would have exerted a huge amount of energy to make up that deficit so quickly. Like, I was definitely surprised. I mean, I knew he was riding well and he'd made up a little bit of a time, but then all of a sudden, that gap went away so quick. So, if he can sit in and relax a little bit, but I don't think he's that type of athlete. I think that, he knows how to win. He knows what it takes. He's very, very strong on the bike. And you don't want people hanging on that don't necessarily need to be there. And I think that's definitely going to be his race plan moving forward.
Yeah, it looks like the cream of the crop is rising here, and you can see that at the front there we got McKenna, Braden Curry, and also Mike Phillips from New Zealand there. They are really pushing the pace here back along the Captain Cook Highway as they made their way out with an average speed of 51.5 k an hour. They're going to be riding into a touch of headwind on the way back, so expect those times to just slow down just a little bit. McKenna, Curry, Jacobs, Chang and Phillips with the top 5, but now your 5 has become 3. Tim Van Berkel sitting back at 4 minutes with Ben Phillips. There's Blake Kepler, he's also in that 4-minute group. Walsh and Castelline, they're riding along there, so they've got a nice group of 5 sitting back there in between 6th and 10th places. The top 3 now are separated from the top 5, so was 5 that's now become 3, and look at this, Jacobs and company trying to push their way back onto the field here, so a little gap has started to come out, but fighting all the way.
Well, Greg, who's fighting all the way right now is in the women's field is Simpson. So we have 6 athletes that have gone through bike 35-kilometre point. And, of course, we had Carla Fields and Crowley in first and second. Penny Slater is maintaining that 3rd position. She's definitely put a lot more time on Emily Donker, who's sitting about 9:04 back. And Simpson, she's riding faster than everyone else right now. Even though she is sitting 11 minutes back, she definitely is moving slightly quicker than our leaders.
Be right back, right after his, to the Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. Well, the Ironman Asia Pacific is not disappointing, especially with our racers up front there. We got Sarah Crowley in our women's lead. In the men's lead, we have Braden Curry from fellow Kiwi. That would be Mike Phillips, and a fast-charging lead group here of 3. It was 5, and then it went to 3, and now it's trying to come back to 4. So we've got a great race and a good fight for our top 4 at the moment. Radka Karlefeld in our women's race is sitting in 2nd place and not too far away from Sarah Crowley's wheel.
No, she definitely isn't. I mean, it's one of those races where, those two don't want to lose sight of each other. And, it's going to come down to who's the strongest in the closing miles, because right now they're riding very, very similar. Definitely they're at that point in the race where, yeah, it's not as fatiguing as it will be later on. I mean, in another hour, I think we're going to have a little bit more of a story, but we know these athletes have raced each other. We know that they are super competitive. We know that Sarah Crowley won this race last year. We know that Karlefeld was 2nd here last year. It was only a few minutes that separated them.
Yeah, 5.5.
Yeah, and that's not very much on this course. And if I was Karlefeld, I would definitely be using as much energy as I can by maintaining that 2nd position, because they are definitely still, putting a lot more time on everyone else, except for, of course, Kylie Simpson right now. But I think if I was her, it's like, I know that I'd been beaten before by Sarah. She's the defending champion. I would focus entirely on, I'm just going to stay here, stay comfortable, not put any pressure on myself. So now it's up to Sarah Crowley to go, you know what, yep, I've beaten her before. If I have a good day, possibly I could repeat that. But if I have a bad day, she's going to be right there. So it's still quite a fragile situation for both these athletes, because at any point, if mentally they give up or physically they haven't been on top of their nutrition, or we definitely know that Sarah Crowley hasn't had the perfect lead up to this race, but sometimes that can help you as well.
Well, she's our race leader right now. We caught up with her during the week. Take a listen to this, A Fighting Chance with Sarah Crowley.
Love race week, so much mystery power. This is my favourite event. I guess it is the culmination of the Australian domestic season as well. So I think everyone's out there excited to be up in Cairns for what is now the #1 race in the world. Yeah, look, I've been coming here since my first win, 70.3 win in 2012. I've almost made it back every year, so I really can't miss it. Cairns, was being the regional championship of the three, is the most difficult, typically one to win. So yeah, look, I'd really love to just back that up this year and have another great performance. At my warm-up race for this event, I actually came off my bike leading into transition and virtually impaled myself on the bike. So yeah, it's been a challenging few weeks, and really I've only just been swimming regularly in the last maybe week or so. We're able to keep the volume up by just managing the situation using different equipment, snorkels, no flip turns and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I'm very proud of how we've managed it, because I'm actually feeling really fit. So there is always a way. If it means I had to sit indoors on the trainer on the treadmill for 3 or 4 weeks, which was, yeah, not a great for the mind, but it was, we managed to find a way. And so I'm really excited to be here, and now I have like the all clear to be outside and everything else and training normally. So yeah, I'm excited for Sunday. I think people are going to be so excited to see the bike leg of this race, and I reckon you're going to get a lot more international tourists and athletes coming to actually get a go at that, because, you know, I guess there's always been rumours of Tropical North Queensland race, but they'll actually see it firsthand on TV, and yeah, I'm just excited to share that with everyone. You know, it is not always the easiest place to get to, but I think if you make it a destination race, it's definitely something that people will go out of their way to do, and I think they just need to see it, see what we're all raving on about.
Well, when anybody says they impale themselves, it doesn't sound very nice at all. It's great to see you, Sarah, outside racing again, because you are one of the legends of the sport, and today one of our favourites of the race here. And geez, wow, what a great recovery. I would not be feeling good after that, and a couple of broken ribs and just the breathing patterns.
Oh, I've done ribs. I've fractured them. I've torn the ligaments. I've bruised them. It's not pleasant at all. But, you know, she had a great team of coaches behind her. She had, you know, she really listened to them. And I think that's like a really good moment for everyone else who ever does triathlon. You know, it's like, you know, pain is your guide. Yes, sometimes you can like train through it. But like having someone from the outside looking in and making good choices for you is so important, because, you know, we're so motivated. We're so keen. We're like, what's a little bit of pain? But yeah, rib injuries, you don't want to cough, you don't want to laugh, you don't want to use the bathroom. It's like, definitely swimming is tough. I remember one time when I was racing, I'm like, okay, I can still do this race as long as, for one, I don't get kicked on that side, and two, make sure that I swim wide so I don't get kicked. So, you know, this being a little bit of a smaller field, and definitely, you know, she changed, you know, she wore a snorkel, she stayed out of the pool to get it to recover a little bit. So super smart on her part, because this is a huge goal for her. You know, she hadn't raced that much leading into this race at all. And, you know, she really loved this course. She wanted to come back and defend her championship title from 2022. And she absolutely loves this bike course. And how could you not? I mean, look at the scenery. It's a rolling course, and it's a very fair course. And I think that's what a lot of athletes talk about for this course, because, there's no like sort of free ride. You do have to pedal because the way the rollers work, you don't quite have enough speed to freewheel where you actually stop pedaling. You have to pedal the entire way. So for a strong bike rider, that is definitely to your benefit.
Well, I tell you what, it looks like, if you've ever been to Maui, it looks like riding from the shores of Kihei up to Lahaina. You see mountains in the background. Well, they're the mountains of North Queensland in Australia. There's also mountains in Canada. Join us August 27th at Ironman Canada, Penticton, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. Experience all the British Columbia has to offer for you. Enjoy a swim. Voted the third best in North America. On the bike course, you will take in stunning views of the Okanagan Valley, and spectators will cheer you on as you race to the finish line. Register today at ironman.com/IM North America.
And look at the power right now that we can see Sarah Crowley putting out. I would love to see what her bike reading is right now because she looks so strong.
What are you guessing, as far as wattage goes?
Well, I did see that she was talking like during some of her race prep that it was around 300.
That's pretty decent.
So, I mean, I don't imagine she's doing that right now, but the fact that she can do that in training, that's pretty phenomenal.
It really is.
I mean, and that's what you have to do. I mean, there's so many athletes who can go under 430 now on the bike for the women. You have to push some big watts.
Well, how about a few comments about, Penny Slater right now? We see that she's got a beautiful setup on a bike, number one. Great choice of wheel selection today. Very nice in the aerodynamic setup right at the front there. You got the bottle right at the front. You got a bottle on the back there. We've already seen one bottle, catapult out the back with Braden Curry today. But look at this. Beautiful little setup. Love her whole streamlining.
Well, this is what I like about it, Greg. It's she's got that nice tuck and her hands are quite close to her face. And then when you look at aerodynamics, what has she done? She's got disc wheel. She doesn't have a super deep rim on the front, but that's okay because it's much better for handling.
Around about 4 inches.
Yeah, but I mean, much better than a much deeper wheel. Of course, I mentioned the aero helmet. She's got a head tucked. And it looks like she does maybe possibly have something down the front of her suit slightly. It's a little bit hard to tell right now. And the other thing is the compression sleeve on your calf. So some people will say that is an aerodynamic advantage. There still needs to be some more testing to really prove that. But to me, that's decreasing the level of fatigue because the way that compression works, it helps keep the blood flow going. So, and then it also helps support the muscle. So then that's going to reduce your fatigue. So not only does she look great aerodynamic, her choices for being more dynamic are really, really good. And then, of course, she's also making sure that she's reducing the level of fatigue that she will have in her legs. So fantastic choices by Slater right now.
Yeah, I mean, taking advantages of engineering, design, aerodynamics, and when you say the calf sleeves were really popular about 10, 12 years ago, and they sort of took a little bit of a break.
But now there's more research coming out.
Correct.
So there's apparently supposed to be some tests coming out in the next couple of weeks that are really going to either defend the fact that they are aerodynamic, or is it just more muscle fatigue saving?
While we got this shot, I wanted you to comment on what you're seeing on the right as opposed to the left. On the right hand side, you got Penny Slater riding along at about 90-95 cadence. On the left hand side, as Radka Karlefeld with a much slower cadence, just really grinding the gears. We all we talk about it from race to race,
yep.
And we say that you're all individuals, but is there a deficiency division there?
So the pedal stroke efficiency comes from the type of athlete that you are. Some athletes love and are predetermined, genetically they're predetermined to push a lower cadence, and some of them aren't. And sometimes you can train it to push that lower cadence. In an Ironman, if I'm talking about ideal, if I was just doing general terms, I would probably say, some people are going to say 60 for some athletes. Some people are going to say 85, 80 to 85. Like, I sort of like that comfort range for most athletes. But if I've got an athlete who typically is a super high cadence athlete, I'm going to train them a little bit more low cadence, but they'll never get down to 60.
Yeah, there you go. You got the side-by-side shots right now. You got Radka Karlafeld on the left. You got Penny Slater on the right there. A little bit different, position setups.
Well, you just have to look at the space between their arms and their face.
Right.
It's very, very different. But, that comes down to what's most comfortable as well, because if you're not, you can be aerodynamic, but if you're not comfortable, you're not going to be able to hold it. So it does come down to a little bit of personal choice, and then maneuverability of those handlebars as well. Like, now there's a lot more movement that you can have in the front end of the bike as well. And then, yes, definitely hers is a little bit more traditional, but, she does have a nice aero helmet. She does have the nice disc wheel. Again, not as deep on the front, but I don't mind that just because of the bike handling. And then, it also comes down to like where the positioning is of those water bottles, because sometimes, having them at the front is better, sometimes having in the back, because the theory used to be that at the back wasn't as efficient. And you'll see like one's a little bit lower, one's a little bit higher. So, sometimes if you get in the wind tunnel, you can rule out or rule in where those positions are best. And, sometimes on these TT bikes or triathlon bikes, sometimes the water bottle cage is actually on the seat post, or they're on both, but only one water bottle fits, or you have to have a smaller one. But they've both got aerodynamic water bottles on their bikes. So another tick, good choice, making yourself as aerodynamic as you can possibly be.
And I just wanted to commend you on one of your comments just a moment ago. You did say that Penny may have said, something down the front of her jersey there, and it was a water bottle. Yeah. So she pulled it out and...
well, that's like I think it worked out it could be 4+ watts, and depending on the...
A saving of 4+ watts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So based on how tall you are, how short you are, and how high your race suit is, that can have a significant inputs. But a minimum, it looks like what I've seen in research, a minimum of 5 watt saving.
Well, there you go. I mean, you always talk about, hopping into a wind tunnel and doing all that testing. When you think about like the testing done on bikes or handlebars or water bottles or helmets and everything, that's all well and good. But when it comes down to the body, it's the body that's the largest part that's taken all that, wind and everything. So, but when you put it all together, it all makes sense to do that. So Radka here, she's having a very, very nice bike ride. She's out of the saddle. She's pushing the pace here. You can see that she's really getting after it right now, and just really good to see her just grinding away there. She's already gone through the water bottle on the front there. So she's halfway through a special nutrition on the first lap. They're coming up to Palm Cove. After they get to Palm Cove, they'll be heading out on their second of the 2 laps here today on a picture-perfect day. Look how glorious it is. They're riding up the Captain Cook Highway here on a beautiful setting on a nice undulating bike ride, and I've got to give it up to them at the moment. The pace setting has been absolutely fantastic, and everything, as we normally say, probably is going to start happening in the second lap of the bike ride here today. But great pace setting so far. Penny Slater doing a fantastic job of limiting the amount of time that she is behind the group in front, but riding just a second or 2 faster per kilometre.
Well, now she's actually slowed down a little bit. I mean, our 2 leaders are definitely getting aggressive. I mean, you can see just by looking Karlafeld right now, she's like really, really pushing hard on the front right now. And that's starting to make a difference to the rest of the field, because they're riding about 2 kilometres per hour slower right now. Just because you watch them and they're just super aggressive right now. They're not going to wait around. They want to set a standard, and that's preparation. Like when you decide to do a race this time of the year, and you have your main race goal in October, it's like you're not going to save anything. You are going to test the waters, so to speak, and go, okay, if I want to do well at the Ironman World Championships, what do I need to do today so that that's going to help me at the World Championships?
Well, they're figuring it out right now, but one step at a time. Today's race is very important for them because they're both Australians. They're all Australians pretty much in the women's field. They're going for the title of Ironman, Asia Pacific champion right here in Cairns. We're in North Queensland right now. Don't go away. We're coming back to beautiful weather and great results right after this.
Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns. Brought to you by Morton, get used to it. And by Gatorade, fuels you forward. And definitely Rakovic is moving forward right now. Fantastic job, just being super aggressive as she just looked back, trying to break that elastic band of Sarah Crowley right now. And that would be a really significant move if she can break that elastic band. And, Greg, she likes to toe. If you see the angle of her toe, she's got that really, really aggressive toe position. And, sometimes, as a coach and you're looking at, is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I like seeing towing. You just got to be a little careful when you get too aggressive, because as we get a little more mature, that can really put a bit of a strain on the Achilles. But, just like pedal styles, how your pedal technique is sometimes, some people tell you to drop the heel, and I'm like, I cringe a little bit like that. But, it all depends on how flexible you are.
Yeah,
I have some athletes that have really poor mobility through that calf and ankle, and physically they can't drop their heel.
Yeah, I generally think that it's a well-known fact that women have more flexible ankles than men. So I think that, what Radka is showing off here is that she does have very flexible ankles here, and you can see that, she's using...
Swimmer?
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that's right. So it also gives you a good, kicking style as well. But you can see that she's using a full 360-degree pedal stroke here. Both of those legs are pushing down more than 180 degrees each rotation on left and right side, pulling up with the hamstrings just a little bit. You can see as the toe is going down, it's flattening out right at the bottom of the pedal stroke, and then engaging the glute and the hamstring as well. So Radka goes into the tuck here on this beautiful rolling course on the Captain Cook Highway in Australia, riding along the left-hand side of the road. You've got cockatoos and kangaroos, maybe a koala or two. Who knows what's going to pop out of the bush here, Makili, a cassowary and, sugarcane fields. We've got all sorts of things happening up here on the beautiful Port Douglas and Palm Cove area. That's the northern part of Cairns area. We'll be getting down into Cairns proper when the athletes get off their bikes at T2 and then head off onto the 4-lap 26.2 mile marathon run, the Hoka 42-kilometre run. That'll finish off today's race here in the Asia Pacific Championship. And that's where Radka Karlefeld would love to go number 1 this year. She was 2 last year by 5.5 minutes to Sarah Crowley.
Actually, I don't know if you just saw then as well, you could see Sarah Crowley in the motorcycles window, the mirror right then. So not too far behind. But, it's nice to see that these athletes are sort of sharing the workload, because you sort of get frustrated if you're sitting at the front and, somebody's behind you and you'll feel like, hey, can you help me out a little bit? It's within the rules as long as you are staying the legal distance, but it is good mentally, because it sort of gives you a chance to focus on something different. Because when you're out in front leading a race, it's very, very different to sitting in a group. And it can get very, very lonely. And we saw in the men's race, right, the total opposite, where they're not really sharing the lead. I'm sure now that we've got a couple of the other athletes moving forward in the men's race, that's going to make a bit of a difference, because Mike Phillips hopefully will help Braden Curry a little bit, and that'll really help them propel themselves a little bit more forward. So when you are in a group like this, yeah, you want help, but sometimes athletes are so strong. Some of the athletes can't do anything. So they're like, hey, this is all I got today. If I go to the front, I'm going to get dropped. So it's also a matter of like checking in, you know, am I strong enough today? Am I feeling great? You know, is this the place that I need to do to put myself in the best possible position?
Fullgaz is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
The Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship right here in Cairns continues, and we have Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld leading our women's race today on a beautiful day, 75 degrees Fahrenheit or 24 degrees Celsius. It's a beautiful, picturesque day. It says overcast clouds. Well, they may creep in a little bit later in the day today. Humidity is dropping. It is heading up toward the midday hour, 69% as you would imagine. It'll pop up into the 90s later on in the day. The wind is not what we expected. Very low out on course right now, 4 kilometres an hour or 2.5 miles an hour out of the south. So they're fighting the headwind all the way back into town. The UV index always pretty high there in Australia, 4.3 at the moment. But plenty of sunscreen will be worn, right?
Yeah, you will definitely need it on a day like today. This is Penny Slater that we can see right now. She's sitting in third place. In fourth, we have Emily Donker, who is, you know, almost 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes behind. And then Kylie Simpson, who is another 90 seconds from there. So if Emily and Kylie can get together, possibly they could move forward and help Penny Slater. But Penny, you know, she's a strong competitive athlete. You know, she would love to get on the podium. You know, she's one of those athletes that, like, you know, she started racing in 2014. She quit her job as teaching to be a professional athlete. She was fourth here in 2024 with a 9:21, but she also raced here in 2021 as well as 2022. Typically, you know, she bikes around that 450 to 455. She's quite the runner though, because, you know, anyone that can run, you know, that 310 to 311. I mean, a lot of the athletes are dipping down into the 3 hours, but, you know, and she has experience. You know, in 2023, she was third at Ironman South Africa as well. So, she, you know, she's got the potential to get in the podium, and that's what she's doing right now. She was sitting in third.
Riding back into the headwind here, the average pace significantly drops here. The men went out at 51.5 kilometres an hour average in the northerly direction when they head south. Now they are riding along at about 38 kilometres an hour. And the women, in that respect as well, they are down around about 10 to 12 kilometres average as well. So, as you can see here, Radka Karlefeld just still grinding on the nose of that saddle there. They are 8.5 minutes up on third place, her and Sarah Crowley. So they have a handy lead, riding 3 kilometres an hour average pace faster than third place at this point in time. So there we go, past the penalty box. No need to slow down and go in there for Radka Karlefeld.
Yeah, and, you know, Craig, what's interesting that you were just mentioning too is the fact that, you know, last year, Karlefeld finished second, Crowley finished first, but where did it happen? It happened all on the bike. 5-minute deficit that Karlefeld lost on the bike. On the run, identical run times.
3:12.
3:12. So identical run times. So you don't want anything to go wrong right now for either one of these athletes. It's like, you know, it's going to be really interesting because, you know, I know that Brad Racker's husband would have done the homework, would have prepared her to be more dominant today. It's like that's the way that Brad works. He's really good at figuring out what's the best amount of time because, you know, they have a family, they have a business. What's the best amount of time that they can maximize to improve her? She's not one of these athletes that, you know, can sort of add in some junk miles, which really you don't want to do. But, you know, you see a lot of the athletes who still do it. Doesn't matter if you're a pro athlete or your age group athlete. You know, sometimes it's much better if you have that little bit more structure that, hey, I only have 20 hours. That's all I have. I'm going to make the most out of that 20 hours. So, you know, knowing Brad, I've trained with Brad before when he was like a young lad. I had done some training with him. So, you know, he's quite the guy that'll get out there and he'll study. He'll like, how can I get better? What do I need to do? And he's quite brilliant in figuring it out and making the most, especially if you don't have that huge amount of time. So, you know, she does look so strong and she knows why she lost the race last year. So she's probably been like every session she's been out on the bike, I'm sure she's been visualizing about this moment, being on the front, driving it, making Sarah Crowley possibly, you know, have a little bit of doubt coming into this part of the course right now because we're at like 2 hours 30. They're coming back on that first lap. After the first lap, it's like the course is getting a little bit tougher. There's a little bit more climbing. There's a little bit more headwind. So this is when, you know, you have to also be patient. We talk a lot about patience, right, Greg? This is what you also have to be. So is she being too aggressive or is she like, this is what her plan was, like when it got a little bit tougher, she was going to make sure she kept pushing. Yeah,
it's the third, 36 miles or the third, 60K as we normally call it. And great comments by you. Well done analysing, what's happened previously. And when you look at what happened last year with a 4:48 by Sarah and a 4:53 by Radka. Radka knows exactly what she's got to do. She has to hang tough, and she gets off onto the run with Sarah. She knows that she can run side by side, and who knows what happens then because applying pressure to your to your race mate to the side of you, it just becomes a mental battle at that point in time. And when they're running so consistently, these days on the run, provided their nutrition goes well, it's going to be coming down to a two-person race, and whoever's going to have it in the last 5 kilometres. So if Radka can hang tough today, we'll know that she's going to be pushing Sarah all the way for a good result. But Penny Slater, she's about 8 minutes down. She's riding about 2.5 kilometres an hour on average, slower than our lead 2 women on the race course right now, but she's coming back home down to Palm Cove on the Captain Cook Highway before turning around like our men and heading back out for our second lap of the bike ride today. But it is McKenna that's leading our race right now with Curry, Mike Phillips and Pete Jacobs and Chang. They're all there. Top 5 at last split. That was a 58K. Expecting the next update coming through here in around about 3 or 4 minutes time, and then we'll give you just exactly what you need to know about our top men. They are just about to hit that 70 kilometre mark, 76 kilometre mark, and then they will be getting real close to start that second lap.
And when you look back through the field for the men, it's quite competitive. It's like you're still seeing like that group of 4, 5 up front. They're maintaining a good effort, and then you sort of got that group that's sitting about 4 to 4.5 minutes back. I mean, someone that we really haven't talked much about is Matt Burton. He's another guy, another Aussie that you have to take notice sometimes that could potentially move through. Of course, Tim Van Berkel, like, oh my goodness, so consistent on the run. He's sitting in that 7th position. And then, you know, you have Ben Phillips, who's also in that group. And then, you know, you move down and there's a little bit more of a gap, almost a minute back to 9th place with Fraser Walsh. And then, you know, that's basically what's happening. So basically right now, if you look at the men's, you have the group of 5, and then you basically have a group of 3 that are really, like, obviously they're probably working together a little bit. And that's what they need to do, because typically when you look through and you'll go, okay, who's the mover and shaker right now? And when you look back, like the first mover and shaker that I saw was Phillips, right? Making up that time after his deficit. And then the other mover and shaker is Matt Burton. He is, you know, probably like almost 1 to 1.5 kilometers per hour faster than anyone else right now. And that's how he's managed to move up into that 6th position, Greg. That's 6 places he's moved up in a short amount of time.
Mover and a shaker, definitely, as you can see now on the back of our men's group here. We've still got 4 athletes in this group, so one of them, by the look of it, has dropped off, and it looks like Chang has dropped off from Taiwan, so we'll get back to that in just a few seconds. But there is Jacobs riding on the back there in 3rd position. That is Mike Phillips from New Zealand. He's having a great year. You know, this year he's first at 70.3 in Geelong, first at Ironman New Zealand, first at Wanaka, first at Tarangi, 70.3 as well. So he's having a great season so far, with 4 races, 2 wins and 2 runner-ups. As we go to break, look at our men. They'll be back to finish off the first lap of the bike. Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific right here in Cairns is coming to an end of the first bike lap here today, coming up to that 80-kilometre lap there, and then we'll be heading out for the second lap, and then they'll be heading into the transition at 180 kilometres into it, but that's a couple of hours away. These gentlemen have been riding at very good speeds up and down the Captain Cook Highway here toward Port Douglas on Queensland's north coast here. We're surrounded by the Pacific Ocean and one of the most beautiful reefs in the world, the Great Barrier Reef. So here we go with the turnaround, McKeely. How are they looking?
Well, Greg, I was just going to make note that they don't seem to be riding as aggressive as they were earlier, to be honest. They definitely don't seem to be like really pushing. You know, it just didn't have the intensity that we saw, like particularly like when we saw the women's race with Karlefeld in the front, right? We saw the intensity. I just felt there wasn't as much intensity as they went around that U-turn.
Beautiful 180-kilometre bike course. You'll see they exited out of Palm Cove at C1, heading up the Captain Cook Highway toward Port Douglas. They venture up the iconic Rex Lookout, soaking up all those breathtaking views out there today of the Pacific Ocean and the seaside rainforest here in tropical North Queensland. And there we go, we've got our lead 4 men as they take it on and just about to start that second lap here. And look at this, just a little bit of a gap in the action.
Yeah, you just had one athlete that was moving into that second position. So there is a little like shuffling going on. And, you know, when that happens, you've got to be very careful and make sure that you do move back. But I did notice, like, when we were talking, like I was talking about, like the intensity, it's like, you know, Pete Jacobs was like free pedaling there for a second when that happened. So, you know, because there was like a much larger space, possibly on a downhill, but like I really feel that they're not really got the intensity that I've seen from them. And that could be maybe a little strategy or the part of the course, but, you know, and I think that's why someone like Matt Burton is like moving faster right now, is because definitely the speed has dropped off in this front group and it's being a little bit more tactical than it is just like getting out and going as hard as you can.
Well, strategy's right there right now, because Mike Phillips is off to a flying start this year. In Geelong, he was first in the 70.3 there. In Ironman New Zealand, he also backed it up with a victory. In Wanaka, he was second place. And then in Tarangi, he was second place. But in Ironman New Zealand for Braden Curry, he was second, and that was to Mike Phillips. And then in Tarangi, he was first and he beat Mike Phillips. So now it's really heating up. Is it getting personal? Is it getting a battle between the Kiwis? I don't know. We're just going to have to wait and find out. Let's go over and have a look at a fighting chance with Braden Curry.
My name's Braden Curry. I am 37 now. And I'm from Wanaka, New Zealand. I think I've raced here maybe 5 times now. Probably the most memorable year here was racing Javier Gomez. That year was a pretty phenomenal year actually. I think we had some real depth in the field. So it came down to a running race between me and Gomez. Yeah, we had a big battle for 5 or 6K. And I think that was the first time I went under 240 for the marathon too. So I guess a good stepping stone in my career of Ironman racing. The course is actually really good. Lots of rolling hills and, you know, that sort of punchy section through the middle. Yeah, Rex's Lookout just kind of breaks up the course a bit. It's actually a really nice kind of quite fast, flowy, hot mix section through the trees after that for a while. I love racing, and yeah, racing here is as good as it gets in a way. I love when it gets down into that 7-hour mark and still sort of side by side. It's part of being a sports person, I think. You hope that it inspires other people to get out there and live their best life. For me, if I can show true grit, toughness and some inspiration out there on the course, and you know that helps some other people get out there and achieve their dreams, then yeah, for me that's awesome.
It's definitely a good thing that Braden Curry likes rolling courses, because that's exactly what this Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship is all about, as well as the spectacular scenery. You've got the coast on one side, you've got the rainforest on the other side, you know, so much shade. Like we mentioned this earlier how like the shade is super important, because the humidity was sitting at 70.3 at one point, and then it was like almost 97, and now it's probably going to drop down a little bit. But you know, that's super important. Why? Because the heat index, right? We always talk about the heat index, and the higher the humidity, you know, you might have a little bit lower temperature, but because the heat index is going to be higher. And then you go to the extreme when you have really high humidity and really high temperatures, and that's when the heat index just goes like through the roof. So right now, this is just ideal conditions for these athletes. You know, you really appreciate the shade for keeping you a little bit cooler. And then, you know, it is like a little bit cloudy, although we are seeing a lot more sun out there right now. But this also protects you, because no matter what race you do, you know, the sun does eventually catch up to the sunscreen, where you get a little bit burnt, even though the athletes are well covered with their tri-suits. But still, the intensity of the sun is getting lessened by the fact that they are riding through these shaded areas.
Well, the beautiful shaded area here and the overhead aerial shots are brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland, and they are great shots. We mentioned just a moment ago, McKeely, just going through Ellis Beach here in the beautiful shaded area, the great canopy of trees that are, you know, providing a little bit of respite, you know, for our athletes as they go through these beautifully shaded areas. And you are right, it does bring the temperature down a little bit, and it makes it good for everyone out there as they are getting up to probably, you know, one of the hotter points of the day. Probably about 3 o'clock this afternoon is going to be the hottest point of the day. But another one of the hot races out there, Texas, join us. In the Lone Star State in April 2024, the Memorial Home in Ironman, Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, will be home to the North American Championship race. Voted the best overall race in 2022, as well as the best finish line and best post-race experience. Well, that sounds exciting, doesn't it? The swim is point to point. Chase your personal best pace as you ride on the closed toll roads. Enjoy one of the most spirited runs in North America, passing through the iconic Hippie Hollow. Registration is now open. Sign up today at ironman.com/Ironman North America. I am North America. And I remember, calling Texas this year as Cat Matthews made a brilliant comeback, and going through Hippie Hollow was hilarious. So going through there, they have the drums and the bongos and everything else, and whatever you would expect you would see out there, and extra. All right, so we got our top 4 athletes just now heading through Ellis Beach here, now heading off to the wonderful resort, or toward the wonderful resort of Port Douglas, before making their U-turn all the way back down toward Palm Cove and Cairns, and that's where they'll get off the bikes and transition. Transition area number 2 is located in Cairns, unlike transition area number 1, where the swim was held at Palm Cove today. On our women's side of things, Radka Karlefeld still leads Sarah Crowley. Penny Slater dropping back to just over 9 minutes down. Donker there at 11. Simpson and Gillespie Jones, 11 and 13 minutes respectively. But our top 4 right now, Braden Curry, Mike Phillips, and there he is, just hanging in there. Steve McKenna from Australia and Pete Jacobs, 2 Aussies, 2 Kiwis, 1 battle.
Yeah, and right behind them you have Chang, who sneaked past Curry for the swim to be first out of the water. And then, that next group, it's like bragging rights, bragging rights. I led Ironman Cairns out of the water. Yeah, so behind Chang, he's lost 2:12. But then behind him, you've got Matt Burton, Ben Phillips, Tim Van Berkel. They're the danger guys right now, because are they riding as well as the front group? Yes, they are definitely riding. Matt Burton is definitely riding still slightly faster than everyone else, so obviously he's going to be the one who's pushing that next group. So you have the 4 guys up front with McKenna, Curry, Phillips and Jacobs. You have Chang, who's sitting in 5th. And then you have Matt Burton, and of course, the ever consistent on the run, Tim Van Berkel.
Back right after this.
It's going to be an iconic race in an iconic location, the home and course of many, many champions fought out.
Must be nice to be in these if you're Mark Allen.
I had the opportunity to compete in my first Ironman World Championships in 2022 in Kona on the Big Island, and it was a dream come true for me. It is one of my favorite places in the world, and I feel such a spiritual connection with the island.
I am personally very, very excited to be there. A race, the course is going to be challenging, hilly, hence why I'm in the hills preparing already for it. But I tell you what, no one knows how to put on a triathlon party quite like the French.
The race venue is amazing, but what makes it so special is the community there and how they embrace triathletes, and also our community of triathlon that gathers there every year.
So I'm sure we're going to be in for a treat. Looking forward to a beautiful course in the Mediterranean. I've had the pleasure of living there for a few years, and I can tell you it's gonna be spectacular and worth preparing for.
I felt so proud to be representing myself, my family, my daughter, and my teammates out on LE Drive and on the Queen K.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Enjoy the celebrations and even more the preparations. See you then.
Join me there in 2023 to enjoy the magic that is the Big Island during race week.
For the first time ever, the VinFast Ironman World Championship will be co-host in Kailua Kona, Hawaii and Nice, France. The best male professional and age group athletes from around the world will descend on Nice. The spotlight will shine bright and the best female professional and age group athletes in Kailua Kona. These iconic locations have vast history in triathlon and embrace the community of triathletes. Here are two of the greats describing their excitement of the next step of the World Championship evolution.
Yeah, how excited were they, Greg, to see our Chelsea Sodaro, our defending world champion, and then Jan Frodeno, one of the best athletes we've ever seen. And I think that's what's so special about Ironman World Championships. It's like, it's that national pride. It's like you're racing against the best people in the world. You know, as an athlete, it's like I always looked at the calendar and go, okay, how can I be at the best possible shape at that moment in time? Because it is special to say you're a world champion. I mean, both Greg and I sitting here have been multiple world champions, and you know, it's a nice reminder of that excitement that, you know, going to a world championship brings when you hear those two athletes talk about it. But we're going to get back to the action here at Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championships. We are watching the top pro men right now. Steve McKenna has really shown strength on the bike after losing some time out of the water. And then you got Braden Curry, who definitely doesn't want McKenna to take this victory today after losing to him at Ironman New Zealand. Sorry, Steve McKenna won Ironman Australia. It's Phillips and Curry who have been battling it out early in the season at Ironman New Zealand, where Phillips actually was the victor and Curry finished in second, so he'd love to turn that around. But, you know, Greg, I'm impressed. Pete Jacobs hanging in there right now, you know, doing a fantastic job to be in that lead group. You know, he does have a pretty good track record by being an Ironman world champion quite a few years back. But, like, what excites me is just seeing him up the front. He talked about this is where he wanted to be. He's living that dream, you know, and to have him on the course, you know, it's so special. You know, being an Ironman world champion, we just saw, you know, so special. So to have Pete Jacobs in fourth, I think that's pretty awesome today.
Absolutely gorgeous shots, and the aerials brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland. As we head off for a break, you are watching one of the most beautiful and iconic courses on the Ironman World Tour here. Don't go away. Right back after this.
Dinner time!
Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific continues here as we look at the back of our lead group here. The lead of our group here as he overtakes our age group athletes. This is sitting on my bed on the back here in fourth place. This is Pete Jacobs from Australia. Right up ahead is Mike Phillips, New Zealand, and then we have Steve McKenna and Braden Curry right here. So the VinFast performance analysis right here, we can tell you that these guys are not only clocking it on pretty fast at 41.23 kilometres an hour, they're being clocked in at the next split around about 3 hours and 2 minutes on the clock. That is our VinFast performance analysis, brought to you by VinFast.
Yeah, Greg, and That's such a good group. You know, these guys are so strong. They are starting to get their sort of groove back. Like, you can see the tempo's gone up again. I don't know if you noticed that as well, but, you know, they're starting to spread out a little bit more. So definitely they've picked up a little bit of the tempo. We're probably going to see them hit the next split in about 8 minutes. And that will be, for the men, that'll be about 94 kilometres. So probably in about 8 minutes, we'll see them come through. It'll be interesting to see what that 6th, 7th and 8th position looks like, if they've managed to make up any time or if they're holding. I'm going to predict that the leaders are going to put a little bit more time over them into that. And then when we look at the pro women, we're going to see in about 2 minutes, we're going to see what the women leaders are at the 76 kilometre mark. So definitely, you know, the women's field, they've definitely on one of the harder parts of the course right now because they're riding at about 32 kilometres per hour. So that's the thing with this course. There are some good, honest sections that tends to break up the field a little bit, and that's what we've been seeing through this race, Greg.
Yeah, over the rolling course. We know it's rolling terrain over this bike course, and, you know, we've seen the likes of not only our men, but, you know, Rutger Karlefeld and Sarah Crowley in and out of the saddle, just grinding up those little rollers there as they go, you know, in and out of those little coves along the Pacific Ocean there, right up here in North Queensland. On this rolling course, we can give you an update on the men as they went through 76 kilometres. You know that our lead group of 4 athletes was not the same as it is now because Mike Phillips has gone up into the lead group, whereas TC Chang has gone back into the 5th position there, but he's now 2 minutes and 12 seconds down on our lead group. The big move, though, was Matt Burton. He's now 3:57 down. Ben Phillips is at 5:19, and riding alongside of Ben Phillips, or right behind, is Tim Van Berkel from Australia. Then Fraser Walsh is at 7:13, and 7:32 down is Blake Kepler from Australia as well. So that's how it stands at the 76 kilometre marker, but we are coming up to the 94 kilometre marker very soon, as we now see there is Penny Slater just passing one of our age group athletes out on course.
Yeah, and on the other side of the screen, we have a nice split view right now of Sarah Crowley, who is definitely accelerating on this part of the course right now. She's picked up her cadence. She's got that more modern style bike fit where the aero bars are at probably like a 45-degree angle right now. She's quite smooth in her pedal action. I would love to see her a little bit more steady because you can see her front wheel moving around a little bit. But that could also be maybe she's hitting a little bit more of a wind tilt to the side as she's riding along. But, you know, if I was going to, you know, think about a little bit more on her technique, she does tend to roll her shoulders a little bit as well.
On one of the rollers right now, you can see Penny Slater heading uphill, and one of our other athletes, yeah, just absolutely grinding there from Japan in the big gear. I would imagine that they're stuck in the big gear. I just can't imagine that they would be doing that by design. You know, might be a battery issue, or just, hey, maybe they like riding out of the saddle in the big gear like that, but not my first choice.
Yeah, that would burn a lot of matches if you unfortunate that you were stuck in a hard gear coming up some of these climbs because, you know, as we talked about earlier, this is an honest course. There are some rollers on the course, and I think the challenging part of this race is, like, you're not seeing a lot of freewheeling. You're not seeing a lot of time where the athletes sort of stop pedaling and get that nice aerodynamic downhill fit that you see where they'll really get low over the front of the bike. You're seeing a lot of the athletes just pedaling the entire way, and there's only been like small parts of the course that we've actually seen athletes get out of the saddle or even out of that aero bar position. So, you know, in terms of training for this course, the way that you would design your the bike portion would definitely try to spend as much time as you can in the aero bars because these athletes are spending a lot of time. And finding terrain where you actually have to pedal the entire time, and definitely getting on a trainer can really help with that because you can get in your aero bar position and you're very static, and it will help build the muscles required, because when you're riding like inside on a stationary trainer or a virtual trainer and then you go out you sort of don't get the variables of the terrain where bumps in the road, getting knocked around. So it is important to supplement those indoor riding with outdoor, because the stabilizers that you need on the bike when you're in the real world is significant, especially over a 180-kilometre bike.
Well, we know that a lot of athletes have done a lot of training on the indoors. Indoor trainer Lionel Sanders was one of those that really, rode outside and, the beginning of his career there. And now I don't know what he's doing now at this point, but I would imagine a lot more outside riding. He lives in a great place, I think, down in Tucson, Arizona, where it's great riding down there. In the mountains, they have lots of, great rides in that region. But right now we can tell you that Braden Curry and Mike Phillips come from a country of beautiful country roads, and they know that this course very similar, I would imagine, like with, Topor, the Ironman course over there. Slow riding surface, but very, very rolling, great terrain out there as well. And the Ironman New Zealand was held just recently, where Mike Phillips was the victor. Braden Curry was in second position there, but they switched places. Tarangi 70.3 when it was the switching of Braden Curry into first place and then Mike Phillips in second, both of New Zealand. We're going to run off to a break. This is the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Back right after this.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Return to the beautiful overhead aerials, brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland, here to the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, as now we are heading toward the halfway point of the men's race here. 4 spots are available for the Ironman World Championship coming up September 10 in Nice, and also 4 spots available for our women as they attempt to qualify for the first ever women's only race in Kailua Kona at the home of the Ironman World Championship there. And then also 75 spots for our men's age group and 75 spots for women's age group as well to qualify for the World Championships. But into the women's race here is Radka Karlefeld going past Ellis Beach for the very second time here today as she makes her way out. Sarah Crowley sitting in second position. And remember, last year it came down to a 2-person race, and that was Sarah Crowley taking the tape, only 5.5 minutes in front of Radka Karlefeld. But it all came down to the bike splits. It was where Karlefeld rode a just over a 4:53, and it was a 4:48 by Sarah Crowley, both having run 3 hours and 12 minutes. Here is your VinFast performance analysis on our women's. They're riding along at 37 kilometres per hour, and the next time we'll get a split is going to be at 3:24 on the clock. So there they go, up past Ellis Beach and looking good, McKeely.
No, they're looking really good, but I am surprised that Sarah Crowley hasn't been in the lead as much. Like at the start of the bike, I felt like Sarah Crowley was like being a little more dominant on the bike, but now we've sort of got reversal. We have Radka Karlefeld doing a lot of the work on the front, and yeah, there is a draft zone. You have to ride within this draft zone, but like definitely sitting on the front of a pack, you're definitely using a little bit more energy, just because the focus is completely different. It's like when you're sitting behind someone, you can sort of just dial in and just focus right on their back wheel. But then you also have to be cautious that you don't get too close. So you have to be a little bit in the moment as well, and like be really cautious on that, because, you know, a lot of these athletes are going to ride the line They're not going to, try to go over that draft line, but they will ride like exactly where it needs to be. I mean, that's just part of it. If the rule says 20 metres, you're not going to ride 30 metres because that mental benefit of like knowing, well, this is the limit. As long as I know I'm there and I'm legal, well, that's what I'm going to do. But yeah, I'm quite surprised she's letting her do a lot of the work. But then I'm thinking, okay, Sarah, that's smart. You know what? Obviously, you know that she's having a great race. She's feeling strong. You led a lot of the swim. She took the lead at the end of the swim. So you sort of took turns. It's like, that she's a very good runner. It's like, okay, if it comes down to a run, yeah, on paper, I have ran way faster because Sarah has run under 3 hours, where Carla Feld's so sort of new to Ironman. She hasn't yet. But just in the fact that last year they both ran the same Ironman, they both are thinking they've got a chance to win this race.
Yeah, closing out that women's analysis just on that portion, two things I want to say is that first, is Sarah Crowley recovered from the crash, the bad accident that she had? Number two, and if she is recovered, is she waiting for the one-third of the race here on the bike course, wait for that last 60K to make an effort? What I'm really impressed with here on the men's side of things is that although Pete Jacobs has been in fourth place, the whole time on the bike ride here, good on him. I mean, he's a little bit older than the rest of the athletes here. He's riding the fairest race. He has been the furthest back, in those draft zones and been doing very well. So I'm really impressed at that. McKenna's on the front, doing his things. He's got Braden Curry right behind. Braden Curry's broken 240 on the run here before. And then Mike Phillips has been the informed guy this year. The lead four athletes here are incredible. I'd like to see, if Pete Jacobs has the goods to hang on over the last third of the bike ride as well as we go around Rex's Lookout here, and then we're going to be heading up toward Thala Beach before the U-turn and coming back down toward Palm Cove and back into Cairns. But right now, we can tell you that going past this beautiful beach area here, it's McKenna. He's still in the lead, riding along at 42 kilometres an hour on average. So is Curry, Phillips and Jacobs, and they are just absolutely cranking it out. Our next split's going to come to you at around about 15 minutes from now. So that's how it stands, our top four in our men's race right now as they're making their way out on the second lap. And look at this, Braden Curry overtaking McKenna.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. I think like when you're in a pack like this, you want to feel like everyone's doing the work. Okay, who are the danger horses? Well, we know McKenna, we know Curry, we know Phillips. We know Pete Jacobs, he would love to finish the top three, and he just hasn't had the performances yet, but it could be today. So I think the least threat right now would be Pete Jacobs, and you can see that elastic band is getting stretched out a little bit. So if I was McKenna and I'm sitting on the front and I want to keep the momentum going, I'd want to get to the front and go, hey, yep, I'm willing to help. I'm willing to keep the pace going, because that's going to benefit all three. And how fantastic would it be to have a three-person race when we come down to the marathon, Greg?
Will be very good, but a big, exciting push there from Braden Curry from New Zealand has got him to the front, and now it is Pete Jacobs that's just falling off the back a little bit. The 2024 Ironman 70.3 World Championship, Taupo, New Zealand, is set to host the 2024 VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Swim in one of the world's largest freshwater lakes, ride through the beautiful rural landscapes, and enjoy the lakefront views and spectators on the run. See you in Taupo in 2024. Go to ironman.com/IM703 World Championship 2024. So that last push by Braden Curry was very impressive. He went past McKenna. He just overtook him. He pushed the pace. And then, Jacobs just went straight out the back, but he's trying to find his way back on, into that fourth place and back onto that legal, amount of distance back just outside of the draft zone there. Mike Phillips has been very impressive. not doing much of the work at the front. They're just sitting in, waiting for their last putt. And look at this. You can see that elastic band has really stretched out and snapped for Jacobs at this point in time.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case. If you know, these guys get a little tactical and they don't keep pushing, that could open the door back open to him. But like, it doesn't look like that's the case. But you know, Matt Burton, like, he's now moved himself up to 5th. So, you know, he's still like, I think like 8 minutes back. Actually, no, it's dropped now. It's only 3:51. But, you know, I did talk to Matt early in the week and he said this is his 7th time doing Ironman Cairns and he's yet to race well along the Captain Cook. So he's sort of playing the consistent game. And, you know, he knows that there's plenty of talent in that front group between the Kiwis and the Aussie. And he really believed that they're definitely that Mike and Braden are the biggest players out in the field. And, you know, you're not going to count out McKenna because, you know, he's doing a great job to be in the mix. So I think, you know, for someone like Matt Burton, he's got that opportunity that if these guys really fight it out and they start falling to pieces, he definitely could be the one that will come up with that performance that he's been waiting to have over the last 7 years.
Well, I don't know if you'd call McKenna the lamb in the sandwich or a rack of lamb or whatever you call it, or McKenna's in the middle of the sausage roll here, but he is now the dog in the sandwich here because he's now sandwiched between two of the Kiwis. It's Braden Curry and Mike Phillips in 1st and 3rd, and the Aussie has been fighting it out at the front of the race with Braden Curry over the last 35 to 40 kilometres. Mike Phillips hasn't come through and done a lot of work recently, but he is now just waiting for his time. He is riding his own race. And then over to the women's race, it's Rutger Karlefeld riding her race as well with Sarah Crowley. Now, we saw this last year as they were locked in battle most of the day. And it was the end of the bike ride that was the telling story for the win and for the runner-up. So today, Karlefeld knows exactly what she has to do. Just got to keep a cool mind and keep the pace going.
Yeah, Greg, and, you know, I've talked about tactics a lot of the time. And, you know, some athletes like to do their own race. And I think that's what Karlefeld's been doing. Like, she felt that she wanted to get to the front of this race and do her own race. And then you've got Sarah Crowley, and she's got to have a little bit of doubt in the back of her head after, you know, crashing in a race a couple of weeks ago and not being able to put as much time that she would usually. So for her, this lead-up's been very, very different. So the question that I would ask about Sarah Crowley, you know, how confident is she that, you know, she's done the work? For me, I'm going, yeah, she's done the work because she's been racing a long time, and that muscle memory is so valuable that, you know, you can go on that past experience and know that you've been able to do it. But then, you know, you look at Karlefeld, who hasn't been racing as many Ironmans. You know, this Ironman distance racing is new to her. Yes, she's done a bunch of 70.3s, but the Ironman distance. So then I would look, okay, who's fresher in terms of getting the best performance at this point in time? You know, when you look at Sarah, she's 40. When you look at Karlefeld, you know, she's 38, so only 2 years difference. Is that significant enough? But then you got to look back. Okay, Karlefeld's been in the sport for a long time. She's been to the Olympics. You know, done absolutely amazing at 70.3 distance races.
Exciting overhead shots right here, brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland, as it's another Kiwi. Now it is Mike Phillips attacking the Australian McKenna, and Braden Curry goes into 3rd. McKeely, I've got an all-important question for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever tied a knot in a rubber band? Because that's exactly what Pete Jacobs has done.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's now forced his way back into the action here, back into the top 4. He was never out of the top 4, but he was dropping back. He was down at about 12 to 13 seconds down, and now he's back only 2 seconds behind 3rd place. And look at that. The veteran, the Ironman 2012 world champion, has clawed his way right back up to the lead group. This is an impressive ride from the veteran Pete Jacobs from Australia.
And Greg, I think that's a little bit of what's happening tactically up the front as well. you know, I did mention, you know, it could open the door back up if they go a little too tactical and they go fast, they slow down, they go fast, they go slow down. So now this is a chance that now that Pete Jacobs has got back to that closer position, even though he's maintained that fourth, you know, he can rest up a little bit if they decide to be more tactical. But if they sort of like make another attack right now when he just got back on, again, you talk about knotting that rubber band, that knot may come undone, and you're seeing it right now. Like, there's definitely a push now going on again, and this is really testing everyone's legs. They're really going, okay, how strong are you really today? I'm just going to push it up here a little bit and see if I can like make a difference. And like as an athlete, then you'll sit back and go, okay, it didn't make a difference, so now I'm going to like rest a little bit and do I make another attack? And this is where the tactics happen within the race.
Within the race, we're heading over toward the final third of the bike course here at the Cairns Airport. Ironman Asia Pacific, and it really is heating up to a great battle between the Aussies and the Kiwis in the men's race. As the women's race, there's two women from Australia that are going head-to-head in a battle royale.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
The Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific overhead shots today are brought to you by Queensland Events. And that is right. We can look on the back here, and Pete Jacobs is fighting for his life as he's now back in, in distance here of our lead group of three. That is off the front, Mike Phillips from New Zealand, the Ironman New Zealand champion from 2023. There is McKenna. He's the Ironman Australia champion from 2023. And that, in third place, is Braden Curry. He's been a world champion podium finisher in the Ironman race as well. So the cream of the crop, some of the best in the world, are now facing a challenge by Pete Jacobs right at the back there for the Asia Pacific Championship. And it's Jacobs who now reaches down for some very important nutrition as he makes his way toward the back of that group once again.
Yeah, he's definitely hanging on. And I think, at some point, it's like it's going to be a smart strategy, or possibly, it's going to really impact the rest of his race if he's pushing way beyond what he's capable of doing.
And Pete knows all about nutrition. His brother's an incredible coach as well. So there he is, just falling back just a little bit again, but he is really fighting. So how about we go back and take a look at what happened in the bike race right up until this point? Well, we got underway today, just coming out of the transition area number one after an incredible swim by our lead four. Then once out of transition, it was Braden Curry that hit the road first, but he was followed by Pete Jacobs, Australia, and right out there was Chang from Taiwan as well. But it didn't take long for Jacobs to get into a good rhythm.
No, Jacobs, just been hanging tough all day as we saw our women's leaders get out of the water. Nothing's changed for them as they got out of the water. Sarah Crowley was just pipped at the line by Radka Karlefeld as they got out on the bike course. And early on, we saw a lot of Sarah Crowley up the front, but now we're seeing that Karlefeld is pushing the front.
Well, the ladies may have been, may as well have been tethered up because they have not been separated by more than this. Yep, about 12 metres all day. They've been going back and forward. Carlefeld and Crowley doing separate amounts of work, equal amounts of work to keep the pace up high. We lost a water bottle from Braden Curry, but he did pick up another one from the aid station as they went through the next part at the northern end of the course. And then it was Sarah Crowley just keeping the pace going on the women's race here. Her and Carlefeld, they are headed for a great race today, but Carlefeld has been fighting tough, doing a lot of work. Then it was Penny Slater from Australia, showing good form.
Yeah, she's been hanging in tough in that third position all day long. And, she's ready to, put the pressure on if something happens to those front girls.
Well, that was your bike recap right here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, and that is how it stands right now. So we got McKenna, Curry and Phillips in the lead of our men's race, and we got Carlefeld and also Crowley in the women's lead over there in a two-person race at this point of time. So we're heading up toward that 100-kilometre marker right now, just going past our 94-kilometre marker. So great effort and great racing by all of our athletes thus far.
So Greg, let's update the women because there definitely has been some action through 76K. Sarah Crowley looks like she passed through the 76K before Carlefeld, who's right there within a couple of seconds. But Kylie Simpson, she has now moved up to 2 places. She is sitting 10:30 back, so she has lost a little bit of time on our leaders, but moved now up to the podium position. Penny Slater dropped back. So if those two can ride together, they should stay that way. Emily Donker, unfortunately, has slid back to 5th. And then we have Gypsy Jones moving back into 6th and Laura Brown in that 7th position. But yeah, Simpson can run. She is strong on the run. So
when we spoke to her, she's a good biker as well. But
yeah.
Simpson right here, she's actually taken a minute out of our leaders. So she went from 11:38 to 10:38.
Ah, you're right.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure it was right. But she has gone into 3rd and taken a minute out of our leaders. So going into the final third of the bike course here today, it's going to be important for Simpson to keep that pace going. And on the men's ride, we can see here just waiting to get past the age grouper here so that we can get back up to our men's. Going just off the Captain Cook Highway right now, see some of our sugarcane plantations, the palm tree plantations. Absolutely beautiful rural area of North Queensland right now, as we can see our top 4 just riding along nicely. And who's hanging in there in 4th place?
Yeah, Pete Jacobs. But I did want to go back to Kylie Simpson because don't forget, she did win here in 2021. So she knows this course. She knows what it takes to win. And, she, definitely, her bike split is definitely wicked fast. And then her run, though, she has done between a 3:04 to a 3:14. So a little inconsistency, but a 3:04 is something to brag about, that's for sure.
It really is. When last year's winning time here was 3:12. It's going to take much faster than a 3:12 to win it for Kylie Simpson if she, gets off the bike behind.
But she is riding almost 2 kilometres an hour faster than our leaders.
Exactly.
At the last checkpoint.
So given if she can run 5 minutes faster than our women, she has to be 5 minutes getting off the bike behind. So she's going to have to ride a heck of a lot faster over the final third. There is Pete Jacobs. He's hanging in, the 2012 Ironman World Champion, the 2011 Ironman World Champion runner-up. And he's sitting right on the back there, right behind Braden Curry, Steve McKenna and Mike Phillips from New Zealand. They've been like this for quite a while now, around about 60 kilometres. We lost Chang. And also going through, look at this beautiful forest region. It's absolutely gorgeous. You just come off the coast, just past Thala Beach there, and then you're just going to head inland a little bit where you will be doing the turnaround, and that is absolutely gorgeous. And this is where you were talking about it before, a great canopy of trees that's going to give them a little bit of respite from the heat. Humidity's not too bad right now. It's in the high 50s, low 60s, so not too bad at all. And the temperature is absolutely perfect. 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 24 degrees Celsius. It can't be better than that. And low wind.
No, it could be better. They could have a tailwind
No
the
wind?
entire way.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, if you want it to be better, just a tailwind the entire course, then it would be better.
No point to point here, Michaela.
No, you got to take the good with the bad, right? So what? But the wind is not significant. But you know, the terrain is what's significant. I mean, it's rolling. It's not these big, huge, giant climbs, but it's rolling, and that does, you know, put a little bit of a toll on your legs. Yeah, these athletes are used to riding, you know, hilly training rides and mountains, etc. But, you know, it's always different when you get out on that race situation. It's like you're a little more nervous. It's like, did I taper enough? Did I taper too much? It's like there's all these questions that creep in, and then, you know, your mental aptitude, like how confident were you going into the race? It's like, and you know, some athletes, they can have the worst feeling they've ever had in a race, and then all of a sudden they still pull it together and have the best races. But how did that mentally affect them? You know, because some athletes are like, oh my goodness, my legs are dead. I don't feel good. It's like that little self-doubt starts to creep in, and you know, you doubt yourself. And then you have other athletes who are like, you know what, I know I've done well before, and I felt like this, and I know if I just keep pushing, I can turn it around. And you know, you got that nutrition factor that rolls in too. Did I get that right? Did I get it wrong? What do I need? You know, what's happening today compared to what I've done in the past? And that's why experience is also so important.
All right, the men's are heading out toward the far turnaround here as you overlook here beautiful shots of North Queensland. Doesn't get much better. Stay tuned. You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship continues here on the beautiful Roka swim course and the full gas bike course. Off onto the Hoka run course today. 140 miles, 226 kilometres in total at 3 hours and 25 minutes into our men's race. We can tell you that it's 2 Kiwis and 2 Aussies that lead this Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. We're in the far northeast of Australia, in Queensland. Yep, it's rainforest territory, and today anything but on beautiful conditions. Low winds and fast times are on the books for later this afternoon. Michaela Jones, you are an Ironman world champion. What are you seeing from this race right now?
Well, what I'm seeing right now is how absolutely stunning it is here in Queensland. Like, you know, you kept saying, you know, beautiful one day, perfect the next. Absolutely stunning shots that we're getting from our helicopter right now. Just amazing. You know, this course is so different from a lot of other courses because, you know, you've got the rainforest, you've got the beautiful ocean. You know, it's pristine waters, but it's challenging. There's so much to do in this area. You know, just a fantastic location. Like, if you're going to put it on a list and you want a bucket race item, put Ironman Cairns on your list. You know, so many athletes have come back year after year, and there's a reason. And, you know, it's a good time of the year. Like June, it's like we're getting close to winter. So, you know, coming in from, you know, wherever you're coming from, you can still experience good summer type weather because it's a lot more tropical, as this looks like this is the men's pro field that we see right now. You know, I don't see Pete. Oh, there he is. Pete Jacobs still hanging on. That elastic band has not broken. Like,
well, he tied it up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super impressed. I know, you know, we've still got a lot of racing left, but the fact that, you know, I feel like he's sort of like letting them like fight it out, and he's just hanging there. So when they like sort of get a little aggressive and they go for it, he sort of just like, okay, let them go, and then he sort of, you know, rolls back on. But, you know, that's a danger position because we saw exactly that happen in the swim, right? During the later stages of the swim, we saw exactly what we're seeing now, right? We saw a group that started out a little bit bigger, And then it slowly got smaller as we moved into sort of what I call the more technical aspects of this Ironman bike ride. And when I say that, it's not the technical course, it's the technical aspect that this is when you better have enough money in the bank to be able to pay for the endurance that you need and the strength you need towards the end of the bike leg. So, as I said, Pete Jacobs doing a great job. Of course, Curry, he has been super aggressive and really one of the athletes who's all day in the swim and on the bike been pushing it. Of course, McKenna, he's been in the mix. And then, of course, you got Phillips, who lost time out of the water and has managed to get back that over 90-second deficit. But now that he's here, he really hasn't asserted as much as I thought he would, because obviously he was riding so much faster than them to catch up. And now I feel like it's a lot more tactical. And you see it is tactical because you got Matt Burton, who is in 5th, and he keeps slowly climbing back towards them. It's down to, 340 right now? And that's significant because the more tactical this race gets, the better it is for someone like Matt.
Well, it's going to be a significant ride back into Cairns today because they're heading out there with a tailwind at the moment. It's blowing pretty good, around about 8 kilometres an hour out of the south. So they're going to have a lot of work cut out for them on the way back after doing the turnaround. Look at this, just absolutely lush. You can see the mountains there. Heading up in the north there, you can see as we look in the foreground, the Daintree National Forest is way up there in the distance. We've got the local tropical rainforest right here, downtown the seaside rainforest. We got beautiful ocean views of the Pacific Ocean and just a beautiful course. One of the most beautiful courses and voted as one of the best by you. All of the consumers, the age groupers and all the athletes out there as we look down. And that is aerial shots brought to you today by Tourism Events Queensland, looking down on our top 4 athletes on our men's race. And you made some really nice comments before about this guy right here, Pete Jacobs, and that is he's been riding a very consistent pace. And when the other guys went up to the lead there, you can see that they accelerated, right? So the pace went up, Pete remained the same, and then it came back down when they got tucked in and into their position and riding their pace. So Pete's just riding along at his pace at this point.
Yeah, so riding with his own race. He's letting the big boys up the front, battle it out. And, he's just sticking there and sticking there and sticking there. I mean, the fragile moment could be for him if they really, really attack and don't let up. And, that's where that strength component comes in, like that technical aspect of what this bike ride does to the body towards the end of the bike. I mean, that's where we see like a weaker bike rider who will lose a lot more time. The stronger bike riders can put a lot of time into the rest of the field. But I think, Pete Jacobs has been like super smart, He came in feeling that this fitness, that he'd never been this fit before. His heart rate when he's been running, has been the lowest he's ever seen. We already know he's a great swimmer. And he sort of broke it up into different phases. He really concentrated on not just, the training of getting out there and swim, biking and running, but, he also, as most athletes do, he got in the gym, but he sort of switched it up and went to more heavy weights. And he also did some breath hold exercises. And, he made sure he had a low inflammation diet as well. So, he's definitely the details, right? We talk a lot about what makes athletes different because everyone trains hard. And it's those details that really make a big difference of whether, you're a world champion or you're not, because there's so many talented athletes these days. You have to somehow manage to do something else better. And I think Pete Jacobs really has that philosophy of you know what? I want to get on the podium. I want to race the fastest I've ever done. So how do I make that happen? And it's in the details.
Here we go. We're going to turn around here. This is the last time they'll be this north on the bike course, because after this they're going to be into a headwind all the way back, and that is going to be around about 70 kilometres all the way back in for the last part of the bike today. All into a headwind now. These athletes will be facing the hardest part of their day on the bike. So this is where it's going to get tough. This is where the boys are going to become men, and they will ante up. The wattage will be up. The power will be up. The pressure will be certainly on, and the pace has to remain consistent, because this is generally where we see the big breaks in any Ironman start to happen. So this is going to be very important for our top four, and very interesting to see what happens over the next 65K.
Yeah, when you're having a good day, you're like, huh, whatever. when you're not having such a good day, this can be like some of the toughest moments on the entire race for some athletes. So, like, and how do you get to this point where you want to feel good? Yeah, it is through training, and it is through a little bit of luck, right? I got the right taper. I got my nutrition like 100% worked out. I was having the best day ever. You know, those all sorts of things do play that you sort of can't control. You know, you always tell athletes control what you can control, but sometimes it's out of your control. And, you know, for these athletes, they all have an opportunity to control what they can control. And I think that's really important no matter what athlete you are. It's like, you know what, that athlete's riding way faster than me. I can't control that. I can just control what I can do. Okay, I'm not feeling so great. How can I control that? You know, do a little mental checklist. Have I got enough calories in? Do I need a little caffeine? Like, why am I feeling like this? So I think it's important that you keep checking in, Greg.
Under 40 miles to go, just over 60 kilometres to go in the men's bike ride here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Things are heating up. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championships Cairns, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Nirvana, Enhanced Athlete Event Experiences, powered by Nirvana. Yeah, Nirvana certainly make travel way, way easy. And that's one thing that I love when you're out somewhere, you're in the middle of nowhere, you're in a country that you've never been to before, and definitely, like, Nirvana does a fantastic job to making sure it's such an easy transition, whether you've been to a race 1,000 times or this race is new to you. But, you know,
Nirvana's awesome. They got the inside tips. You know, they got the inside areas to go to.
Oh, the best hotels, the closest hotels.
Why wouldn't you do it? I mean,
transfers to the airport, and then, bike mechanic,
and then take the headache away, right? So why wouldn't you do that? I would. I'll probably do it the next time I travel. Maybe in Nice this year. Maybe in Kona. We'll have to wait and see. 3 hours, 37 minutes in our race coverage right now in the Cairns Airport. Ironman Asia Pacific Championship has not disappointed as we make our way back. You might see on the left-hand side a couple of trees bending over. You might see a cockatoo or a koala hanging out in one of those trees. Maybe a kangaroo will pop over and jump over the field here, over the road.
I'm pretty sure they're sleeping right now.
Oh, that's right. Okay, sugarcane fields off to the left and the right. We've got our little palm tree areas as well, and plantation fields. But right here we can see that Pete Jacobs just, leading the bike over there a little bit. It is windy on that side of the course there. It's up over 10 kilometres an hour out of the south right now. So it's biting them right in the teeth at the moment. So they're riding full on into it just a little bit from the left-hand side of the screen there. So this is where it's going to get tough for our top 3 athletes. And this is where nutrition is going to be key. Look at the guys. Look at them riding over there. You can see that they're just leaning their bikes just a little bit as they make their way back now. There is Mike Phillips. He's gone into the lead. Braden Curry is following that wheel, so it looks like Braden's going to have to go right around as well. So this is Pete Jacobs leading the bike over, finding it a little bit tough right now. Come on, Pete, you've got it in you. Keep that efficiency rating right up there and work it until you can't work it at all. Now, you said something a little bit before, McKeely, about when you can't do it anymore, you just can't do it. So what happens when you do go into a sense of bonking or just losing a little bit of your power, nutrition and everything? What do you do?
What do you do? Well, the main thing you need to do is like slow down a little bit, because if you go over the edge and you keep pushing and you keep pushing and you keep pushing, the blow up will be like huge. So you're trying to minimize that by one, okay, I need to slow down a little bit, or is it because I'm going way beyond what I'm capable of doing? Or is it nutrition? You know what? I'm actually down in my calories. If I actually get the calories in right now, I'm good. So as an athlete, you just got to figure out, okay, is it my athletic performance or is it a nutrition thing? Or is it just not my day today? And it's like you either have to decide to try to like stick it out and like hope for the best, or dial it back just a fraction, and that could make a significant difference, because you don't know what's going to happen in the future. By you like taking that step back, it could really save your race. That you could like, okay, you know what? They were way better than me today, but you know what? They went out way harder, and now I'm going to take advantage.
Yep, and everybody has to go through it, whether you're an age grouper or a professional athlete. But we did get a chance to catch up with one of our age groupers today, representing Bottle It, and that for a fighting chance right now. Let's listen to Charlie Fuller.
My name is Charlie Fuller. I've come up here for Cairns 2023 Ironman. It's my first Ironman. I did my first triathlon last year at Noosa. Didn't do a whole heap of training, just gave it a go. And then I think, as they say, you kind of get hooked. Bought everything that you need, and here I am doing my first Ironman. Bottle It. Bottle It's a community triathlon group that's really trying to foster positive mental health. Bo, who heads up Bottle It's, a cracking bloke. It's all about good energy, getting everyone on board, and really firing everyone up to come and compete in this sport. What a great weekend to come up here and represent Bottle It and also spread the word. I was really stoked to be a part of it. I wore a Bottle It suit in Port, and I'll be doing it here again in Cairns. Everyone's just amping each other up. If you see another Bottle It competitor, you know, you're yelling at them as loud as you can. There's obviously the floral, which everyone knows and sees. So I think it goes without saying, you know, you see a Bottle It competitor on the course, give them a yell. I'm pretty excited. Yeah, I'm pretty amped for the finish line. Really looking forward to running down the red carpet. I want to try and get through the back end of the run, but I'm sure the feeling's going to be pretty unbelievable.
Yes, that finish line feeling is unbelievable. If you've never done an Ironman, I certainly recommend you sign up for it, because it is one of those events that you'll remember for your rest of your life. And what a better way to like remember how awesome it is, particularly on a course like this or any other courses around the world that Ironman produces. You know, it's like, I remember I always used to say that I never ever wanted to do an Ironman, because
I remember that.
It scared me a lot. I'm like, how do you do all that? But, you know, it's just amazing what you can do if you put your mind to it, have a great coach, dedicated, you know, figure it out. But you have to know why you're out there. You know, there has to be a good reason, because, you know, if you're not out there for a good reason, that little self-doubt and that little chimp brain will tell you, like, you could have slept in, you could have been having breakfast right now, you could have been watching a movie. But, you know, I always tell people, I go, well, what do real people do? what does the rest of the world do when, like, we're out swim, biking and running? I'm like, I don't know anything else.
Well, the rest of the world right now are watching beautiful aerial shots of tourism events Queensland, and just in the foreground there to the left-hand side is the Great Barrier Reef, one of the 7 wonders of the world. It's absolutely gorgeous. Just going back to a fighting chance with Charlie Fuller. He did mention, and we did see his floral outfit. So with all those bottle at, competitors, what a great incentive. So well done to you, Charlie, and all the best in today's race. And I was going to say, you would look really nice in that floral outfit, and I think that you should.
I actually still have a bike that's all painted with hibiscus.
Well, you need
believe
to bring
it or
that
not.
back out, because the hibiscus is probably one of your Kona bikes, right?
No, it wasn't.
Oh.
It actually wasn't in the end. Yeah, for some reason. But yeah, it's. I don't think I've ever ridden. I think it's still like brand new. But yeah, like, I mean, that's what's so cool about like IRONMAN and the great sponsors that we have. There's like so many great products, so many great advancements in technology, and I'm always about look good, feel good, go good. So, you know, the latest and greatest, that's what I love about triathletes. We're all about it. It's like, if we think it's going to make us faster, or we think it's going to make us look good, we're right there.
Well, giddy up. That's impressive. Steve McKenna just overtook Mike Phillips there pretty easily. Mike took a long look around his right shoulder there to see if Pete Jacobs was still around. So we'll have to wait and see what he saw. But what we can see up there is Braden Curry in the lead, Steve McKenna. There is Mike Phillips, and just behind that is Pete Jacobs, just hanging on by a thread right now, coming back down the Captain Cook Highway here in North Queensland. You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, coming into the final third of the bike ride on our Pro Men's Championship race here, and we can see that our top 3 is now headed back toward Cairns. They are on their final lap of the bike ride in far North Queensland. Look at this on a beautiful day on the Captain Cook Highway.
Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. And what a women's race we are having. It's quite a battle right now between Sarah Crowley and Raka Carlifords. They've been going back and forth all day. They're our first and second on the road right now. Kylie Simpson is up in the ante though. You know, her strength is definitely on the bike. She's within 8:49 at our last checkpoint, riding almost 2 kilometres per hour. Penny Slater moved down to 4th place. And then when we look forward into bike 106K, we still have Sarah Crowley and Carlefeld battling it out. We're not going to see another checkpoint for them for another 5 or so minutes. But yeah, like what an amazing race for both Sarah and Carlefeld. Last year, Carlefeld did fall off the back towards the later stages and lost 5 minutes. So if Carla Feld has done her homework and she can maintain where she is right now, we're in for a race, Greg.
Homework and the groundwork. And if she's done the work, that will mean that they'll get off the bikes together and we'll have a marathon race, because last year they both ran 3:12 and it was a 5.5-minute deficit for Radka. Carla Feld, can she switch it? Can she turn the tables on Sarah Crowley? She's already won it a couple of times herself. And Carla Feld is setting her goals on the win this year. But we are going to have a two-person race in our women's race for sure. But don't count out Kylie Simpson. She's taken out 1 minute and 30 seconds over the last time check. 1 minute and 30 seconds? Are you kidding me? She's riding 1 kilometre an hour faster than our leaders Crowley and Carla Feld. So well done to Kylie Simpson. She is really putting the hammer down. The 40-year-old Australian is trying to make her way up toward the front of our women's race. Back to our men's race right now. Taking a long aid station there was Pete Jacobs. I saw he took 2 full bottles of water all over the legs, all over the back, the jersey, over the face, trying to keep himself cool. Get that thermostat, the internal thermostat working in that body right now, because keeping yourself cool is going to allow you to have a great race. If you're overheating, getting too hot, it's going to turn up the tables for you. Here we go. He's chasing down Mike Phillips. He did lose about 10 more yards on Mike Phillips, but he's making his way up onto the back. This is one of the rolling hills that we do get in the course as well. Back over Rex's lookout.
Yeah, it's this is the part where, you know, it's going to put a little bit of sting in your legs, because all of a sudden, you know, you've been motoring along, and then all of a sudden then you've got to use a little bit more muscular strength to get up over this climb. So if you do have a little fatigue, it's going to sting a little bit. That lactic acid in your legs is going to be like screaming out. I always tell people lactic acid is your frenemy, because, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you need it to get faster, because you've got to keep pushing out that lactic acid, but it's your enemy because it really hurts.
All right, standing by right now is Aussie Chloe Lane, who won the Ironman Wisconsin in 2022, was about to start the Ironman Cairns here, the Asia Pacific Championship, but did not get to the start line. But we have her on the line right now. Chloe, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
Look like you're in a nice little place up there. Where are you at right now?
So I'm on the northern end of the run course at the moment, with most of the 70.3 crew running past.
Oh, lovely. And you won Ironman Wisconsin, punching your ticket for Kona. You must be so excited for that coming up October this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really good to get it done early too. It was in September last year. So I've had a couple of niggles and a little bit of sickness this season already. So not having the pressure or the stress of having to qualify this season is a relief, that's for sure.
So, Chloe, give us a little insight on what the temperature feels like as you're standing there.
So I'm in the shade because it is seriously hot in the sun. It's about 27, 28 degrees today. But in the sun, it feels a lot hotter. And you can see it on the athletes' faces for the 70.3. They're cooking out there. So it's going to be a really hot run for everyone doing the Ironman later on.
So, Chloe, you've already qualified for Kona. What does it mean to you to go over there and compete? And second part of the question is, what do you feel about having a race day of your own with the women for the very first time in history?
Yeah, it's exciting. We get to have all of the exposure onto the women's race. And I think women's racing, especially long course racing, is extremely exciting at the moment. There's so many competitive women. You know, back in the day, it was maybe only 5 people that could win the race, but now there's, 15, 20 women that could be on that podium if they have a really good day. And for me, I'm really excited to be heading over to Kona for my first professional race. I raced there 3 times as an age grouper, so I know what to expect, but it's going to be, very different racing as a pro.
What are you going to do in the lead up to your race in Kona this year? What races do you have coming up, and what type of blocks do you intend on doing?
So I'll be heading over to the States for an altitude block, and then somewhere humid for a humidity block before Kona. And not sure on races yet. Had a little bit of a niggle, which is why I had to pull out the race today. So potentially Ironman Lake Placid, or maybe heading up to Mont Tremblant again in Canada.
And Chloe, you've raced this race before, and we're just watching the men right now. Give us some insight on your thoughts on the bike course.
So where they're at now is they're coming back from Port Douglas. So it's the last 60 Ks of this race is really critical because, one, you're tired like any Ironman race, but here they're riding into a headwind all the way back into Cairns. So they would have had a little bit of tailwind, a little bit of headwind for the first 120, but then coming back now is all into a headwind, and there is a fair bit of breeze picking up here as well. So I think the race is going to break up a little bit maybe. Like strategically, you'd want to try and get rid of some of the stronger runners. So it should be an interesting last 60K of the bike.
Yeah, so we're looking at the men's race. So we can see that Mike Phillips, Braden Curry, Steve McKenna and Pete Jacobs. We've got 2 Aussies, 2 Kiwis, a little bit of a lamb sandwich or a hot dog in the Kiwi sandwich, whatever you want to talk about. But I'm interested to hear what you've got to say about the women's race because, this point last year it was Sarah Crowley who actually, put down, 5 minutes, I think it was, on Radcar. They both ran 3:12 in the race. How are you feeling and how can you break this race apart for us?
I think Sarah's going to be really strong in this back 60K, and I think Radka's going to be smart and try and stay with her because they do run quite similarly. But what's really impressive is Kylie Simpson's really working up her way into, a pretty strong position. She's probably the strongest runner in the field when she's on her day. So it'll be interesting to see how close she is when she comes off the bike, and we're definitely going to be having a running race between those top 3.
No, we're excited to see. Kylie definitely has been making a huge move. The other question that I have for you, going into an altitude camp. Okay, so how high are you going to be going and how long are you going to be staying? Because I know I get a lot of athletes asking me, can we go to an altitude camp? So I would love to hear a little bit of insight in how high are you going to go and how long you're going to stay for.
So before I've been to St. Moritz and Salt Lake City, which are around 1,400 to 1,800, I'm probably going to go up to Park City, which is about 2,100, definitely higher than I've been before. So just really want to boost those red blood cells and then come back down for that humidity block before Kona.
All right, pretty much taking a page out of Sarah Crowley's book. It's where she goes and does her stuff. And, well done. Chloe, it's going to be exceptional to see all the women, racing alongside of each other in Kona for the very first time together and, sharing that experience. We want to thank you for your time today. Love you to get out there, slip, slop, slap, get that sunscreen on, have a meat pie for us and go kiss a koala or 2.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
And good luck in Kona.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much to Chloe Lane for joining us. Ironman Wisconsin champion, 3rd in this race in 2021, and lovely chatting with Chloe. And, maybe one of the stars of the future right there. All right, back to our men's race. We can see there's Pete Jacobs just getting off the back one more time there. Can he hang on one last time here, or is this going to be the rubber band that snaps for the for the second time or third time or fourth time, because he's been able to tie a knot in it all day long here. So Mike Phillips is definitely pushing the pace. Braden Curry and Steve McKenna right in there with him. And there is Pete Jacobs descending there, getting down aerodynamically as low as he possibly can, reduce the drag and up the speed. Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld, well, they're still locked in battle, and it may be that we're seeing it again. Will it come down to a 2-woman race in the marathon run? We're just going to have to wait and see. The next hour and a half is going to be very interesting.
And, Chloe had really good insight. We had talked a lot about, the impact on the last half, probably the last third of this race, the last 60K. I thought that was really good insight on her part because we were sort of saying the same. But I loved the insight that you're going to be riding into a headwind and, it's getting hotter out there. And I also love the fact that she talked a lot about, in the women's race, Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld are definitely, fighting it out. But I loved how she said, don't count out Kylie Simpson. On her day, she can run faster than anyone else. And, she definitely has been slowly getting a little bit of time back. So, earlier, Greg, I think you said 5 minutes, that if she got off the bike with maybe 5 minutes and can have one of that stellar run that we just heard about and that I had talked, that she could run. You know, it's like basically...
And get inside of each other.
Yeah.
If she gets inside of Sarah and
yeah.
Radka and put a little bit of pressure on them, and visually they can see what happens. I mean, they've got 4 10.5 kilometre laps, right? They're going to see each other 8 times.
Yeah, well, we know you've got to run at least a 3:12 or 3:11 to win this race.
And she's a 3:05 runner.
Yeah.
And she was a track runner at high school, you know, when she was young. So we know that she's got a great running pedigree.
Yes.
So this is exciting.
So if she runs a 3:04 and they've got to run like what they did last year, they've got a chance. But if she runs any faster than that, then, you know, the tables could turn.
Yeah, if they run 3:12, I mean, it just depends what she gets off the bike.
But
and
being
right now,
hot, I think that's going to be one of the telltale signs. I think that was really good insight, getting to that feel of what the temperature actually feels like, because it's that sun intensity. And I think that's why you also saw when they went to the aid stations, they're really utilising the water component to get that core temperature down.
Right, and I can tell you that over the last, 10 kilometres or so, actually, no, over the last 5 kilometres, she's taken out another 20 seconds. So Kylie Simpson is really on a roll. She is after these two ladies right here. If she keeps riding at that same pace, we can tell you that her pace is around about 1.5 kilometres an hour faster than Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld. So coming into the last 60 kilometres, the women's race is getting really exciting. It's been led by 2 women, but a third wants a part of the podium. Will it be gold, silver or bronze? We're a couple of hours away from the finish, but don't go away. We'll be right back after this short break.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Well, this is definitely a race, not only in the women's field, but also in the men's field at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. Right now we're watching the women come around the U-turn, the last U-turn on the course for them, and they're going to head back actually into downtown, but they will be facing a pretty intense headwind as well as the intensity of the sun. So it's Sarah Crowley and Karlefeld who have really been pushing the pace. But Kylie Simpson, unbelievable what she's doing on the bike right now. So it's predicted her estimate bike ride for this race is going to be a 4:36 to our leaders 4:45. So that's significant when we know that, yes, all 3 athletes are very good runners. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, that the heat intensity, I think, is going to be the big factor. Who is going to manage the conditions the best? And I think, you know, all these athletes have raced in Cairns. They know what it takes. But that intensity, you know, even if you know what it takes, if you mess up a little bit, that'll have a huge impact.
So before we went to break, we talked about Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld running a 3:12 marathon last year, and potentially, you know, if we see Kylie Simpson getting after a 3:05 that we've seen her do, right now you mentioned that they're riding, you know, around about a 4:45 as opposed to Kylie's 4:36. Well, we can tell you that Kylie was 12 minutes and 31 seconds getting out of the water. Now, if that holds true, that's a 9-minute faster bike ride by Kylie. She's only going to be 3 minutes down after the bike, and if she runs that 3:05, we might be for a very good race here. A 3-woman race on the marathon run. That would be absolutely incredible, but she's got to keep that pace going. Anything can and anything will happen in the last 60 kilometres. There you can see the salt build up on the shorts of Radka Karlefeld right now. Nutrition is very key at this point in time. Holding pace and making sure that you keep your head in the game. This is where your mind can drift off just a little bit. Long, straight roads, hard. Got to summon all the energy. Headwind, that's even harder.
Yeah, because this course is 2 laps. And then you have, once you hit the turn, it's a really long straight. Not in terms of the terrain, because it's rolling. It's not like a flat terrain that you can see the curvature of the earth, but it's like a long, long stretch. And you're going to basically be riding in the same direction and into a headwind. And we heard about the intensity of the sun, and we're seeing the salt build up on Karlefeld right now. So she's got to be very, very cautious that she is, really, really making sure her sodium levels are getting replenished, because that will be a significant issue on the run for her. So I'm sure she's prepared. I'm sure she's done all the sweat testing and knows exactly. But sometimes, it can creep up to you very quickly. And yes, you can turn it around, but it's how quickly you can turn it around. But, she still looks so strong. She looks very, very solid on the bike. She looks controlled. She's going for a victory. She's not sitting back. And it's the same with Sarah. They're not sitting back, as she takes a little bit of a look. I don't know if she's saying, hey, you need to get to the front now. I've done enough up here, or what. We'll never know what's actually going on. But that was definitely interesting, Greg.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Just trying to point out a few things, what's happening up front.
I think she saw a koala.
Yeah, in the tree. No, there's Sarah Crowley just sitting there, and you spoke about nutrition. This is absolutely where you have to be spot on with your nutrition. It's going to get hard mentally here. You're riding into a headwind for 60 kilometres. That's 37 miles into a straight headwind. And look,
I don't see any salt build up on Sarah Crowley right now.
Sarah's been very, very meticulous with that, and now she's asking, for the motorbikes to actually go around, or having a word to them on what's actually happening up ahead or so. I don't know if anything's happened in this women's race that we haven't seen on camera, maybe a penalty or a warning or something, but just calling out for something going on here. But it was interesting what Chloe Lane had to say about, the heat and humidity in and around town, and then just how hot it was, outside of standing under a tree. So that's all going to come into play, when they get onto the 42-kilometre run or 26-mile run. And, you'll know that by the look of the athletes. She was saying that a lot of the 70.3 athletes were suffering a little bit on the run and had flushed faces, and it is particularly warm. When you talk about, 28, 29 degrees Celsius, you're talking in early 80s right there, and that's pretty warm. The wind, however, as we know, was coming out of the south at about 12 kilometres an hour, and it is difficult conditions right now for these athletes, so it's all hands on deck. All mental, capabilities are going to be summoned on, and they're going to have to be delivered, if the athlete's going to give us a first-rate performance.
Yeah, I mean, this is I always feel like when you're doing an Ironman, it's up until this point, it's and then it's uh-oh, what did I get right? What did I get wrong? It's like that truth serum on the bike ride. And it's sort of similar when you get off the bike and run. It's get to 18 miles, get to 30K, you're and then it's all the wheels can fall off completely, or you did everything perfectly. I mean, and we all know Ironman is a roller coaster. It's up and down. You feel good, you feel bad, you feel good, you feel bad. And, the secret is it's get through the bad as quick as you can, and hopefully it's not coming in a critical time in the race. And, this race is so exciting right now, because both the women and the men's field, they're very, very similar in terms of the talent that we have. We have really good overall swim, bike and runners at the front of the race. Both races. Very, very talented, balanced athletes who can run. So they're all very similar in terms of their running ability. So it's just going to be a matter of who did it best on the day. I mean, yeah, that sounds very obvious, but it's really not, because these athletes are so evenly matched across the board, and we know they're in great shape.
Crowley makes a pass on Radka Karlefeld here as they head back toward town here. And as we can, well, actually, they're coming up to the turnaround for their turn to head back into the headwind here. And we can see that we're just over halfway of our men's pro race at this point in time. Also, our age group athletes out there today, 75 men's slots, 75 women's slots for the positions there going toward Nice for our men and Kona for our women coming up in September and October respectively there. But Crowley from Queensland, yep, the local Queenslander, she's up for grabs here. She is now taking the race by the horns and forcing the pace before they hit that headwind section on the way back to Cairns. The men, they are certainly headed back. 133K is already passed at 4 hours. So 7 minutes ago, they're now attacking that 140-kilometre marker. McKenna still sitting behind Curry, and Phillips is right there. Jacobs and Burton. Burton is making a push toward the front there, just over 3 minutes back. And now on the women's side of things, what an incredible race today by Kylie Simpson. Coming out of the water, 12 minutes and 31 seconds down on our leaders. Sarah Crowley did most of the work on the swim, but it was Radka Karlefeld that went to the front straight after the last turning buoy and head into the transition area there. And now we see Crowley trying to crank away at the front of the women's race here, but it's Simpson. She is now charging toward the front of the women's course, and Crowley may have gotten a split before and now shows a little bit of desperation and tries to put the hammer down.
Yeah, that's really good insight, Greg, because you definitely have seen like something happen. You know, we saw like there was something going on with the officials. I'm assuming now, just the way I'm seeing her ride, that they were trying to get a split on Kylie Simpson. That I believe that's what was happening. They were trying to get a split, because look at the difference in the pace that we're seeing right now. And, you know, when we had our last check when all three were together was at 116 kilometres, and Simpson was 6:42 back, riding almost a kilometre and a half faster. And then we go to the next split of 121, which only Sarah and Radka Karlefeld has gone through. But we're expecting, like in the next few minutes, to see Simpson. So I think like the telltale sign will be at the bike check in about less than 20 minutes to see if these two athletes, that's exactly what was happening, is like they wanted to know how far back Simpson was. They know that she is potentially a danger. And, you know, from what I'm seeing, Greg, I don't know if you agree with me, it looks like that's what happened.
Yeah, I think I agree with you for sure. And this is, you know, something that, you know, Sarah and Radka just have to keep their head down and, you know, don't lose it mentally, and just know that they've got to push, you know, all the way back into this headwind. We heard it from Chloe. You know, Chloe Lane explained it the best. She's done the race before. She knows exactly. And I've talked to Josh Hamburger on this before, and Josh, he told me that, yeah, the last 60K, it can be sometimes like Kona. When you're coming back into, you know, Kona, when you turn around at Harvey, it's a lot of wind. You know, there's a lot of headwind, you know, pushing all the way back down as you make your way, you know, to T2. But right now, Sarah Crowley and Radka have to put that in the back of their mind. They have to keep their head down and just, you know, keep grinding away, because nutrition is exactly what they need to keep on board. The wattage. They've got to make sure that they're pushing the wattage that they can push. And they've got to keep their heart rates right where it needs to be. If you're talking about warmer conditions, okay, you're going to talk about higher heart rate. And when you get the higher heart rate, maybe 5 beats per minute, it makes a big difference, you know, in the race day. So as you can see out on the course there to the left-hand side in the Pacific Ocean, I can see some white caps out there. That means it's blowing, and it's blowing right into the face of these athletes. Over 1,500 athletes here today at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship are all fighting one thing as they make their way back down toward Palm Cove. After they make their way to Palm Cove, McKeely, they actually turn inland. And then as they turn inland a little bit, they're going to be just going down, toward the coast, but they're going to be paralleling the coast, but a little bit inland. And then when they get, right down into, Yorkeys Knob, they'll then go out there and do a little bit, of riding out in that direction, but then they turn toward Cairns and go into T2. Now, that's where they're going to know that, the bike ride's coming to an end. And then, the hard part of the bike is going to be over. But right now, keep your wits about you, keep your head down, and just keep your, mind on the job.
Yeah, no, definitely focus. Good words of wisdom, that's for sure right now. If we could tell them exactly what they needed to do, it's like, yeah, keep doing what you're doing, keep moving forward, keep the pressure on, because you don't want to open the door for somebody behind you. You've worked so hard and you've worked well together this entire race. You don't want to have someone like Kylie Simpson come up and break the party up. But, that's what she's aiming to do. She worked hard over the last couple of months. We heard her say that she'd been doing like 3 swim sessions a day to really bring her swim up to par, because that's where she was lacking in terms of being even more competitive. Her bike and her run is fantastic. Her swim was really letting her down, and I think she'll be pretty happy with her swim today. Like, I felt like she swam a lot better than she had previously, particularly over that Ironman distance. So great to see that, that hard work did pay off. I definitely wouldn't recommend it for everyone, but sometimes, you get to a point in your career where you're willing to do something completely different, and that's what she did.
Yeah, make some changes. And, that's what the 40-year-old Australian has gone and done, Kylie Simpson. I was really surprised to hear when she was doing those 3-a-days on the swims. We sometimes did 3-a-days on the run, but 3-a-days on the swim, wow, that's got to hurt. Not something that I would particularly like to do. Sarah Crowley now grinding as she makes her way back down to Palm Cove. Palm Cove is where we all started earlier this morning in the swim, and she led from start to finish there, Sarah Crowley did. And what a great swim it was. She was about 2 minutes and a bit, faster than last year, which was great news. And then also Radka Karlefeld just pushing her the whole way. They were turning around and looking at each other and making sure that the pace was up, but it was Radka Karlefeld that made her way to the front of the swim course in the last part, and then took the pace setting all the way to the finish line of the swim. Running up into transition was Sarah Crowley that got into the lead, and they went out on the bikes together, and ever since they've been stuck together here. They are riding 1-2 in the race. It's Karlefeld and Crowley. Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship coming back right after this.
Best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Sarah Crowley continues to lead the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. She's grinding away down the Captain Cook Highway back toward Palm Cove, and then after Palm Cove a short turn inland before heading over to Yorkeys Knob and down into Cairns. That's where transition area number 2 will be. I've been riding along at about a 37.5 kilometre average right now, but it's all Kylie Simpson on the women's side of things. She's riding 1.5 kilometres an hour faster than our 2 leaders, Crowley and Karlefeld, as she now wants to be a player in the field. She wants a part of the podium, and she does have the goods. When we go back and look at the stats, last year, Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld were locked in a battle right up until the last part of the bike ride, where it was Crowley to pull off a 4:48. A 4:53 for Karlefeld, but they both ran a 3:12, and the deficit at the end of the day was 5 and a bit minutes. But now Kylie Simpson wants a part of it after coming out of the water 12 minutes and 31 seconds down. She's clawing away back into it now at just 6 minutes and 13 seconds at 121K. So this is going to be an exciting finish for our Women's Pro Division here. 4 spots up for grabs for the Ironman World Championship, the VinFast World Championship, October 14, and 75 spots for our women age groupers out on course as well.
Yeah, the women's race is getting so unpredictable right now in terms of, can Kylie Simpson get to the front of this race or get close enough to really show us how she can run. And that's what's going to take for her to get higher on the podium. I think right now she's definitely set herself up for a podium position. I think all day long in the women's race, we have had Karlefeld and Crowley setting themselves up to take that top spot. They've been battling it out, but I really feel that they knew that there was some heat coming from behind in the terms of Kylie Simpson. She really started to put the pressure on, and now she's within 6 minutes, and it is dropping, not as rapidly as probably she wants, but it is dropping, and we still have a lot of kilometres left in this women's race. And, you know, I think Sarah Crowley knows that. Like, look at the difference right now. She's powering away. We know this is getting into the tougher part of the course. She looks like she's moving quite nicely. She's got some good cadence going. She's very aero.
Loving the tree-lined streets there.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I was just about to say, you know, perfect to push a little bit right now because you're in the shade. And you know that's
downhill.
Yeah, downhill, and you've got some shaded areas because we know there is good intensity in the sun. And you know she's still got good hydration. She's got that bottle on the back. She's got the bottle on the tube, and she's making sure that she is. And you know when we looked at Karlefeld earlier, we saw the sodium build up on her race uniform. And to me, you know, yes, that's telling me two things, right? That her sweat rate is higher, or she's not getting enough of her hydration needs in.
Yeah, exactly. So well said, McKeely, and we can see the nice tunnel of trees there giving them a little bit of a rest from that headwind, but now they come out of the canopy of trees. It's back into the brute force of the headwind as they make their way back toward Cairns. There is Crowley. She's still leading over Radka Karlefeld on the left side of screen there. We're down to 3 once again. Steve McKenna from Australia leads. Braden Curry in second place. The Kiwi is also in third position there. Mike Phillips, the second of the Kiwis. He won Ironman New Zealand just a few months ago, but then it was Braden Curry that turned the tide and turned the tables at the Tarangi 70.3 event, and he took first place over Mike Phillips. So those two have got a little battle in itself, and I tell you what, these two guys are getting after it here today.
Yeah, they definitely are, Greg. And I did see that Pete Jacobs was losing a little bit more now. He's about 30 seconds back.
Pete just dropping off the pace, the final 60 kilometres. They're going to be a tough ask for everyone as they fight the rolling hills, as they fight the headwind, and as they fight the sun. We're getting a little bit of cloud cover overhead as well right now. Well, why don't you plan your next adventure at Cairns in the Great Barrier Reef? Explore the world's oldest rainforest, the Daintree. Learn about the land of the Kuku Yalanji people and call home for 60,000 years. From here, snorkel or dive the Great Barrier Reef to discover an underwater wonderland teeming with life. Or you can stay dry and admire the views of the reef on a sunset sail or helicopter flight. Adventure awaits in Cairns. Plan your trip at queensland.com.
And Greg, someone we've mentioned only a couple of times is still Matt Burton. You know, he's still hanging in there within just over 3.5 minutes behind So he's doing a great job to ride steady. Tim Van Berkel, he has moved up a little bit, but he's over 8.5 minutes back. But we know he can consistently run in that 2:45 to 2:48 range. So if something happens up the front, you know, these guys go too hard or screw up somewhere, you know, some of these athletes could move forward. But, you know, this is a race. These guys are racing for the win. It's like, I think Phillips has been like super smart, catching up, knowing that this is where the victory's going to come from. So it's going to be interesting to see how they look when they do transition off the bike. I mean, we're looking anywhere from a bike split for Phillips of around 4:17, for McKenna and Curry around that 4:20. So that 3 minutes that Phillips had to make up is what you're seeing in that bike split right now.
He's such a strong bike rider anyway, so such a strong bike rider, you know, Mike Phillips. So you would understand that, you know, coming with a swim deficit, he always had to make up that time early. And, you know, now he's just biding his time, sitting on the back there and just making sure that he's got enough energy to, you know, pedal his way home, you know, in a podium position. So the one that I'm looking at here is Braden Curry for sure. He's definitely got, you know, the run in his legs, you know, a sub 240 marathon runner. But I wanted to say this. These three guys are all riding a wave of confidence. They've all had great seasons so far. You know, you've got Steve McKenna up the front there, Ironman Australia, winner. You've got Mike Phillips, Ironman New Zealand, winner. Then you've got Braden Curry, second in Ironman New Zealand, but he had a victory over the last time that he raced with Mike Phillips in Tarangi in New Zealand, one of the most beautiful spots in New Zealand. They're a great race in itself. And he, you know, ended up taking it. So now you've got to look at those three guys. They're going to be riding a wave of confidence into the marathon. But look at this. Sarah Crowley has got the work to do. If she wants to get rid of Radka Karlefeld, it's going to happen in this next 45 to 50 kilometres. This is the toughest part. This is where you mentally prepare yourself to go into the hurt locker, into the hurt box. This is where you want to put yourself to the challenge. If you've been doing the right training, and that's something that was a little hampered by Sarah Crowley. So that's a little question mark for me with Sarah. And I want to say that Radka Karlefeld, if she's gone to work, done a schoolwork or homework, and done the groundwork, could be her day.
I cannot disagree in any of those points, that's for sure. But what I will say, though, is, you know, when you're looking at, like, all these athletes, it's like they're giving it 100% right now. They know that they're setting themselves up for that winning position. I mean, the two best athletes in that winning position is obviously Crowley and Karlefeld. You know, they've been 1-2 all day long, battling it out. And we know Karlefeld knows how she lost the race last year, that 5-minute deficit towards the end of the bike ride. We know that Simpson is making up time because, you know, she is more of the Uber bike rider. We know that she has the run potential. You know, on paper, though, Sarah Crowley still does have the fastest ever marathon time out of those three athletes. But, Greg, you know, you're absolutely right. Like, how much confidence did she lose after not having that perfect prep leading into this race? I mean, yeah, you know, your team around you is going to be like, no, just do this, you'll be fine. There's nothing to worry about. But, you know, she's human. It's like that little chimp brain's going to kick in and, you know, she's going to be thinking, you know, this time last year, this is not what happened. So that little self-doubt will start creep in. So, you know, Karlefeld definitely possibly has that little bit of edge right now.
Braden Curry just asking Mike Phillips to come through and do a little bit of work, as he knows that Mike has been sitting back there for quite some time. But you know what? It's up to the individual athlete to have their own strategy and tactic. But Braden Curry having nothing of it. Steve McKenna been doing a lot of the work at the front there, as has Braden Curry. And then we can see that, you know, where it is Pete Jacobs just dropping back just a little bit. So as Kylie Simpson on the women's race starts to make a little bit of a deficit up on the leaders of the race here, the men are now heading back toward Palm Cove. and then toward Yorkeys Knob, and then down into Cairns itself to get ready for the run. But let's get you caught up on our age group race night. Now, overall, at this point in time, it's Snell from Australia that's in the lead of our women's race. Gallagher is in second. It's Talvisti in third. Maiko Oda from Japan in fourth place, and then Kate Schultz is in fifth place on our age group women's race. And then over to the men's at this point in time, it's Kurt Hansen through the 121 kilometre marker. Then it's Radzi in second, Hammond in third, Entwistle in fourth, and Doggett just as the top five in our age group race at this point in time. But that's how the age group race is happening right now. Don't forget, it is a rolling start on the swim, so unofficial results, obviously, and official results will be posted after the race is completed. But Sarah Crowley on a tear going around this rolling bike course.
Yeah, we actually should see our next split for the men at in like any second now. Oh, there it goes. It just ticked over at 151 kilometres, so only 29 kilometres left. You know, we just saw it on the screen. Phillips, McKenna and Curry are our three leaders. We're waiting to see what happened to Pete Jacobs. We know he was losing time to the last checkpoint. They're riding just under 40 kilometres an hour. And then if we go over to the women's races, we see Sarah Crowley right now on the front. We're expecting them to actually hit the 133K mark any second now as well. They should roll through that marker as well. So what I'll be looking for, like what we've been talking about, who has really had a fantastic bike today, is Kylie Simpson, to see if she's made up any more time or if Sarah and Karlefeld has started to feel the heat of Simpson and they're like, you know what, we got to stop messing around. We've really got to push the last part of this Ironman bike course. But, you know, Sarah Crowley, you know, she's been on the front with Karlefeld. They've gone back and forth. It's like, it looks like they're working well together. They definitely have picked up the pace. I'd love to get some footage on Simpson to see how she looks, because we know she is riding faster. But yeah, super smooth right now, Greg. And, you know, you're right. Like this is the time when, you know, that training comes to shine. Your nutrition plan. Did I get it right? Did I get it wrong? You know, definitely if you're a stronger bike rider, you excel in this part of the race. And, you know, it's hot out there. It's really hot. So that intensity, you know, making sure that you are maintaining good hydration strategy all the way through. And that's where it gets a little fragile, because, you know, you do lose a little bit of mental focus. So it's really hard to go, oh, what do I need to do to keep that focus going? So it's super important to make sure that you are staying to that strategy of that nutrition plan, Greg, because that's what it's going to come down to. If the conditions are as hot as we've been told, that's what it's going to come down to.
And the conditions are warming up for sure. And Pete Jacobs now has dropped 2 minutes and 13 seconds down just like that. So it was a really quick, overtake there. When Steve McKenna was overtaken by Mike Phillips at the request of Braden Curry from New Zealand, it really got real. The men's race really went up and stepped up quite a bit. Yeah. And now Pete Jacobs is 2.5 minutes down just like that. So now, you know, is Matt Burton going to have an opportunity to catch up to Pete Jacobs? If he does, I think that's going to loan a lot of confidence, you know, to Matt Burton, to know that I've actually picked up a spot and now I'm a chance for the podium. On the women's side of things, it's been all Kylie Simpson to talk about in the last part of the bike ride, because she's the one that's now erased a 6-minute deficit out of the 12 minute and 31 seconds she was down after the swim. So now, at only 6.5 minutes down, taking 6 minutes out of Sarah Crowley and Radka Karlefeld is insane. What a great ride.
A great ride, a fantastic ride so far. But, you know, they knew she was a bit of a threat. You know, there was, when I had talked to both of them, everyone said Sarah Crowley, right? You know, on paper, you know, she's got such a studded career, you know, been third at the Hawaiian Ironman World Championship. So you can't count that up. And, you know, she's such a great competitive athlete. And, yeah, she didn't come into this race with like the perfect prep. And then you got Karlefeld, who's, fairly young to Ironman racing, and she knows how she lost this race last year. She was second, and she definitely is setting herself up to get on the podium and hopefully be on the top. And Simpson, she talked about how hard she'd been worked on her swim, because she knows that's where she's been like out of touch in terms of getting higher and higher on the podium. But she has the pedigree on the run. It's like we know that she can be a threat, and Crowley and Karlefeld are going to know that as well. So they don't want to get too caught up in their own little race. They want to make sure. And Penny Slater was in third there for a long time, has sort of slid back a little bit to fourth, but she's sort of one of those athletes that is pretty steady over all three disciplines as well. Like, not like as fast as our top competitor, like our girls that we potentially going to be on the podium that we can see in first, second and third, but she's very consistent of just being steady.
Yeah, that is how you win the race as well. Steady wins the race. No need to go out too hard too soon. I can tell you a little bit of information on our men's race. Matt Burton has made up 1 second on the leaders, so he's riding along nicely, and he has been all day on his own. While we actually had a quartet up the front there for the longest time through about 135, 140 kilometres, but then it was Pete Jacobs just dropping off the pace a little bit, but now he's down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Matt Burton is only 1 minute and 10 seconds behind Pete Jacobs, so that's going to be a catch that we're very interested to see when it happens, how it happens, and how fast he goes by, because it's going to be up to Matt Burton then to limit the amount of time and the deficit that he's going to take into the run course here today. Will we see Braden Curry go to the front one more time and give it a big burst? Will we see, Steve McKenna get past the leader there, Mike Phillips, and push his way to the front? Will we see the pacemaking get higher, or are they going to just look at each other and say, hurry up, chaps. We're going to get out there for a trio on the run here today, on the marathon run. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that Braden Curry's going to make a push, Mike Phillips perhaps, and they're going to make the Aussie work, because there's two Kiwis against one Aussie right now in battle up the front on our men's race. Now back to our women's race again. There's Sarah just pushing those pedals ever so hard. She is really grinding away here, and this is the part where she did separate herself from Radka Karlefeld last year and get that little gap of 5.5 minutes heading in to the run course. So Sarah Crowley riding along nicely in first place in the women's race.
No, she's doing a great job once again, just showing how strong she is on the bike. And we're going now over to our men's coverage with our three leaders, with Phillips, McKenna and Curry. And, it's always interesting when, you're watching what's happening. I believe it's becoming a little bit more of a cat and mouse game right now at the front of the race. And I think that just comes down to the fact that, when you look at these athletes on paper, yeah, for sure that Curry has probably one of the faster marathon times. But, if I was an athlete, I'd be going, you know what? He's getting a little more mature. I'm a little bit younger. He hasn't won an Ironman yet this year, but he has won some other races. But then I also think that he has something to prove. Curry has something to prove to these other guys. You know what? You might have won Ironman Australia, McKenna. Phillips, you might have won Ironman New Zealand. I'm like, you know what? You guys have won an Ironman race. I'm going to take this one. And definitely Curry has sort of been showing him that, right? He's like, I led the swim for the majority of the race, except for that last little timing, Matt. And, I got out in the front of the bike and I pushed and pushed and pushed. So now it's a matter of who's willing to keep the pressure on. And if this comes down to a cat and mouse, it could actually benefit all of them, because that way they could be a little bit fresher for the run, where we know the conditions are going to be very, very intense in terms of the sun.
Well, Braden's gone to the front once again. Braden Curry from New Zealand pushing the pace on the left-hand side there. He's inside the ghost line here. He's trying to find the fastest part of the race course, just going past the Trinity area there, the region right up there just north of Cairns. We are now just settling into the last part of the bike course, inside of the last 20, 25 kilometres or so at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, and it's Braden Curry, the only one out of these two that haven't won an Ironman this year. Having COVID-19 at the Ironman World Championship last year was a bummer, but today he's back on fire.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Mike Phillips overtaking Braden Curry there from New Zealand to come up and do some of the pace-setting duties at the front. It's been left to the Australian Steve McKenna right now, the Ironman Australian champion from 2023. Braden Curry settles back into third place there after doing a nice turn on the front. And no sight of Pete Jacobs right now. He's now down at 2:45, and Matt Burton is on the charge and getting after fourth place. However, on the Roca weather today, here at lunchtime in Cairns, it is 80 Fahrenheit outside, 27 Celsius. We got broken clouds. Feels like the same temperatures as we're talking about. The humidity's up at 67%. And the wind out of the south-southeast, just over 5 kilometres an hour. We think it's a little bit gustier than that, and the UV index has snuck up to 7.1. So slip, slop, slap on the sunscreen if you're there in Cairns right now. So it is very, very warm. Braden Curry just taken on board some nutrition there, and then just getting back to the women's race there, McKeely going through at last checkpoint. Kylie Simpson, 5:14 now, so she's taken out another 45 seconds out of our race leader. So things are really getting interesting in our women's pro race. So Kylie Simpson is now making a mad rush down the Captain Cook Highway toward Cairns, and she now wants to be a part of the action in our women's pro race.
Greg, she definitely wants to be a part of the action. There's no doubt about that. And, you know, we talked about if she can get within like 3 minutes when they come into transition, you know, it could be anyone's race today. And, you know, and I think if Crowley and Karlefeld get a split that she's less than 3 minutes, I think they'd be a little intimidated by that when they get out on the run. But then, you know, you've got to think of it, okay, what's the fastest run split that's ever happened on this Cairns course? Because that'll tell you a little bit of the story too. And when I was doing a little bit of my research earlier, I mean, it's not like a ridiculously fast course. I mean, it is in terms of because you're racing in the heat. So, you know, a 3:11 is definitely on the table. You know, it's like one of those things where, you know, if you can just put it all together and get your nutrition and manage all the conditions, can they break a 3:11? It hasn't been done yet, but it's going to be competitive. I think this is going to be one of the first times that, you know, you've had potentially like 3 runners who can run under 3:11 come off the bike together at Cairns Ironman. So that's going to be super, super exciting. So, Greg, if you're right, I think you said like 3 minutes. If she can get within 3 minutes, then definitely the girls up front should look out. But, you know, these guys are being smart, right? We talked about nutrition, particularly at the closing stages. And each one of these athletes, Phillips, McKenna and Curry, made a big, huge effort, grabbed not one but possibly 2 water bottles each as they cruise through that aid station. And you know, that's going to be super critical because, you know, we've seen like some of the salt build up on the athletes. We know it's hot because these athletes have been reaching for not 1 bottle but 2 bottles, Greg. So it's going to come down to who managed the conditions best, because we all know these 3 athletes are in great form.
They certainly are in great form, and as they go past Trinity Park right now, as they head their way back toward Cairns, they've only got a couple of more miles to go, a couple more kilometres to go here, just about 25 or so in the kilometres, about 15 miles to go on the bike ride. Trinity Park area is now going to be behind them, then they'll set sail for Yorkeys Knob Road. After that is going to be Cairns and past the Cairns International Airport. On our women's side of things, yep, Kylie Simpson making a move toward the front there. If she does get within that 3 to 4 minute area of Sarah Crowley and Rutger Carlefeld, it is going to be on for young and old. We'll have a 3-woman race, a 3-man race right at the front. And I do believe that they can run sub 3:10. I think this has the potential to be a 3:05, you know, women's marathon course, if not faster. If the men can go 2:40, the women can go 3:05 for sure.
All right. I'm writing that down right now so I can bring it back and see if they can fulfill your prophecy for them. But no, I think you're right in terms of this is going to be a competitive women's race. I mean, we've seen how competitive it already is. You know, we started off just talking a lot about Sarah Crowley and Rutger Carlefeld. Penny Slater was up there in 3rd for a while, but then Kylie Simpson, you know, we knew her weakest link was the swim, but the potential for her on the bike is exactly what she's showing, what she's capable of. You know, she has ridden a 4:36, and, you know, she has a potential to run under a 3:04 marathon. So that's what we're waiting to see. You know, you talked about 3:05. I mean, the only person that really hasn't run that fast, but, you know, she hasn't ran that many marathons, but she's been pretty consistent around that 3:10-ish, 3:12-ish mark. So,
yeah,
you know, experience always helps, right? Learning to run that marathon, sometimes it takes a little bit more time on the course to be able to run faster than a 3:10. So it'll be interesting to see if Carlefeld can get her run split down, because on paper right now, she's probably the weakest out of all those 3.
Well, I have a sneaky suspicion she's going to be closer than what... But let's go over and have a listen. The fighting chance. 2nd place right now. Championship.
Yeah, know the course from coming up a few years ago, but haven't actually finished this race. It's nice to be here on the set of the first ever Jurassic Park. I feel stronger than I've been. We'll see what happens, but I think I'm better at this long stuff mentally. Yeah, it was, and seeing Lauren cry made me go cry even more. She's sacrificed heaps into the build-up for the Ironman before Port Mac. It was a surprise because things hadn't gone well. And it's easy to forget that I was hit by a car and got real lucky this year. So there's just so much that's happened to say this is going to be a bad year, but luck's been on my side. And also the 8 years of being in this sport now is on my side. I do want to win, yeah. Just because I think I'm capable of it. It's just the race has to go in favour of that person. I'll take as many risks as I think's wise, and then back off when I think it's starting to get silly. So we'll see, but I think these New Zealanders might race to not start the run with me. We'll see. I'll try my hardest to stay there. We were just talking about the fact that I'm being filmed before the race, and they'll cut to me during the race when things get boring, and they'll say, "Stephen, last place." We've wasted our time filming him pre-race. We tried to come up with what are my actual hobbies, and all we could come up with is hanging out with Winnie and Dudley the dog, just playing, and a view. So I love a good view. So I'm basically, it can ruin my races. Like it nearly ruined Port Mac. I get to enjoy everywhere I go. So yeah, I'm thinking about trekking through the woods. I'm trying my hardest to make smart decisions before this one, but it's hard to sit in your hotel room when they're always location races.
Yes, it's definitely hard to sit in your hotel room when you're at the Cairns Airport Ironman Kansas Asia Pacific Championship. We just heard how hard it was when you're in such a spectacular location, not to sit up and rest, but you know, what a great sense of humour that Steve McKenna has. And I definitely loved that he said he loved a good view, and definitely this course has a good view, and it's definitely got a good view of a couple of the athletes as well. And I loved how he said, you know, he's going to back off when it gets silly crazy.
You know why he's going to back off? Because he's going to back off to do the robot across the line, that's for sure. That's what he's doing, and I know that Braden Curry had a good view of what was going on in front of him. So Braden Curry now goes through to do the pacemaking duties right now toward the end of the bike ride. Mike Phillips was in first. Now he goes back to third, and there goes Steve McKenna after Braden Curry. So there they go. They're just switching up positions right now. Braden Curry to the front, and our top three are certainly streets ahead of the rest of the field here. Matt Burton, who sits in 5th place right now, he's getting after Pete Jacobs from Australia as well, but Matt's been doing a lot of work out there. He's holding pace with our lead 3, which is really exciting for him. However, on the women's side of things, Sarah Crowley, Radcliffe, Carlefeld have still, you know, they're trying to hold Kylie Simpson at bay, but it's not really working because Kylie is now at 5:14 at last time check, and it's coming down.
No, it definitely is coming down. But, you know, the pace is starting to creep up a little bit for Crowley and Carlefeld. You know, before it was almost a 1.5 kilometre difference in speed, and they sort of narrowed that down a little bit. Kylie Simpson is still riding like slightly faster, but not as much. And, you know, if they do get a couple of splits, especially as they get closer into town, I think that's going to help them, because they definitely don't want Kylie Simpson to be within that magic Greg number of 3 minutes. They definitely want to, I think they'd much prefer to keep it at 5 minutes where they're at right now. So, you know, for them, they've just got to concentrate on working together. Crowley and Carlefeld's got to work. They just got to keep working well together, share the lead a little bit, know that Kylie Simpson, yes, is moving forward, but she has to work on her own. And yeah, that's good and bad, because you can stay in your rhythm and you can keep pushing. And Crowley and Carlefeld have got to make sure, just like the guys that we're watching right now, don't get into that stage where no one wants to go to the front. It gets tactical. You're backing off, you're pushing forward, you're backing off, pushing forward, because that's going to help the other athletes behind. And definitely for these 3 guys particularly, we know that it's anyone's race. All these 3 athletes are in great form. They've had great races. So it's just a matter of, okay, who's going to be the first one that's going to refuse to go to the front of this race, Greg?
All right, we're just going to take a quick little break from Facebook, and we'll be right back for stage 2, for part 2, coming right up after this. You're watching the Ironman Asia Pacific Championship right here in Cairns, and we can see that we got 3 leaders on our men's race right here at the moment. Braden Curry from New Zealand. Yep, he hails from the Wanaka area. We got Steve McKenna from Australia, the Australian Ironman champion from Port Macquarie 2023. And then sitting in 3rd place there, the ever-strong bike rider Mike Phillips from New Zealand as well. He won the Taupo Ironman race in March this year. Will he be competing in the 2024 Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Taupo? You bet he will. The local New Zealander there will get a rousing reception from the hometown crowd there in Taupo, so we can't wait to see that race happening next year in 2024. For more information, Ironman.com. Go and check it out. Ironman 70.3 Taupo World Championship.
Well, Greg, it looks like these guys are riding like pretty steady right now. It looks like sort of they've figured out where they all need to be in this moment of time. And, you know, as an athlete, when you're looking at strategy, right, you can talk about strategy before the race with your coach. Okay, if this happens, well, then make sure you do this. And sometimes, the scenario doesn't even get discussed because you never thought it was going to happen. But, I know these three guys knew that it was going to be a Kiwi and an Aussie sort of competition, and that's what we're seeing. So it's just a matter of now of okay, the strategy is relax a little bit, chill, and then we're going to wait and see what happens as they get to the run.
Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship continues here, and our men's race hasn't really changed over the last 30 minutes. We've got Steve McKenna from Australia leading the two Kiwis. That would be Mike Phillips and Braden Curry on closest to screen right now. Braden being a podium finisher at the Ironman World Championship when it was held in St. George, Utah just a few years back. And now we can see Mike Phillips in second. He is the current Ironman New Zealand champion and the current Ironman Australia champion, just up ahead, setting the pace right now. Steve McKenna, as he makes his way back toward Cairns. They're going to go out to Yorkeys Knob Road, and once they get out there, they'll be doing the turn and heading back past Cairns Airport, our title sponsor today, and then heading out onto the 42-kilometre run. That's going to be 4 laps right around town here in Cairns, up and down the coastline, and we will see some great running today, some fast running, as we expect a sub-2:45 winner's time here in our men's event, and who knows what's going to happen in our women's event, because we have 3 women that are heating it up out on course right now. Just as the mercury is rising right now up to 28 degrees Celsius, it is now 80 degrees Fahrenheit and very warm outside.
I know. How fantastic is this, Greg? It's like we've got 3 men in contention, and pretty much we've got 3 women in contention right now to possibly take the victory. These 3 guys, Braden has been pushing and pushing and pushing. We saw him do it in the swim. We've seen him do a lot of work on this bike, which has been fantastic. Of course, Stephen McKenna from Australia. I think he's been the smartest guy. He's always positioned himself exactly where he needed to be. In the swim, when he got sort of like that metre and a half, he sort of dropped back off Braden Curry, but he sort of got back up, and he really, made sure he kept that position the entire swim. And that's what I felt that I've seen on the bike, that McKenna's just been the one that's been, you know what, I'm just going to put out as much output as I need, that I can stay in this pack, and possibly I think he's been thinking about the run the entire race, because, he knows that's where it's going to be won or lost. And then, of course, Mike Phillips, the other Kiwi, the first half of the swim, he was right there, and then we saw him start to dangle off the back feet, and then he lost over a minute and a half. But then he really put the power down, and he got back to this group. And Greg, as I said, I was surprised that he just didn't keep powering, because he obviously was riding faster than these guys to make up a minute and a half. But I think his race strategy must have been, you know what, whatever I lose out of the water, I'm going to get to the front of the race. I'm going to be a little conservative, and I'm going to make sure that I'm in contention when I get off this bike. And I think that's the big difference between him, Steve McKenna, those two guys I feel like have similar strategies, that they're sort of been more about positioning, making sure they're at the front, near the front of the race, where I feel Braden Curry has been really the one that's been pushing it way more than the other athletes.
Well, I tell you what, there's been a big turn up on the men's race right now because Matt Burton has taken out another 12 seconds over our leading trio here and moved into 4th place over Pete Jacobs. He's now only 3:26 down with 12 kilometres to ride as they approach Yorkeys Knob Road. And then Pete Jacobs has slipped back to 4:04 down after our leaders. On August 6th, IMAC Kalmar in beautiful Sweden is celebrating its 10th anniversary. A race that draws its energy from the host city and its people, volunteers and neighbourhoods hosting all-day parties in your honour. IMAC Kalmar Sweden earned titles as Most Recommended and Best Post-Race in the 2022 Ironman Global Athletes Choice Awards. Register today at ironman.com/IMEurope.
Greg, I've always wanted to go to Sweden, actually.
You didn't
Always.
race back there in
I-
Stockholm?
No.
Raced there one time I did, 1997.
No.
It was absolutely gorgeous.
No, unfortunately, I never got to race there, and I always wanted to visit. So
Had about an
another
hour.
one that you're going to sign me up for, I know.
Had about an hour and a half, darkness in the night there in summer. You can play golf at midnight up there, so it's absolutely incredible.
I actually raced in Helsinki.
Yeah.
And similar. It's like just freaky how during the summer it's like it never gets dark.
That's right. All right, so Stephen McKenna, it's not dark for him because all he can see is daylight ahead of him as he asks and summons for a little bit of help by Mike Phillips from New Zealand to come through and do some of the pacemaking duties. Here we can see on the left-hand side of the road. That is Braden Curry. He sits in 3rd position right now. And as we can see on the right-hand side there is our 5th place getter. That, by the look of it, is Pete Jacobs from Australia. Or is that Matt Burton making his way up in 4th place? Right, looks like Matt Burton, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
So Matt Burton making his way up toward the front there. He's only 3 minutes and 24 seconds down.
Yeah, done a fantastic job. And I know, part of the reasoning why he is making up time, yes, he is riding faster, but it's because our leaders have been getting a little more tactical. When people start saying, and, come around.
Well, you were saying cat and mousing, right?
Yeah. And it's like you saw it a few times. It's like, hey, time for you to get to the front. And that definitely slows everything down. It slows the momentum. And you can lose a lot of time quickly. And that is Matt Burton, when we look at what he's been up to, unfortunately this year he had a DNF at Ironman Australia. But, he has finished 3rd at Ironman Western Australia. He did run a 2:51. In 2022, he was 9th here in Cairns. He ran a 2:50. In 2021, he won Western Australia. So definitely capable of getting on the podium, that's for sure. And if these guys do slow down anymore, he could get into that T2 less than 2 minutes behind. And in these conditions, and these guys are going to be racing the marathon because they're going to transition. 3 of them are going to transition together. So that's Curry, McKenna, and Phillips. So they're going to come into the transition. So it's going to be one of those things who has the fastest transition and who's willing to really push the first part of the marathon, or who's willing to settle in.
Well, we know how that goes. Pushing the first part of the marathon doesn't normally end up that well, but Braden Curry's got a lot of experience. So does McKenna and Phillips as well. So we'll know that they'll go out based on their pace, something that they can hold throughout the race. And, the second part of the marathon will be the telling story. Well, Sarah Carley and Radka Karlefeld lead our women's race, but it's getting tight with Kylie Simpson on the charge.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Full Gas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. At the end of the day, we are going to crown our Asia Pacific champion. And right now, Brandon Curry, McKenna and Phillips, they're the guys that are potentially going to be our champion. I definitely am not going to predict, although, Greg, I think you predicted somebody who was going to potentially be the winner today.
Yeah,
So, Greg, who was that?
I think it was Braden Curry, and I think that he's got.
I was going to pick McKenna because I'm an Aussie,
Well,
so
you can
I'm
do
going to
that.
be a little biased.
That's
so-
okay. I don't mind if you do that. You can take it. I'll just show, signs of, diversity. There you go, world diversity, global diversity.
I was going to say Phillips, but then, McKenna, he had a great race not too long ago at Ironman Australia.
Yeah, I just think that, you've got three classy guys there right now. Our men have had really good races this year. And Mike Phillips is the one that's, had three really top races this year. Might be a little tired going into this.
Curry's the old man, right? Because those guys are like
37.
31 and 32.
Yeah, and then you got 37-year-old Braden Curry. But Braden Curry is about as tough as they come. He's as tough as nails. And I predicted Braden Curry last year in Kona to actually be on the podium there, but unfortunately didn't get to start because of COVID-19. I do think that he would have been on the podium because he looks so good and ready to go. And he's, like I said, he's as tough as they come. All right, so we got the overhead look down there. That's brought to you by the Tourism Events of Queensland. And we can tell you that was Cairns. And we can tell you that's a whole bunch of salt build-up on the back of Steve McKenna as he makes his way back into town here. We know that nutrition's going to be a big part of it. He's grinding away. He's got the head going down there. It's bobbing up and down just, from side to side. So the grind is on for the last couple of kilometres of the bike. We've only got a couple of K to go, just a few miles left in this bike ride before they head out onto the run. And this is now the city centre of Cairns. Now on the outskirts, not too far to go there, McKeely, as we see that Pete Jacobs now dropping down to over 4 minutes. And now it's Ben Phillips and Tim Van Berkel riding together at 9.5. And then Chung Chang from Taiwan, he's at 9.50. So they are very close together, those last three. But that is the top 8 as they now come into the city centre of Cairns. Past the international airport they go, and then a couple of K to go.
But, Greg, I think you're right about Curry, even though I was, I think, even though he
Can't
has...
go back on your word now, McKeely.
I'm not going back on my word, but I'm just saying I think you might be right because...
I might be wrong as well. We've still got a whole marathon to get through.
I didn't like how McKenna was just looking but just then. But, that is biking and not running. But
Yeah.
I think with Brandon Curry is the fact that, he got beaten by fellow countryman Phillips at Ironman New Zealand. And I think that's gonna that would have left a little sting. When you're a talented guy and you got third at the Ironman World Championship in St. George, you don't want anyone to beat you. So I think that in itself is gonna would have given him that little bit of extra motivation during the last training block. So that's all I'm saying is the fact that, you know what, it's like when you look at these athletes and who had a point to prove that they didn't need any motivation, but if you were going to look for who has the extra motivation to really get on top of the podium, I would say Curry.
If you look into the side here right now, that's great words there, McKeely. If you look into the side right now, you can see the finish of our 70.3 race happening. The Cairns Airport Ironman 70.3 is happening at the same time there. So that's the athletes finishing off their 13-mile run or their 21-kilometre run as we get set to see our first three male athletes on the pro side getting off onto their marathon run here today. There will be double the distance, double the amount of laps, 4 times around this wonderful circuit of 10.5 kilometres. Now we are in the close closing miles, the closing couple of kilometres at just over 5 hours and 5 minutes on the race clock here. And then they'll be heading out onto the run course. Yep. Who's going to have the fresher legs? Will Mike Phillips, 4 races, 2 wins, 2 podiums, be too much for the legs? Will he be fresh? Will Steve McKenna hot off his win in Ironman Australia? And what about Braden Curry? He had a little bit of success against his countrymen. That would be Mike Phillips at Tarangi 70.3 over the last couple of weeks. So, coming into the final here, the finale is going to see 3 athletes, and they are all from Australasia. 2 from New Zealand, 1 from Australia. Heading out on the run. It will be the Commonwealth, but in which order? McKeely, this is getting very, very close. And on the women's side of things, Sarah Crowley still leading Radka Karlefeld, and also in 3rd place, Kylie Simpson making her way up.
She certainly is making her way up. At 151 kilometres, Kylie Simpson is only 3:39 back. And riding now almost 2 kilometres per hour faster. So, Greg, she's definitely going to be under 2.5 by the time, potentially under 2 by the time she hits transition. Now that is a worry for Karlefeld and Crowley, that she potentially could come off the bike only 2 minutes behind our 2 female leaders right now of Karlefeld and Crowley.
Yeah, and possibly a course record on the bike for the women as well. So Kylie Simpson really giving us a lot of excitement here as we see the 70.3 runners hurtling into their finish line here. As we can see that the cloud cover, a welcome sense of release for the relief for our cloud cover to be coming across over here right now. We're just 2 kilometres to go. We can see our athletes here just with 1.25 miles to go. It's going to be Braden Curry. He's following Mike Phillips and Steve McKenna. Will they come in this order? I don't think they really care which order they come in, because it will be then all about a Morton transition time. How fast can they get in and out of transition? How fast can they get into a rhythm onto the marathon? And how quickly can they get to that finish line today on a 4-lap run that's upcoming here in the city centre of Cairns on a incredible afternoon here, just coming off a great swim in Palm Cove, a beautiful 2-lap ride up and down the Captain Cook Highway in Cairns of the beautiful seaside rainforests, the cane fields and all the plantation farms of those incredible palm trees, as we see now our lead trio coming in off the bike here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship.
Yeah, they're less than 90 seconds away for coming into T2. And, you know, T2 is always those telltale signs of like, okay, you get off the bike. Who looks like they've got a bit of a spring in their foot? Who looks like they're like an old grandma running along the road? It's like I always felt like an old grandma when I got off my bike. So, yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Like, they're getting super close. You can see the buckles are getting unstrapped on their cycle shoes. Look at that. That was
Steve McKenna
yep, taking a little look back just to see what was happening behind him. And, you know, these guys are still pushing it all the way into transition, and it's going to be like any minute now they're going to get off their bikes. And, you know, a smooth, fast transition is going to be beneficial because you can get into your pace a little bit quicker and not have to, like, accelerate and try to catch back up if you've lost any time. And you know, that's a good aerial picture right now because, you know, being from the 1st to that 3rd position, that's like a good 10 seconds right there. And 10 seconds when you're running is actually quite a lot of distance.
And all the tri-clubs lined up on the side there, just getting their vantage points. And they would have been there early this morning, staking out their ground, because this is a great place to watch the run. The Hoka Run, Human Run. That would be Fly Human Fly coming up here in just a few moments' time. Steve McKenna in the foreshot of our screen right now. Braden Curry in second. It is Mike Phillips, the strong Kiwi, that's going to lead them off the bikes here in our men's pro race, all chasing down those 4 slots for the World Championship. And we can tell you that they've all qualified already, so it's going to be rolling down through our men's pro field today. If it stands in this position right now in our top 3 spots. But Matt Burton might have something to say about that. He is now just 3.5 minutes down, making up an incredible amount of time. 1 minute and 45 seconds was the last time that he made up over our lead trio here. So there's the penalty box. Good news, nobody's going into that. So we're going to have a 3-man race heading out onto the run, McKeely.
Yeah, and that's like a super smooth transitions from all 3 guys. You know, they prepped really well. Normally, you know, you pull your leg over so that you can maintain your speed, a little bit of brake just to steady yourself. A fairly, like, long transition in terms of you run across the carpet, then you run across the grass. They'll grab their run gear. Like, you can see how important that transition is for all 3 guys. You know, they're making sure that they're as close as they can together as they were going in and grabbing all their run stuff.
Well, let's get back to the men's race in a minute, but now let's focus on what we're seeing here. This is Radka Karlefeld, and she is really making a move on the way back down toward town as well. We got Trinity Park coming up here. That's where she'll go around a couple of roundabouts, and then she will set sail for the last 20 kilometres on the women's bike ride here. So Radka Karlefeld, done the homework, done the groundwork, as we were talking about in the early part of the broadcast, and having a great day today. Feeling strong all the way through the bike ride, and that's great news. Matt Burton, on the other hand, has made up an incredible amount of time today on the bike, and he has been the lone survivor. He's been out there all alone, all day in no man's land, just trying to put down the pace on his own, and he's done himself justice. He's done himself a great amount of deed here as he makes his way in toward that transition. So, who had the ginger legs? We'll just have to wait and see. There goes Steve McKenna. He will be third out of transition here. We've already got Braden Curry and also Mike Phillips are out on the run course here, so we'll see as one of our 70.3 races are coming in to the finish line there. But our male athletes, our male pros, are now onto the 3rd leg of the Ironman Triathlon here, the Asia Pacific Championship, right here in Cairns, and it's all Braden Curry.
Yeah, that's definitely no surprise because, you know, we saw the same thing coming out of the T1 after the swim. You know, he just got pipped right at the line to get, like, the fastest swim. But, you know, this is how he's been, like, all day. Super aggressive. And look at that turnover already. He has wasted no time to get into that pace that he wants to set for the marathon, Greg.
If you know Braden Curry, you know he's a fighter. If you know Braden Curry, you know he's a warrior. And if you know Braden Curry, he is not going to give up without a decent fight. And today, he is now leading the Ironman Cairns. This is the Asian Pacific Championship. He didn't win his own championship in New Zealand this year. He was beaten by Mike Phillips. He's come here with a point to prove, and that is to win the Asia Pacific Championship, as now we get to see this is Matt Burton just getting off the bike. And look at that average time over the last part. He was a full 1 kilometre an hour faster than our top 3 athletes here today. So respect goes out to Matt Burton today, all on his own, and now he's in the chase.
Yeah, look at that. Like, that says a lot, right? I mean, we're actually getting a very good idea of pace in what we're watching right now. You know, good use of the aid station, got what he needed. You can see right behind him that Mike Phillips, you know, is right there still. I mean, we sort of...
That's McKenna right behind there.
Oh, that's McKenna. Oh, totally wrong. I'm like... But look at the pace. Like, they are moving. Like, they are not hanging around. It's like... That to me looks like it's look, that little check over thing. And look, another little check, just seeing where Mike Phillips is. But yeah, Stephen McKenna isn't going to let Braden Curry totally control this just yet. So, and that's why transitions are super important, right? We talked about how Braden Curry got out little quick, and we saw how Steve McKenna was 3rd out. He's moved himself up to 2nd, but that energy that it takes to now get up to Braden Curry, that's significant, especially when, you know, we're thinking this is going to be a 2:40 marathon.
Exactly, as we now see Radka Karlefeld. She has been solid all day, doing a lot of the pace setting there with Sarah Crowley, but now sitting on the front of the race here, just pace setting for herself as she makes her way back to Cairns City Centre. Is it going to be destiny finally for the athlete here, Radka Karlefeld? She's already represented her country, which was the Czech Republic, but now being Australian and married to, Brad Karlefeld, is it going to be her time as an Australian to win in Australia at the Asia Pacific Championship, or will it be Sarah Crowley? What's Kylie Simpson got to say about that? They are closing into the finish line, but look at McKenna. This beautiful overhead shot brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland, as we see McKenna now. He's only 10 yards behind the Kiwi and not letting him get out of sight. Now, Michaela, you and I talked about it a little bit ago, but I did mention that Mike Phillips has done 4 pretty hardcore races this year already. And I'm looking at Braden Curry, not so much. Steve McKenna, not so much. So they got the fresher legs out of those 3, I think. But don't give in, don't give up on Mike Phillips. He's as tough as they come as well. But Braden Curry certainly feels more comfortable in the lead. When you look over your shoulder as much as he's done, he wants to establish a lead and build upon it.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why the transition was so important, because right now, Stephen McKenna, maybe only 10 metres back, that's still significant, because it just has to be a little bit longer and the band's going to keep stretching, And then Mike Phillips, the question mark that I had is why didn't he continue to ride through this field when he was obviously riding so much faster, Greg? So I'm really interested to see if Steve McKenna can actually catch back up.
The Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship has now reached the climax. We are now on to the run course, and on the bike today was Mike Phillips, the Wahoo Element Bolt time for 21:29, about 1 minute and 29 seconds faster than last year's fastest time set by Max Newman and also Braden Curry. But today it's all about the Wahoo Element Bolt, and it's all about the Kiwi, Mike Phillips.
It sure is, Greg. That's an outstanding time for this course, 4:21. We did have awesome wind conditions, so great job to him for getting that record today. Of course, the Flex 90 program allows athletes that register in the first 90 days. That registration is open, the flexibility to defer. Transfer or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits up until 40 days before your race. If your plans change, you can race too. So make sure you sign up as soon as you can, as soon as that registration opens, and it gives you the opportunity to defer if you need to, based on getting an illness, an injury, or, sometimes life just gets in the way, Greg.
Life gets in the way of triathlon. That's right. We are triathletes and we are diehards. All right, so Sarah Crowley sitting right there behind Radka Karlefeld. These two ladies have been locked in battle all day long. Kylie Simpson had a 12-minute and 31-second deficit coming out of the swim today, and she has done the incredible. She has now ploughed her way back into just about 3 minutes down on our leading 2 athletes. So, as time will tell, and the average speed, well, they don't lie. So it might come down to a two-horse race or a two-woman race right here at the end of it, or Kylie Simpson might be able to get right down inside of that 2 minutes inside of Rutger Karlefeld and Sarah Crowley. But it looks like Rutger has had the pace-setting duties, over the last little part here, but looking strong. A little bit of sodium depletion, you can see, a little bit of salt loss, but also it is salt water up here in Cairns, so a little bit of mixture into the costume.
Yeah, but what I do like, Greg, is she's obviously utilised the aid stations because, you can see that her uniform is a little wet. So she's doing a good job of managing the conditions, and that's what it's about, because not everyone has the same sweat rate. And, it also, you've got to have a good understanding of what you're actually sweating out. That's super important. It's not just sodium, it's potassium and magnesium, and, how much of each is super important. That's why, invest in yourself, get sweat tested. It's so important because it does tell a lot about you. But, yeah, Karlefeld just looks so strong. Last year, this is not what happened. She lost 5 minutes in the closing stages of the bike. And this year, she's on the front. She's powering through. She looks smooth. She looks comfortable. I don't see her, moving around too much, doing anything that's showing that she is fatigued. Obviously, at this point in the race, there is a level of fatigue. But, she just looks so strong, so determined. And, when you are going for that big goal of the Ironman World Championship in Kona, this is the sort of prep that you have to do. She's racing against Sarah Crowley, who has been third at the Ironman World Championships. She wants to obviously get a good performance. So this is a chance for her to go, you know what, last year you might have beaten me, but I've improved and I'm showing that right now, and I'm not afraid to get on the front and really, really push the bike. And, of course, Kylie Simpson, a great race so far. I'm excited to see what the next checkpoint is. If she can come in under 2 minutes off the bike, that would be an outstanding performance from her today. And, she's definitely riding faster than the rest of the women's field. It looks like she's going to probably be around that 440. Compared to our 2 leaders of 451. So absolutely smashing the bike right now.
Yeah, be prepared to see that that deficit come down well under 3 minutes at next time check, I would imagine. But the mother of 2 from Australia right now, Rutger Karlefeld, she is now leading the race over Sarah Crowley. She's also been on the podium of an Ironman 70.3 World Championship. This lady comes in, she packs a punch. She's also very well credentialed. And don't forget about Sarah Crowley. Man, she is an Ironman, champion. She is Ironman third place at the World Championship, and she's also the long-distance world champion as well. So
how's this, Greg? 18 wins across the 70.3 and Ironman branded events. 18!
It's amazing. So, Sarah Crowley being one of the most decorated out there, Daniela Reef, probably the most decorated in history, so far. And then, Lucy Charles Barclay. But that's royalty. That's Ironman royalty that Sarah Crowley is embarking upon as we get back to our men's race. And you can see the arms just flapping away and driving there. He's now dropped Steve McKenna just a little bit. Is Braden Curry getting after a nice opening pace here across the first couple of miles, across the first couple of kilometres here. The Kiwi is off and setting sail in Cairns.
Well, Greg, here's some time checks for you because, we see Braden Curry, who looks fantastic. I mean, he looks like he's running a 10K right now. So definitely for me, that looks like about a 2:40 pace. McKenna, it's very early. McKenna, he's about 9 or 10 seconds back. It might be a little bit further because we're already at the 2.4 check. We are going to see them come through in about 4 minutes at the 4.3 check. And Phillips definitely dropping off, and I think that's probably why he didn't push any more on the bike because he's now down to a 1:12. So, you're running a 3:58 to a 4:02 to a 4:30.
Well, Curry getting after it on the run in our men's pro race, and Radka Karlefeld and Sarah Crowley are adding a bit of spice and a bit of curry to their race because they're bringing it home like a freight train here. They're coming in with a headwind, of course, but once they hit Yorkie's Knob Road, they're only going to be a couple of kilometres away from the finish line here. So Radka Karlefeld here has been doing the pace setting over the last little bit. But remember last year, McKeely, this is where Sarah Crowley set up the win. She got off the bike with a 5+ minute lead, and then it all went down to the run where the two women ended up running a 3:12. They both ran the same time, so it was a 5 and a bit minute win and victory for Sarah Crowley. But this year, they got company, and that is from behind. They don't know where, Kylie Simpson is right now and exactly what split it is until they get off the bike. They'll do a little out and back. They will see Kylie on the way back into town to start that, first loop of the run course. And then for the very first time, they'll see a little bit of pressure applied.
And Greg, let's look a little bit about what their performances have been so far this year. Sarah Crowley did win a 70.3, but really she hasn't done much because her focus was going to be on the back end of the season because she felt the year before she spent too much time at the front of the season, then didn't have anything left for the World Championships. And then you had Karlefeld, who got second at Ironman Australia in 2023, but guess who beat her? Kylie Simpson. Kylie Simpson actually won Ironman Australia. So we're in for a very, very competitive and fast and furious marathon for these three athletes. And, right now, Karlefeld's doing everything right compared to what happened last year. She knows what it feels like to get second. She recently just got second at Ironman Australia. And we talked about how Braden Curry had something to prove because he got beaten by Mike Phillips at Ironman New Zealand. The pride that you want to win. And, this is the Asia Pacific Championship. So I definitely think, Karlefeld has something to prove. She's got that little bit more of fire in her belly, right? Because last year she got second. Recently she got second. She's doing much better right now than we saw last year. So for me, she's a little bit like Braden, that little bit of extra motivation coming into this race.
I have three nice women's stories for you right now. Can Radka Karlefeld turn the tables on Kylie Simpson? Can Kylie Simpson, outrun these two? And then the third one, has Sarah Crowley played this to perfection by saving herself and being fresh at the end of this race, going into this race where the other two ladies did an Ironman just 6 weeks ago? All right, so the Morton Gel transitioned 2 times. Braden Curry, 1:46. Out of there, 4 seconds before Stephen McKenna. Then it was Mike Phillips at 1:50 down. Big story of the day, Matt Burton getting off the bike ride with a 4:19.32. Good enough for about 2 minutes and 10 seconds faster than Mike Phillips today. So it was a great bike ride. But at the next time check onto the run course here today, you can tell you that Matt Burton's already at 4:46. So he's lost 2 minutes on the early part of the run.
Yeah, he's more like a 2:50 runner than a 2:40 runner. So that's what we're seeing right now. And, the pro men is always interesting because, it's still fairly close. They are going to hit. We should see actually a glimpse of what's happening when they hit the 4.3 kilometre mark. That's supposed to happen any moment now. So that'll be interesting. Of course, in our women, they're already at 167K in the bike. They will hit the 175K mark in about 12 minutes or so. They're riding about 35 kilometres per hour, doing a great job. And, I just love the fact that they're really pushing the pace. They're
Sarah's pushing the pace. Look at this.
No,
She's
that's
trying
what I was
to
about to
stretch
say.
it out.
Yeah, she knows, and and that's strategy, right? She sort of let Karlefeld, or she was quite happy with Karlefeld to be pushing and pushing and pushing. I mean, that's all we've seen, and now all of a sudden Sarah's going, you know what? I'm a strong bike rider. This is where I excel. I know last year this is where the end of the race, I put a lot of time into you. And look at that gap. That gap is getting a little bit significant. And that's why positioning is so important.
Nikili, for the first time, I saw a little bit of desperation from Sarah when she went over that, around that last left-hand turn, took a really long look over her left-hand shoulder to see what was from behind. I think that, maybe some people on the side of the road, have got the Ironman tracker and, giving her a split, which they're allowed to do. And, she may have, just been notified for the very first time that Kylie's on the run here. She's on the hunt. She is now riding the legs off these two ladies at the front. And she's, won the race in Ironman Australia just recently. And she's a faster runner. So now that would explain why Sarah has now gone to the front over the inside of the last 10 kilometres to really see what she can do over the last part. If she can run the same time as Radka, no problem at all. But it's Kylie Simpson. What has she got left in the tank? She's 40 years of age. She's been training super duper hard, for this Ironman race here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. But what does she have left in the tank? Just like this guy right here, Braden Curry comes in with a fresh set of legs. He's on fire. The last race that he did, he was in first place. And today, will he replicate that? We'll just have to wait and see on the other side of the break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
We have a race, and an awesome race, not just in the women's field, but in the men's. Right now on screen, you can see our leader, Braden Curry, and our second position male, McKenna, in second. But, I feel like I have to be a weather girl when, you're talking about Ironman because the conditions always play a huge role. So just about to bring up our weather for the Roka weather right now. The humidity is dropped to around that 75 to 80%. The temperature is a little scorching at about 26 to 28 degrees. The intensity of the sun. The nice thing about this run course, though, is it's all about the crowd support that these athletes are going to be getting, and that's going to really, really help them. We're in the early stages of the run right now, but Braden Curry just looks like he's a man on a mission. He looks smooth. He looks strong. He has great turnover. He's very, very comfortable right now. He got off the bike in the lead. He transitioned really, really well. And that's been, Greg, really the story for Braden Curry all day, that he just positioned himself at the front of the race. He controlled it. And then, of course, McKenna hung in there on his toes in the swim. He did everything he needed to do. On the bike, I felt McKenna, just did enough to make everyone happy that he was pulling his weight. And I'm surprised that McKenna has lost this amount of time so quickly. But, he just did an Ironman Australia 6 weeks ago, so possibly that's fatigue. But, Braden Curry, on paper, he's outstanding. Third at the Ironman World Championships in St. George. Unfortunately, he didn't get to race Kona because of COVID. Second already at Ironman New Zealand. But he wants this. He's shown it all day that this is what he wanted to do. And this is no different. His race strategy from the swim, the bike, and now to the run has been to be on the front and to control it. And that's what he's doing. And a great job making sure he's getting nutrition in as he comes past the 6 kilometre mark.
6K in, and Braden Curry is definitely dominating the race right now. Well said, McKeely. Yes, he was in control of the bike ride, positioned himself really, really well there. He put the pace on when he needed to, and now taking control of the race. However, it is early in the run course here. The Hoka run course, yes, fly human fly. That is Braden Curry at the moment, showing us just how good he really is. Steve McKenna and also Mike Phillips, yep, maybe with some heavy legs over the amount of racing that they did, or the length of racing that they did over the last 6 weeks or so. But big news in the women's race. Kylie Simpson now at 124 down behind it, that 167 kilometre marker. So it's going to come down right to the very end. And I do predict that they're either going to get off the bikes together, or she's going to be within 30 seconds or so when they get off the bikes this afternoon. So, or this morning, actually. So when we see the running likes of, Christian Blumenfeld, I'm looking at Braden Curry. Or am I seeing the same person? Yeah, Christian Blumenfeld and Braden Curry, they run tough.
Yeah, no, definitely running tough and running fast. It's like fantastic to see Braden Curry out in the front of this race. He's controlling it. He's exactly where he wants to be. And, same in the women's race. You talk about Kylie Simpson now bringing that gap down to a minute and a half, but we saw a reaction by Sarah Crowley. We definitely saw something happened out there that we saw her look over her shoulder, figure something out, and we saw her then continue to drop Carlafield for the first time in those closing videos that we saw. And then we've got Kylie Simpson, who has the potential, if she keeps riding the way she is, she's going to get to the front of this race at some point, Greg.
Will a decisive move from Crowley, will it be a winning one? Or will it be one that she wanted to forget later on? We'll be right back after this.
And the love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. Right now, we are seeing Braden Curry ripping through the run course, looking fantastic, so in control. That's what it's been about all day long for him. I told Greg earlier, although he picked him for a victory, I'm like, he's got something to prove. He didn't win his Ironman New Zealand race earlier in the year, and now he's in the front of the Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. And of course, the women's race, Crowley isn't going to let Simpson get too close too soon, because we saw Crowley really make an effort. She dropped Carlafield. Simpson potentially is within a minute at the next checkpoint. We certainly have a race, but I think that's probably going to help Carlafield a little bit if Simpson can catch back up to Carlafield. It actually may help Carlafield get back up to Crowley if it gets that close, because we still have some good not a huge amount of distance, but enough to really, really have Kylie Simpson catch Crowley if Crowley can't maintain that effort that, we saw not too long ago, Greg.
Smiley, happy people out on the run course. You can see Braden Curry just having to dodge in and out of the traffic here as he makes his way through the first 7 kilometres of the run course, going through the Gatorade Endurance Station there. He will approach that Red Bull station, the Red Bull athlete here from New Zealand, leading the race right now, doing a great job. He's a class act. He is old Braden Curry here. He's 37 years of age. And you know what? When it comes down to picking your races, the Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Championship is definitely one of those ones that you want to tick it off, right? He's already been here. He's done the job before. He knows how to get it done, and he knows the course well. On the other side of things, when you look on the right screen here, we got Sarah Crowley. She's showing a little bit of urgency in those legs right now, just trying to power her way home as she makes her way to the end of the bike ride. Her and Radka Karlefeld had ridden for about 172 of the kilometres here on the 180, but now she's just sensing a little bit of urgency out there, and now she's getting after the last part. Is it going to be something that, you know, we talk about burning the candles, or just, you know, going too early, too soon, or doing that? If you don't go, you'll never know, right? So Sarah Crowley was obviously feeling the pinch, getting a little bit of a heads up on what was happening out on course, and not having anything to do with it.
No, and, you know, if you are going to take advantage, you know, that's when you want to take advantage during the closing miles of the bike ride, because, you know, Sarah Crowley is strong on the bike. We know it's like a strength just as her swim, her bike and her run is. But, you know, she knows what happened last year. It looked like something happened, that she got the split because, you know, Simpson was like just starting to take some big chunks out as she comes through the roundabout here. But yeah, it's an exciting women's race because, you know, tactically it's still open. But you know what I love about the tenacity of Crowley is, like, she's not going to make it easy for anyone. And, you know, Karlefeld now has to sort of regain a little bit of her confidence going through the closing stages, try to minimize any deficit. And, you know, it could be to her advantage that she sort of like lets Simpson catch up and doesn't let Simpson get away from her. You know, if she's blown up a little bit, then it'll be a tough ask for her to stay with Simpson, because she has been consistently riding quicker than everyone else. And then, of course, you know, you got Braden Curry on our split screen to the left, like, so smooth, looks fantastic.
Running along a 3-minute and 19-second kilometre pace.
He's run a 2:39 here a couple of years ago. So, you know, he knows what it takes to run fast on this course. And, you know, he's taking full advantage of how he's feeling right now. And you know, that's what he's got to do. His prep's always to come in and run the best that you can. But having that little bit of course knowledge, and I think, you know, that extra motivation of not performing and winning. It's not that he didn't perform, he just didn't win. He got second. You know, he's all about, you know, getting back what he lost in really 2023, right? Came off great third place position at the World Championships in St. George. And then I'm sure he felt like he sort of wasted the entire year, because when it came down to racing the World Championships in Kona last year, he got COVID. Like, that's just extra motivation and extra, like, you know what, I'm going to prove that, you know, I would have done this. Everyone's talking about everyone else, but remember, I'm still here. We have another World Championship coming up. You better make sure you watch out for me.
Well, how about this? Braden Curry through 7 kilometres has a 48-second lead on Steve McKenna from Australia. How incredible is that? Running along at 3:19 kilometre average pace. And then you have, you know, McKenna running along at 3:29s, but running along in third place, having lost 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Getting off the bike together, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Mike Phillips in third place, but running along at 4 minutes per kilometre. So that's incredible by Braden Curry to get off to such a great start. Now, on the women's race, Sarah Crowley's leading Radka Karlefeld by almost a minute, but Kylie Simpson has done the inevitable. She's right on the back of Radka Karlefeld now, McKeely, and she has done the job. Now what can she do over the last 5 kilometres? Because that's all she's got left to catch up to Sarah Crowley. Does she have enough pace to go, or is she going to run out of real estate and have to run out really quickly?
You know what, Greg, I'm going to predict 30 seconds. That, you know, she has an opportunity, 5K, you know, 30 seconds potentially. You know, she still is riding over a kilometre quicker than Crowley. I mean, obviously Karlefeld dropped way down because now she's at 34 compared to the 36 of Crowley, and you got Simpson at 37 point, like almost 37 and a half. So yeah, Crowley knows that something's happening behind. She's not giving up. She's continuing to push. Yeah, still riding slightly slower than Simpson. you know, a quick transition by either one of these girls could really make a big difference because, you know, we saw exactly what happened, like what a 4-second difference happened when Curry got out of the transition, only 4 minutes from McKenna, but McKenna like couldn't maintain any speed to catch back up, and then all of a sudden, you know, that elastic band just got longer and longer and longer, and now you see Curry getting up to like almost 60 seconds in the lead of this race right now as we're watching McKenna. And you know, when you look at McKenna compared to Curry, Curry's leg turnover is just way quicker. There's no doubt about it. You know, that's why he can run a 2:39, and he's run a 2:39 on this course.
Well, Braden Curry just went through with a pace of 3:17, so he's getting a little bit quicker. How's that? As he goes through now at the 9.2 kilometre marker at 31:53. That's incredible. 3:17 pace at the moment. Number one here. Braden Curry from New Zealand leads the race from Steve McKenna. Going back to Steve McKenna's run turnover, I actually like the way that he looked. He looks really comfortable and composed in his own style and, you know, his form. And, you know, Braden is Braden, you know, just, you know, throwing that right arm across his body, and everyone's in an individual. It's their efficiencies, right?
Well, it's also some people look way faster and some people look slower, but sometimes that slower person can actually be running faster. We just know just by looking at them and knowing the splits is that Curry is running faster. But McKenna's being smart. He's running within himself and what he's capable in that moment. And that's important because we don't know what's going to happen to Curry up the road. I mean, yeah, it looks great, but we know it's a roller coaster.
Definitely concerned is what is behind this young lady. She took 3 long looks over her left shoulder there. Sarah Crowley leads in over the closing kilometres on the bike course today for our professional women. They're getting after not only 4 spots to the Ironman World Championship October 14, the VinFast Ironman World Championship, but they are also getting after the prize money. They're getting after important world rankings points. They're getting after a win, and that's exactly what they want. They want an Asia Pacific Championship to their name. This young lady wants another one.
No, she certainly does. You know, titles are a good motivation, right? You know, they mean a lot to walk away with this title today in a race that's been very, very competitive. And, you know, Sarah Crowley hasn't come into this race with the perfect prep. You know, we talked about how she crashed earlier a couple of weeks ago, actually, and like did a lot of damage to her ribs. It's a nasty fall. If you follow her, just check it out on her channel, and you can see the footage. She has the footage of it, and it looked like it hurt, and it did. And she still managed to finish that race. I don't know how she did it, but you know, sometimes adrenaline is great as she gets closer and closer to T2. She's like unstrapping her shoes. You will see her possibly maybe stretch her back a little bit because, you know, she has been in that TT position for a long time. It probably would be to her benefit to get out a little bit and stretch her back. But, you know, the nice thing about this race, it's like there is a lot of TT time, which is perfect prep for Kona, right? Because you do spend a lot of time in the TT bars when you're at the World Championship.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about TikTok, right? Hey, TikTokers. Yep. Noel Mulkey's out there today too, racing along in the age group. So if you're out there watching on TikTok, Instagram, Noel Mulkey fans, he's doing just mighty fine. This is Sarah Crowley. She's a TikToker. She's an Instagrammer. She does it all. She does the Facebook and Facebook Watch. That's where she watches all of her Ironman races. And now she's first off the bike. Right here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, Sarah Crowley leads our women coming into the transition. And look who's fast behind there, Radka Karlefeld.
Yeah, you know, great for Karlefeld to like sort of like get her act together, so to speak, and like, you know, rally on, because, you know, when you do get dropped by someone, it can be a little disheartening. But, you know, she did so well for so many of the kilometres, and it was just those closing stages. And I feel it was more that Crowley found out that Simpson was getting closer and closer, and, you know, she wanted to put as much time as she could between her and Simpson, because Simpson's coming off great form, having recently just won a race. Karlefeld was 5 minutes down after the bike. So it's always nice when you see these athletes putting great races together.
Well, there we go. It is Kylie Simpson just overtaking Radka right at the very end there by 10 seconds. And then Radka Karlefeld coming in third. So total time today was 4:52.33. So that was 4 minutes slower than last year for Crowley. Kylie Simpson has ridden a 4:40.41. Incredible. And a 4:53, exactly the same time as what Radka rode last year in a race today. So we got 3 women all within a minute. McKeely, does it get any better than this?
Oh, my goodness. Did you see how awesome Kylie Simpson looked when she got off the bike? She was on a mission. She got off her bike. Her leg turnover was ridiculous. She looked so, so good. Unfortunately, I didn't see how Crowley came off the bike. But, oh, my goodness, Simpson is just crushing that transition right now. I wouldn't be surprised if she has the fastest transition out of those 3 athletes.
We'll have to wait and see just in a minute. We'll have our Morton transition times coming up. But look at Sarah Crowley, first off the bike today. 4:52.33 on the Wahoo Element Bolt there today. Congratulations goes out to the Aussie right there on screen, taking out a glass of water and Gatorade Endurance as she heads out onto the Hoka Fly, Human Fly run course here today. 42 kilometres to go for Sarah Crowley. And now let's wait and see the arrival of Kylie Simpson. And how does she look there, McKeely?
She looks, actually both of them, even Karlefeld looks really, really good. I mean, these girls have made the most of that transition. You know, they were within 40 seconds of each other, and you saw the motivation that it created. Like, you get within sight of someone and you know that you're that close. You know, it just pushes you to push that little bit easier. I was surprised that Karlefeld didn't take any hydration off that aid station. Greg, very, very surprising. But she may be carrying a water bottle, so she may not have needed it. But you definitely saw Crowley and Simpson grab hydration at that aid station straight out of transition.
Well, probably the reason is because she took 26 seconds out of Sarah Crowley. So look at that. Kylie Simpson came in just 37 seconds down, 20 seconds out of transition. Radka Karlefeld came in 47 seconds down, 21 seconds out of transition.
Yeah,
how's that?
There's that
you were
eye to
talking
you.
about it. Yep, you were talking about it. You called it. You said it might come down to a fast transition. And look what happened. There it is, the Morton transition too. Radka Karlefeld with a 1:51. Kylie Simpson with a 2 minutes. And there's the story right there. Sarah Crowley with a 2:17. So just like that, 3 women, 21 seconds, and an Asia Pacific Championship on the line.
Well, you know, that's why it's so important. You know, Karlefeld has that background of an ITU athlete, been to the Olympics, Olympian, you know, knows what it takes and has the skill set. And then you have someone like Kylie Simpson. You know, she's got good run speed, and that's what you saw for her during the transition, that good run speed. And Sarah Crowley just gave up a lot of seconds, like almost 30 seconds in transitions. That's significant.
Let's talk about our run course today. 4 laps on the Hoka. This is the Fly, Human Fly run course here, as you can see coming past there on the last lap, the 40-kilometre marker with 2 kilometres to go. 4 laps on this wonderful flattish type of run course, and then they make their way in the last lap into the city centre of Cairns there. We can see the 70.3 athletes all just getting across the line in their races today. They've got about 6.5 hours on their race here today. Look at that, just coming across the line. There's Chung and Bednall and Carps and Clark. They're all coming in just happy as can be, getting that 70.3 finisher medal. They'll get the cap, they'll get the shirt to prove it all at the pub with all the stories. Let the stories flow tonight at the local. That's right, as they celebrate with a schooner or a middy of beer. Right there in Cairns.
You mean an Athletic Brewing?
Athletic Brewing beer, that's right.
The best beer ever.
That's right.
Yeah, like, you know, it's just amazing when you watch triathlon and Ironmans and transitions. Like, what an impact it has on it. And it's like free money. Basically, you know, you get very skilled at it. You know, it's like Karlefeld lost time, but she made up 30 seconds just in that transition. Work on your transitions. That's what I'm saying.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
I am getting goosebumps. This is an absolutely amazing day here at the Cairns Airport Ironman 70.3 Cairns. Oh my goodness, just amazing, Greg, to see what's happening. You know, it's always interesting to see what happens on the run, and you know, this portion of the run is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and of course by VinFast, Boundless Together. And boy, are they flying, Greg. Like, absolutely amazing to see Braden Curry. You know, he's run a 2:39 on this course. And the women's race, Kylie Simpson crushed the bike leg, Carla Feld crushed the transition, and Sarah Crowley, first out, attacked the last half of the bike because she knew the danger horse was definitely Kylie Simpson.
Yeah, exactly. And now we see some of our athletes coming across the finish line at the Cairns Airport Ironman 70.3 Cairns as well. The overall, first across the line right now was McDonald. We can tell you that he did a 1:19 on the run, 4:01.56 was his winning time today. And then you've got Corbshley just coming in after that, Thomas Page, Ryan Moritz coming in the men's, and Cairns to round out the top five. We can tell you the top five overall on our women's right here at the 70.3, having another, great day today with our athletes here. So why don't we go over now and take a look at A Fighting Chance with Kylie Simpson.
Simpson, 40, creeping up there in age, and from Brisbane. I love it. This is the fourth time, so 4 years in a row back here. Third last year, won it the year before that, and first Ironman in 2020 here, so it's always going to be special for me up here. Last year we learned a lot about the swim. So the first quarter of this year we did a swim block, and we were doing triple swim days, and you just said the water's not my friend, but now it is. And I love swimming. If you had asked me that question this time last year, I would have definitely agreed with you, but we've done a lot of work there and we've seen a lot of progress. And so, yeah, I'm excited to get out there on Sunday and minimise that gap so that as soon as we get on the bike, we don't have as much deficit. Yeah, so I ran since I was in primary school, and found that I was injured a lot with significant injuries like stress fractures, etc. Later in life, and so I spent a lot of time in the pool, deep water running. Wish I had been practicing my swimming, and on a bike, cross training. When I was younger, at school was definitely 800, and then as I got older, the distance just kept on increasing. Definitely don't have that speed anymore to run the 8s, the 15s, the 3s, so then it got longer and longer.
Well, things are getting longer and longer and longer for Kylie Simpson there, but this is a fast-flying Kiwi bird right now in the name of Braden Curry. He is really eating them up there today, just getting a good look at the view down there at this incredible landscape. And that right now, as you can see, is the beautiful yacht area and the harbour of Cairns. And that's where you'll get a beautiful ferry out to, or one of those hydroplanes out to the Great Barrier Reef as you choose to do so. Look at that. What a beautiful view. Getting back to our age group women in the 70.3 race today was McGeoch coming in first, and Lauren Hume in second, Eberl in third, Bolton in fourth, and it was Hedda Cooper coming in fifth place today from Australia. So it was a clean sweep on the Australian side for the 70.3. Age group is here, as we can see beautiful shots there of Cairns right now, and Braden Curry is just tearing it up.
Tearing it up. Right now he's running a 2:32 marathon. and his fastest on this course is 2:39. So if he can keep it up, it's going to be somewhere between that for sure. He's definitely a man on a mission, and that's what it looks like to run a 2:32. Of course, the women's side, that is a 3-person race right now, and Sarah Crowley, where we should see her come through the 2.4 kilometre check, but I am going to tell you that Simpson is going to be in the lead at the next checkpoint. It's like she's just running faster, 3:59 to 4:12. Ratka is dropped off a little bit, running slightly slower than Crowley at 4:19. So that's about a 30-second difference. So the telltale sign is going to be when we get to that 2.4K mark to see exactly what Simpson has done. I believe, Greg, she's going to be in the lead. I think she just had such a faster bike and such a faster transition. Yep, there it is. It just came up. Kylie Simpson is in the lead, running a 4:19 right now pace. Sarah Crowley is 12 seconds back, running a 4:35. So that means Carla Feld's probably another 30 seconds to 45 seconds back from that. So, if we did the math and Kylie can keep up what she's running right now, that's going to be one of her fastest marathons at a 2:53. So if she can go anywhere from that to under 3 hours and looks like she's going to win, that would be an absolutely amazing performance from her today.
All right, well, just over a month ago, she ran a 2:58 for the win in Ironman Australia.
Yeah, there you go.
In 2024, the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, will be home to the North American Championship. Voted the best overall race in 2022, as well as best finish line and best post-race experience. Chase your personal best pace as you ride on closed toll roads and enjoy a spirited run to the finish. Passing through the iconic Hippie Hollow. Register now. Sign up today at ironman.com/IamNorthAmerica.
Yes, sign up. Sign up right now. Everyone needs a race goal. Highly recommend it. Keeps you going on those dark days of training, because I always say training is so much harder than racing. I would much rather race than train. If only we could just race all the time, that would be fantastic. But, that's the best thing about racing. It's like you're fresher, you have the crowd support. It's like a catered training day, but so much better than training. But, I think that's one thing that a lot of athletes get caught up into. They get caught up in the training and they get so attached to it that then they don't want to put their hand in the fire, so to speak, and race. And I highly recommend, if you are doing longer distance races, to step down occasionally. I mean, even though we want to be these big diesel engines and train, leg speed is important. The dynamics of Ironman racing has changed so much. If you want to win these races, particularly the professional athletes and the age group athletes as well, no doubt about it, you have to carry some sort of leg speed. And, we talk a lot about fast before long. It is important to change it up a little bit, but as we get older, Greg, we get a little more fragile. We heard that in our catch-up a few minutes ago. It's like, you get a little too old to be running short, so you've got to go a little bit long.
Well, that's hard to say, because you know what, Kylie Simpson, she sort of said it the other way around. She was really, really fast, as a kid, 800, 1,500 metre runner, and now she's finding herself going longer and longer and longer. But,
that's what I mean, fast before long. She was running fast.
Yeah, there you go.
Not the other way around.
Oh, sorry, I'm dyslexic. Sorry, I'm from Australia, upside down. All right, well, let's go back and take a look at the bike today, and this is the bike recap. The full gas bike course recap here. Today on a beautiful course here in North Queensland. We saw a fast swimming Braden Curry get off onto the bike as well in first place. But it was our top four. We had Pete Jacobs right in there. We had Chang there from Taiwan for a little bit. We also had Mike, in second place, getting off the bike. It was Mike Phillips as well. But on the women's side of things, Radka Karlefeld was shadowing Sarah Crowley all during the swim. But out on the bike, it was those two. all the way.
It was. They definitely were at the front of the race, controlling it. But then all of a sudden, you know, we did see them swapping off, and we saw Crowley doing a lot of work, and then it swapped off with Karlefeld doing a lot of the work. And then, of course, the men's, it sort of went from a 5-person race to a 4-person race to a 3-person race. But, you know, the consistency was always there with our top contenders of Curry, Phillips and McKenna, and it was Phillips that had to make up that 90-second deficit.
Yep, Curry losing his bottle on the bike course, but it wasn't that long after. He went through an aid station and picked up another. That was Sarah Crowley, though, on the women's side, who was on the Captain Cook Highway and driving the pace back into a very, very hard-cutting headwind, and that was a telling story on the bike. And the early part of it, Penny Slater was having a good roll, but it was way back. It was Kylie Simpson that was taking out large chunks of time. But Radka Karlefeld was holding her own.
She definitely was. You know, she tacked hard on the bike, but it was definitely a little bit of a payback later on when Sarah Crowley managed to push a little bit harder.
Phillips, Curry and McKenna off the bike in first, second and third, but it didn't take long before Braden Curry really exerted his pace at the front there and took full control of the run course here. But they were very strong on the bike, and the top three there at the end of the bike there were really, really strong. On the women's side of things, it was Sarah Crowley that really got after it in the last 8 kilometres, and she only had a 27-second lead on Kylie Simpson coming, actually 37-second lead coming in off Kylie Simpson. And then in third place, it was Radka Karlefeld that was overtaken just in front there, you can see, by Kylie Simpson. And that was our bike recap. But what a great bike ride today by Kylie Simpson. Out of all of the athletes, that was my favourite.
No, definitely. You know, she had quite the deficit to make up. I think it was over like 13 and a half minutes at some point.
12:31.
12:31, yeah, an amazing ride. And, you know, that's where, you know, sticking to your race plan, keeping the pressure on. She managed to get almost to the front and then transition. Transition was everything for her today. That's when, you know, that time gap dropped down. Same with Karlefeld. You know, she hung tough. And then, you know, it was Sarah Crowley who realised that the threat was from Simpson. So she pushed really hard the closing stages, and Karlefeld lost contact a little bit. But then, to her benefit, Simpson came through. But, you know, Karlefeld didn't give up. That 30-second better transition really set herself up to at least start the marathon in contention.
And in contention she was. This is the Cairns Airport Ironman 70.3 Cairns finish line, and also the Ironman finish line. And we can tell you that Braden Curry leading our race going through the first 15 kilometres right now. On the women's side of things, it didn't take long for Kylie Simpson to get to the front and really exert herself, because she, you know, came into it. I loved her in a Fighting Chance interview when she said, yep, fast at 40, and I'm looking forward to it. I was really surprised.
No, I think that's such a good attitude, because I think when you've been in the sport for a long time, you know, you appreciate things and you learn a lot. Like, let's face it, like what we know now compared to when we were racing, there's so much more knowledge, and, you know, you're like, oh, if only I had known that. And I think that's the advantage of having longevity in sport, is that you learn these lessons and you can take advantage of them. And, you know, when we look at our men's leader right now, Braden Curry at 37, you know, still having these stellar performances. And, you know, I think that's what's happening across the board between the women's and the men's sport. You are seeing a shift that before it would be like, okay, you got to a certain age and like there wouldn't be any performance gains. But, you know, with the knowledge that we have and the technology and the advancements in coaching and recovery, you know, they're making it possible for these athletes to race just as fast, you know, 37 to 40. And that's what we're seeing. You know, Sarah Crowley is 40, Karlefeld is 38. You know, we heard Kylie Simpson say she's 40. Like, that's absolutely amazing. You know, in the men's, slightly different, you know, but it's very similar, you know. We have Mike Phillips, who's 32, Steve McKenna, who's 31, but Braden Curry, 37, crushing it right now.
2 weeks ago, we had 4 athletes in the men's division all crack 240 on the run. Jan Frodeno, a 3-time Ironman world champion, Olympic champion, World Cup champion in the Olympic distance as well. He cracked the 240 at 41. So that's an absolutely incredible time to do. But 4 athletes, and Dennis Chavreau, he didn't get that lead until a little bit into the race. So it was a great race to watch and, unfold. And then today, I'm witnessing the same sort of race by one guy. Braden Currie is definitely, head and shoulders above the rest of the guys in the race at this point in time. 6 hours and coming up to the 10-minute marker, and he is on pace to run sub 235. This is absolutely world-class, what we're watching from one person at this point in time.
Well, he is world-class. I mean, that's what he proved when he got third at the St. George World Championships. And, as I said earlier, this is sort of a statement, right? Everyone's been talking about all these other people because of what happened in Kona at the Ironman World Championships in 2022. Unfortunately, he got COVID and he couldn't go in and show everyone what he had. And I think this is, for him, like the statement, hey, you know what? Don't forget about me. Put me on your radar. I'm in this race. I am controlling it. There's no one around me, but I am still pushing it, because when the World Championship comes up in Nice in September, you better watch out, because technically he's very good on the bike as well. And I think that's the important component of racing in Nice, is the technical aspect of the bike. But the run is fast. It's going to be one of the fastest marathons we've seen, just basically because of the nature of the course. It's flat, it's fast, and the conditions are going to be a little bit cooler. So don't be surprised if we see a lot of athletes go under 240 at the World Championships in Nice.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this guy on screen right now, Braden Currie, as he just takes his time, make sure he takes his time. He's going to reach down. He's going to get that special needs, and he makes sure that he gets it as well. So well done to him, as now we see Kylie Simpson running out onto the run course as well. But Braden Currie over the last years, he's been pretty indestructible. In 2022, we know he finished third place at the Ironman World Championship in St. George. And then at the Tarangi half, he won that as well. And then in Ironman Cairns, he ran a 244. We know that he's done that time and time again. And then, we've seen other races like Ironman New Zealand, 244. Ironman Cairns, 2019, 244. Ironman Hawaii, 246. He's the perennial 245 guy. He can break 245 any day of the week. Today, he's on course to break 240.
And I think that's what that's telling me, is he knows what the standard is. He has to run under 240 if he wants to be competitive at a world championship level, because there's so many guys that are upping the ante. And it's in the past it was yeah, you run 240, you're good. Now it's you got to run 235 and better. And speaking of people who can run and who's doing really well right now, I mean, we have Braden Currie who's in the lead. We have Steve McKenna who's holding on to that second place. But, Phillips is hanging on, but Burton is coming up. But Tim Van Berkel, we know that he's consistent, that 245 guy. So, Pete Jacobs has dropped down a little bit, but, great day so far for him. He lost contact on the bike. But Van Berkel, technically, if Phillips falls apart anymore, it could be Van Berkel that could get onto that podium.
Yeah, it could be. And, Timmy runs very well. He's a light runner and very good on his feet like that. And as we can see right now, look at this beautiful running here. We've got 2 races there on the right-hand side. That was our 2 women in the lead there. And now Braden Currie just getting absolutely after it. He ran a 2:39.59 in 2018 at Ironman Cairns. That was after riding a 4:24. Well, today, he was around about a 4:21 and a 46:45 when he did it in 2018 for a total time at 7 hours and 54 minutes. Well, today, he's on a little bit faster than that, McKeely, so maybe around about the same time as last year, 7:52, 7:50. We don't know just yet, but he's on pace to do a great days of racing, and look at him go.
Yeah, see him just check his time split just then. He's definitely got a goal in mind, and, still looking very, very strong. Has some nice arm swing. What I like about it, he's relaxed. I like the little kickback of the heel still. I like how strong he looks through the course. So, when you're running, what are the little key things that you want to think about is pushing from the waist, pushing from the hips. So feeling like you can put your hands out in front of you and sort of push like a wall over. You know, often I'll get my athletes to run and put their hands out and just feel like they're pushing the wall, so they get that nice feel of being slightly downhill, because that's the kind of feel that you want to feel when you are running.
Over to our men's race right now. We can see that Steve McKenna running nicely there in the blue. He's just in a very, very nice, efficient rhythm at this point in time. So looking very, very good as he gets himself along the run course here. But Braden Curry really turning up the heat on the run course here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. A championship that he wants to come back and win, and a championship that he wants to take as he heads to Nice in September on the 10th. It's going to be a doozy of a race. It might come down to descending the very big Alps of Nice, and it might come down to a very flat run along the Côte d'Azur there, the Promenade d'Anglais on the Mediterranean, coming up in September. We'll be right back.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Look out, Greg. The women's race is certainly not over. Sarah Crowley is like maintaining about a 23-second deficit from Simpson. She's definitely slowed down. Not that 4:14 pace is slow. Definitely Karlefeld has dropped a little bit, about a minute back right now. We should see the next split in about less than a minute. So it'll be interesting to see what exactly is happening between Simpson and Crowley. You know, Crowley's, you know, she has the tenacity to be super aggressive on the run. If she's feeling good, she is going to try with all her might to make sure that Simpson cannot get any further seconds on her. So we're in for quite a race in the women's field. Kylie Simpson has just gone through the 6.7 kilometre mark. Obviously, it's a little bit faster part of the course because she's dropped now down to a 3:40 kilometre, and I haven't seen Sarah Crowley come through. But, you know, it's so early in this run. But, you know, when you're an athlete and you're starting the marathon, it's like you just think about, okay, this is the pace that I want to run. Can I maintain it? You're not thinking about the consequences later. It's like, this is what Kylie Simpson has trained for. You know, she knows what she's capable of doing. She's coming off a win at Ironman Australia. But, you know, as I said, Sarah Crowley is hanging in there. It's only 36 seconds back, only running like 0.6 slower, so a 3:40 to a 3:46 difference. So if she can keep her in her sights, that's going to be really beneficial to Crowley, because Simpson won't really know what's happening. I mean, the crowd is definitely going to give her a little bit of help with that. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, if Sarah Crowley can just manage to hang on for a little bit and find something to get back a little bit of time, because the closer she can sort of get to the back of Simpson, the better her race motivation will be. But somebody who doesn't need any motivation right now is certainly our men's leader right now, Braden Curry, just looking so strong, so smooth. He's got the hat on to keep himself a little bit protected. He's got the zipper of his race suit down a little bit. He's got the compression sleeves to support those muscles with less fatigue. Looks really, really good, Greg. I'm like super, not that I'm not impressed, but the fact that, you know, he's come out on this race, obviously with a mission, wants that Asia Pacific Championship. You know, this is a world-class athlete right now. He's proven it. And, you know, it's always interesting when, you know, you do have a setback and, you know, you get the opportunity to start a race and then all of a sudden it's taken away from you. You know, it's always like, I'm going to prove to everyone, but more prove to yourself. You know what? If I had been there, this is what could have been. So you can't really look at the past, but definitely you can put a plan in place to make that future outstanding.
He's been in full control of the race ever since the start of the gun this morning at 7:40 when Braden hit the water. He was the leader all the way until the very end of the swim, and that was, you know, Chang from Taiwan who decided that he wanted the fastest swim of the day and actually got it. But he got onto the bike ride, he controlled the bike ride, he allowed the other people to be a part of the race, but he controlled the pace. He asked the people to come through, do some pace setting, they did. He got to the front at the very end, and then he got out onto the run course first, and he's dominated so far, and guess what? He's 3 minutes and 45 seconds up at 17 kilometres into the race, and he's 9 minutes up on Mike Phillips. So when we were talking about, you know, fatigue and legs and everything about racing 4 times this year, I don't know if it was the pace that Mike Phillips had to make up for the deficit of the swim, but it is what it is, and Braden Curry's enjoying full control of this race. However, on the women's side of things, Kylie Simpson, I don't know if I've seen anyone look better at this point of the run other than Annie Haug recently. She's so light on her feet. It reminds me a little bit like Annie Haug, a little bit like Marinda Carfrae. Just got a beautiful turnover. And for a woman who raced just over a month ago to take an exhilarating finish and first place at the Ironman Australia, she's doing it again. And look at the slight frame of this lady. She's just saying that she's getting better with age and she's just in for the challenge. Today, look at the fleet-footedness of this young lady here. 40-year-old Kylie Simpson, not only did she ride the legs off the rest of the competition and he raced around about 12 minutes down from the swim, she's now leading the race.
Well, Greg, what I get from all that is the fact that if you want to run fast, you better have the physique of Annie Haug and Kylie Simpson. You know, definitely, you know, they're the smaller physique female athlete. And some of the reasons why they do really well is because of their stature. Yeah, in the heat, they're a little smaller. You know, for them, because they're probably like a $1.15, $1.20 at the most.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of pounds of weight.
And
so
what's that in kilograms, like 52, 53?
Yeah, a little bit less than that.
Wow.
But, you know, it's always interesting because, you know, when you look at different athletes and where they excel, you know, definitely this physique does really well with this type of marathon running after a swim and a bike. I mean, the taller you are, it's, you know, definitely you're going to weigh a lot more. And then the pounding is a little bit different. It's just the way gravity works. But, you know, they can also get away with sometimes more mileage, like Greg, like you, right? You don't get the muscle fatigue that somebody who's a little bit taller. And that compact physique is really, really efficient. Unlike me, who I'm not like super efficient in terms of like how I used to run.
You're also 5'8", 5'9". And,
I'm a little bit taller than that.
Okay, all right.
You know, I'm more like 5'10". So, you know, that's a big difference for somebody who's maybe 5'4", 5'6", and, you know, the weight ratio. But, you know, you always have to go with whatever you've got, and it's, you know, that talent that you have to be able to race as fast as you can over this distance. And having good technique and good form is super important. And it's not about the longest stride. It's about that quicker turnover and that efficient turnover. And sometimes, you know, that longer stride is not as efficient as that shorter, quicker stride. And it's in terms of energy that you put out and energy that you're losing, which makes this much more efficient with a little shorter and quicker turnover.
Well, let's see how efficient she is. We'll go over and look at the VinFast performance analysis right here. Estimated to finish at 4:18. That will be an 8:37.05 for our leader here, Kylie Simpson of Australia, with an average time of 3:40s on the run. Hello, McKeely Jones. That is smoking hot. If she can hold that pace all the way to the finish line, you know that is a, sub 2 50 run. So that's incredible. Let's see what she's capable of doing. I just want to go back to a couple of the notes, that you just were talking about, and that is of, the smaller stature. Well, I got news for you, Miss McKeely Jones. The smaller statured women like Annie Haug and Kylie Simpson have also been spitting out some really, really fast and impressive bike times.
Well, that's a given, because if you look at the professional women's circuit for bike racing, it's the more stockier, solid girls who actually do quite well. So to me, that's like not a story to be told. But yeah, if you're a little bit bigger, obviously, you're going to put out sometimes more power, but it's that power to weight ratio that is different. So typically, like, a smaller athlete has a little bit more power, where a taller athlete has a little bit more strength.
Well, I don't think it really matters what stature you are. This is Ironman, and anybody can do it. Anything is possible. That is the slogan that we go by here at Ironman. You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. We're going to come back at the end of the break, where Braden Curry is heading to the finish line and Kylie Simpson is running away from the field in our women's race.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And we are back, and this is Braden Curry, our men's leader. He is still on track for a 2:30 marathon. I mean, wouldn't that be absolutely amazing if he could pull that off? But, he still has some miles to run. He just came through almost the 20-kilometre mark, so just almost halfway, but looks so stellar. And, I did talk to a couple of the other athletes who are out there racing to see what sort of prep they do to be able to run this marathon. And one person in particular was, of course, our women's leader, Kylie Simpson, and she always said she likes to do some big bricks leading into the race, and it usually consists of about 100 kilometres on the bike, followed by 30 by 1 kilometres off the bike. And then she'll do a swim at the end of the day after she's done all that. So 30.1 kilometres of brick running for her. And then also, I'd love to share a little bit on what Penny Slater, she's she's a little bit lower now, but she was in the 3rd position for a long time. And, she said that, that intensity of the quality mixed in with a little bit of long and some big volume blocks was the way that she prepared for this race.
Well, I like what, Kylie's doing, and, you've probably done similar to that, and I've done similar to that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, back in the day, but, I did a little bit longer on the runs. I did as many as 12 times a mile, off the bike after, doing, fairly substantial bike rides. And
I think that's the difference, though, right? When you're a US-based athlete, you talk a lot in miles. When you're in the metrics system, it's always about kilometres.
Yeah, well, she was doing 1,000s. We were doing 1,600s.
Yes.
So, let's go across and have a look at the VinFast performance analysis for Mr. Braden Curry, and he is expected to finish in a 7:42.45. That will be taking 10 minutes off last year's winning time, and that is an average of 3:22 minutes on the run. So that is going to be very, very close. We're going to keep an eye on that because that is getting down to record-setting marathon times here today. So Braden Curry from New Zealand, he is your race leader coming up to the halfway mark on the run course here on the Hoka run course of the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. That is the VinFast performance analysis.
And Steve McKenna is still hanging on to second. Actually, he's sort of getting more into his groove. He is at 4:22 back. That just shows you the speed of Curry. He came through the halfway mark at 3:37 kilometres pace right now. And then if we go back to the women's race, of course, they're almost at the 10.5 kilometre mark. We should see them coming through any moment now. But it was Simpson running a 3:38 with Crowley running a 3:52 and Karlefeld running a 3:58. And then if we go back, I mean, I talked about just recently, Penny Slater is hanging on to that 4th position right now in the women's field.
When we get a good look back at Kylie Simpson, I want to get your answer on this one. But I think she looks like, well, actually a lot like another Australian Ironman 70.3 athlete, Mel Hulsholt.
Yes.
And I think she looks a lot like her. And, you know, Mel came from a track running background, as did, Kylie from a young age. So it's funny. I think that there's a lot of similarities there when I see the squareness of the shoulder, but I like the turnover. But it looks like they do, fall onto their toes there, pretty much the same. So Mel Hulsholt, if I can say that from the shoulders down, like that looks like Mel Hulsholt, don't you think?
Yeah, I can definitely see what you're talking about. And, that's the thing when you are a track runner. You put the spikes on, they're designed to get you up on the forefoot. But now, you look at Hoka and the fact that the carbon plate has really made a big difference in making sure that you are running more on your forefoot and you're getting a little bit of bounce.
Going over to Tourism Events Queensland.
And I'm here in Cairns, joined with the Assistant Minister for Tourism and local MP, Mr. Michael Healy. Michael, tell us how special it is to have this incredible event back for its 12th year in such an incredible destination and broadcast live for the world.
Tammy, this is absolutely spectacular. And as you said, we're in our 12th year. This place is absolutely booming. The impact it's having on our region, our city, is fantastic. And look at us. It's the middle of winter and it's absolutely beautiful. So the impact is significant, but it's so positive for the community.
Michael, what do you think personally, what it takes that this event continues to be great?
Well, look, as you would know, Tammy, there's a lot that you need to bring together to make an event successful. The first and foremostly is we have a fantastic coordination between those interested parties. So there's state and there's the local council and then there's a huge amount of volunteers. So there's really significant amount of community support. The Ironman organisation itself is a world-class event, but to have it in such a pristine part of the world, and for all of us that live here, as you and I know, it is so unique. It's the only part of the world that has 2 World Heritage listed assets, being the Great Barrier Reef and our ancient rainforest. That we know adds to a great quality of life. So having those events here amongst this beautiful setting, at particularly this time of year, just makes it that little bit better.
And you've probably already answered this question, but I want to tap into why do you personally think it is such a great destination to race, train and holiday?
Well, I think it's because of all those things I said earlier, but just as importantly, what you'll see is there's so much community involvement. And we know how important sport is for developing children. It's so important. So to see mums and dads like yesterday, to see all those kids participating in the event. And there's so many events associated with this, like we've got the swim out at Green Island. We've got so many other associated events with strong community support. So when you've got that strong community support and we're bringing in so many other people, like the value I think is going to be roundabout, it'll be over $12 million. I mean, we are a world-class tourism destination. And when you think that we're going to have people from all over the world coming into our city to exercise, to participate in this fantastic event, but in addition to that, it gives us great exposure. And as you know, as I said, world-class products, whether it's going to the reef or whether it's going up out into the rainforest or even going out west. It's a great gateway, and that's why all of those things contribute to this being one of the best events you can ever have.
So it was announced that Ironman Cairns, the Asia Pacific Championship, was announced the best Ironman in the world, voted by the people. What do you think that means to our region and our local community members?
Well, look, the significant investment it brings is fantastic, but the reality is it's basically letting everybody around the world know what we already know. This is such a beautiful part of the world. We welcome everybody here. We've got, I mean, if you think about from Port Douglas to Palm Cove, that road, it is absolutely spectacular. It is scenic. It highlights our region. All of those benefits, in addition to the fact that we've got it for another 5 years too. So it's not going anywhere. We're going to keep it here and we're going to make the best event even better.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much. I'm Tammy Barker, Assistant Minister for Tourism, Mr. Michael Healy, and local member for Cairns. Thank you for your time. Let's get back to the action right now.
All right, thanks to Michael and Tammy there. Previously recorded interview there. Thank you very much, guys, for that. Tourism Events Queensland, always great to catch up with them, as we know that without their support, these events in Queensland would just not happen. There is Braden Curry going past all those beautiful seafood restaurants. Oh, my gosh, on a crisp, beautiful Sunday lunchtime, how would you like to be having a fisherman's platter right now?
I'm an oyster girl.
Okay.
Australia has some awesome oysters.
Kilpatrick? Or fresh?
No, fresh.
Slide them straight down the back there. Rightio, that's Braden Curry. He's just heading out by the marina right now. And if you want to come out to northeast Queensland, yep, the northern part of Queensland, and head out to the Great Barrier Reef, this is the region to do it. International Airport in Cairns. You can fly directly into there from many major cities in the world and head out to the Great Barrier Reef for a lovely snorkeling day, maybe a scuba. Get out in there and see some of the dolphins or see that beautiful coral reef. All right, so Braden Curry right now for New Zealand, slowing down just a little bit over the last part there. He was averaging 4:10s, but we do know, McKeely, that was the twisty, turning part of the course there as he heads out now. Coming up to the 23-kilometre marker, but he's already gone through at 6:32. There's McKenna. He's back there at 4:22. And Tim Van Berkel, like you called it, having the run of the day.
You know, Tim's just that consistent guy, right? On looking at his resume, it's like he's going to consistently run the same Ironman split, that 2:48, that 2:46, that 2:46, that 2:48. You know, he's just so consistent, and that's why you'll see him on so many podiums. And, you know, he's been around for, quite a few years now, but he just knows how to run consistency, and sometimes that's all it needs.
Dinner time!
The second half of the Hoka run course today here is now underway. There's Braden Curry running around the marina here in the city centre of Cairns as he makes his around the U-turn there. He's just got 1 and a bit laps to go before he heads down that finish line. Too early to tell if he's going to win the race, but he certainly has got it in the bag at this point in time. So Steve McKenna is in second place at 4:22 down. And then Tim Van Berkel from Australia, from New South Wales, is running really well. He's running almost on par, same time as Braden Curry there. So McKenna in second, Tim Van Berkel in third. Then it's Mike Phillips in fourth place. And then Matt Burton is still sitting there at 14:12 down. So we got a good tight race for third, fourth and fifth. So the podium spots are not stitched up at this point in time by all means, but it's 3 Australians and 2 Kiwis in the top 5.
Yeah, you know, it just shows that, you know, you got to be consistent in the marathon. You know, you can sort of have a slightly weaker bike, but if you have a strong marathon, you can definitely have a final finishing position in that top 5, and that's why we're seeing Tim Van Berkel move up into that 3rd spot right now. McKenna is hanging on to 2nd, and of course Curry is just making everyone look like they're running slow, but they're not. I mean, Tim is running like just slightly slower than Curry, but you know, it's like that's just the way it tells the story that, you know, a good marathoner can still run off a hard bike, off a slower bike. It's all about like good technique, good leg speed, and the strength, because Ironman running is about strength. But these days too, you also need that good leg speed, and that's why it's always important to, you know, throw in those intensity sessions where you're not just concentrating on that Ironman marathon pace, you are working on some leg speed, because, you know, if you're going to run a 2:35 marathon, which seems to be the case these days for a lot of the men's field, I mean, that's starting to get fast. I mean, if you ask some of the marathon runners around the world, they would probably think that our Ironman athletes are running a lot faster. But, you know, we've progressed really nicely over the last couple of years where, you know, we wouldn't have many athletes that would break 2:40 in the men's race. And then all of a sudden you started seeing now the men break like 2:35. Well, and that's significant.
Yeah, Brayton's just gone through 24 kilometres, McKeely, and he's running at a pace of 3:34 kilometre an hour right now. So he's picked it up once again. And this is, you know, really impressive. The next 4 athletes that are running the fastest today is Tim Van Berkel out there running really well as well. But guess who's moved into the top 4 fastest run times? Yep. Pete Jacobs. Pete Jacobs, he's been hanging around all day. He's now finding himself in 6th position, but he's running the 3rd to 4th fastest run splits out there in our men's professional race, as the Kiwi just now takes another look down at the watch there, tries to decipher all the data that he's been collecting about his running, and now decides the heart rate in the perfect position. Is his pace right? Is his energy right? And is his nutrition on point? Because he only has just over 1.5 laps to run here before coming in and possibly picking up the Asian Pacific Championship right here in Cairns on a most incredible Sunday afternoon.
So, Greg, Pete Jacobs, right? We talked about his predictions that he had sent through earlier in the week.
Let's have a look at them.
Okay, so the swim, he was very, very close in the swim, right? He predicted 45 minutes, right? In the bike, he projected 4:25, and the run, he wants to run 2:45. What do you think he's running right now? 2:45.
Yeah, he's running on 2:45 pace, and he did bike a 4:29 today.
Yeah, so slightly off on the bike, but pretty close.
Very close.
Pretty close.
4 minutes
like,
could have gone. Yeah, 4 minutes could have gone either way for Pete, because it was actually the last 30 kilometres that did him in, and that was halfway back, you know, into the headwind. So it was a very, very tough section.
But, you know, he's living, he's pretty close to those predictions.
Mate, he is going so well. The Red Bull athlete here, this is Braden Curry from New Zealand going through the Red Bull zone. This is the energy zone. He's full of it right now because he is leading the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Not too far to go. He's running along at a clip of 3 minutes and 36 seconds average pace, and that is just right around the 2:40, just under the 2:40 pace at this point in time. So doing absolutely wonderful. On the women's side of things, look at this. Beautiful mountains, beautiful ocean. The Pacific is on fire today. Absolutely gorgeous for Kylie Simpson. Made her way to the front of the run course very early, and now stomping it at 3:50s. Incredible.
Yeah, she is absolutely incredible right now, doing exactly what was predicted earlier on, that, you know, she was definitely one to watch in the marathon. And Crowley's, you know, dropped back a little bit. She's now down to that just over 2 minutes. Carla Fidz is around 4:05. And then if we go back a little bit further, you know, Penny Slater was hanging in there for 4th place. But right now it's all about Simpson. You know, she just snuck through the 12.9K with a 3:48 average right now. So the next time check will come in a couple more minutes where she'll hit 14.8 kilometres. And, you know, she's just slowly and surely putting more and more distance on the other athletes. And this is why. So smooth, technique looks so great, taking full advantage of all the aid stations. You know, so important in these conditions. I mean, yeah, there are some shaded sections, which is super nice, but you get into the sun and, you know, it's 26, 28 degrees. That's hot. At least the humidity did go down a little bit, but it probably started to creep up by this stage in the race. But, you know, this is what it's about. Manage the conditions, keep that core temperature down for as long as you can. Take advantage what's out on the course, you know, ice, water, the Morton's gels, you know, that's so important to maintaining the pace that you want. And, you know, your legs are fatigued. They're going to feel tired, but that's what you train for. That's why you run off the bike. This is what it's leading up to. And, you know, those 30 by 1 kilometres that she did in training is certainly paying off right now.
Certainly paying off because she's just put another 40 seconds on Sarah Crowley going through that 12.9 kilometre marker. We can tell you that Sarah is now 2:47 down on our leader, Kylie Simpson. And what was even more impressive is that not only was Kylie, you know, 12 minutes and 31 seconds out of the water behind Sarah Crowley, she did it all on her own. She had no other pace-setting, you know, opportunities like, you know, Sarah and Radka were, you know, switching off, as did Braden Curry, Mike Phillips, and also Pete Jacobs. And also our third guy there was Steve McKenna from Australia. So kudos to Kylie Simpson right now, the small-framed athlete who's just running along at maximum efficiency right now. Same as this guy on screen, because one lap from now, he will be at that 36-kilometre marker there on the Hoka Run course. But right now, he's just thinking about getting across the line as fast as he possibly can. McKeely, I've got an observation. The observation is this is a very dead-flat run course. If Braden is out there watching what happened in Hamburg a couple of weeks ago with 4 guys, Christian Hogenhaug, Jan Frodeno, Peter Heermerk, and also Dennis Chavreau going under the 240 barrier. Coming down to Nice, okay, yes, it's going to be a very, very hard ascent, very technical descent in Nice before running on that flat run course. Today, is it something that Braden has in the back of his mind that if he's going to stand a chance of winning the World Ironman Championship, the VinFast Championship in Nice, he has to run that time to prove it to himself?
I don't think just to prove it to himself. I think he knows what he's capable of. I think the confidence of getting third at St. George at the World Championships in the beginning of last year, you know, it's like that was telling everyone, hey, take notice, you know. I just got third at the Ironman World Championships in St. George. And then, you know, as I said earlier, the fact that he didn't get to race in Kona, you know, people's memories sometimes are very, very short. So, you know, he's done his homework. There's a reason why he lined up for this race. There's a reason why he's on pace right now to run under 2:35, because he wants to make sure that everyone knows, hey, don't count me out. I may be on the other side of the world right now, but this course it's flat. It's definitely a little technical in some sections, but I think it's like another one of those races where, you know what, this is what the Ironman World Championships looks like in Nice. Like, I can't always duplicate what the bike course is going to look like, but this could be a duplication of like, okay, what am I capable on a flatter run if I really, really want to push the pace? And you know, this is what he's done all day. You know, he got in the water, he pushed the pace. No one came around to him until they went over the timing mat. And then on the bike, what did we see? He was pushing the pace. Yeah, he got a little bit of help there and then, but, you know, a lot of the time we saw Braden Curry on the front. Transition, super fast and efficient through the transition. What did we see on the run? We saw him take control, and that's been the theme for him all day long. He took control. Obviously, he's feeling great, because when you're feeling great, you're going to push to the front. You know, tactically, he didn't want to sit around. He wanted to keep pushing.
Yep, own your actions, and that's exactly what he's done right now because he has taken it all the way down to the finish line in about a lap and a half. We'll be right back after this short break. You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, and this is Braden Curry overtaking one of our age groupers out on course at the moment. Yep, we got a 70.3 happening at the moment. We've got an Ironman happening at the moment, and we've got over 1,500 happy souls just running around the city centre of Cairns. This is the Asian Pacific Championship. And Braden Curry from New Zealand wants that title. There we go through the special needs area, just reaches into the bag of tricks. Look at that. You get your little cooler.
Yeah, you know, that's fantastic, right? Making sure the athletes are getting hydration that is cool. There's nothing better on race day that you have some nice, cool hydration. It's really, really refreshing. And, you know, it's always, you know, research is great, right? It's a great tool to see how your body responds. And there has been, like, research done, like, you know, how a cooling beverage helps you mentally and physically, and how long it helps for. So that's why, like, you'll see a lot of the athletes carry the hydration once they go through the aid station, because there is a point where that feeling of how good it is quickly wears off, particularly when it gets hot. So there is a time, sort of like that window where, okay, I took a drink, now I feel good, now I'm starting to overheat again. And that's why you see a lot of the athletes who will continue to carry that hydration, or, you know, carry a handheld hydration system just to keep that feeling going, because it only lasts for a short amount of time. Like, you saw him go from aid station to aid station, and then he just tossed that bottle.
Yeah, that was a special needs station about 500 metres ago. So you only had 500 metres in between those two stations. But, you know, typically you have about 2 kilometres in between each one of the run aid stations out there. Some races are different, but this one here looks like about every 2 kilometres. So very nice. You know, you can actually, you know, decide, well before the race, you know, how you were going to calculate your caloric intake, right? So, and another thing, when you were talking about, you know, ice and cold, and the body has a thermostat, and if the thermostat's running hot, it's just like a kid or somebody running a temperature. You can't perform at your optimal levels if you're running hot. So you have to keep the engine radiator right, just running smoothly. So it's important to not only, you know, keep your body cool, but how do you keep it cool? Like those ice drinks, going through the special needs station, going through the aid station, making sure that you get a water with some ice in it. And then also grabbing some ice and putting it where your big glands are, under the arms.
Hydration triangle.
There you go.
Or diamond.
Exactly. However you want to look at it. Head right across to the arms, and then a little bit down low. So, you know, you've got to keep yourself informed on just exactly what temperature you're running as well. And today being a warmer day, just like in Kona, you know that hydration, very key, but also keeping your body's thermostat regulated at the right temperature.
And the moisture. You know, because some people, like, will sweat a lot, and then the experience that some athletes have, they'll stop sweating. And that's a critical point. You never want to get to that point where you stop sweating. So keeping your skin moist, because some people will sweat a lot more than others. So if you don't sweat as much, just keeping your skin moist it's like an AC sort of effect, that it has a cooling effect. So yeah, it's really, really important to make sure you understand how you can take advantage of each aid station, whether that's, drinking whatever they offer, putting ice in that hydration diamond, under the armpits, under the run cap, the lower extremities.
Exactly.
Sometimes people like to hold ice in their hands and they feel it
That's also
melt.
a good one. Yep.
And then, the moisture, using that water to keep the moisture on your skin and in your race suit. And Kylie Simpson, has been doing all of that. She looks fantastic. She's got the hat turned back. Obviously, that's her preferred way. Some athletes like it to stop the sweat from getting in their eyes. Sometimes it's a shade to keep the sun off their face. She's got the calf guards on, so she can actually keep those a little bit moist, and that'll also help that cooling system. But, both these athletes look really, really strong. Obviously, Kylie's just a little bit quicker in her turnover compared to Braden. Braden sort of has this style that's a little bit more lopey, but still very efficient for him. And that's what I love about when you analyze different athletes. Both these athletes are running fast. In the men, you're looking at a 2:32 to 2:35. And then the women, Kylie's been tracking a 2:48. That is just ridiculously fast, especially in these conditions. So, you have to be efficient with the body type that you have. And that's why you see a slightly different style to both these athletes. But still, super, super fast.
Yeah, I mean, Braden stands 5'10". He's got longer legs, longer stride. You're talking about someone like Kylie Simpson, probably standing about 5'5", shorter legs, faster turnover. So there you go in that respect. And then highly trained athletes competing at the very best, at the highest level in a championship race. So everything you just said there, McKeely, was really, really well constructed, and well done for that. All right, so as we head off for our break right now, this is the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Braden Curry leads our men. Kylie Simpson of Australia leads the women. See you on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns, brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Gatorade, fuels you forward. Braden Curry from New Zealand continues to lead this championship race on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in the city centre of Cairns. Yes, you may say it's one of the biggest tourist destination spots in Australia. You are dead right. It has an incredible international airport, the Great Barrier Reef. It is one of the talking points and one of the 7 wonders of the world, and no doubt about it, this is the middle of winter, ladies and gentlemen, and look at this on a 28-degree Celsius day, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Very little wind to think about right now. It's been a beautiful day for our athletes. They're not on vacation, not just yet.
Yes, not just yet, but certainly when they cross that finish line. The women's race, Greg, you talk about how many times somebody can come back. So Sarah Crowley was sitting in second, and it looked like she was going to move away from Karlefeld, but that is actually not the case now. Karlefeld is actually closing the gap and is running faster than Crowley. So they were 4:36 and 4:59. So less than 20 seconds now separates those two. And, it just shows you that, never give up. Keep on track of what you're trying to do and how you feel, because Karlefeld we thought was going to be like moving further and further away from Crowley, but that's not the case. And I think once Karlefeld sees Crowley, I think that's going to be really motivating to her. And if, if she can get back up to her shoulder, that's going to be quite the race.
It will be the race for sure. And, that was Radka and Sarah last year just being separated by 5 minutes. But who was in third? Kylie Simpson. So Kylie might be getting the ultimate revenge here. She was in third place last year, not too far down. She was 14 minutes down off Radka Karlefeld and a little bit further down off Sarah Crowley. So this year, she has certainly turned the tables, Kylie Simpson. She's found the fountain of youth at 40 years of age. And today, we can tell you that she might be backing up her Ironman Australia win with another win on Australian soil, but this time at the Asia Pacific Championship, because now she is 4.5 minutes over Sarah Crowley and a fast-closing Radka Karlefeld as they approach the halfway point on the run course. It is all Braden Curry on the men's side of things. He's running along at a great clip right now, running along the beautiful Esplanade right here in Cairns. The course goes in an anti-clockwise direction here, and you can soak up all the electric atmosphere with all of these spectators as they go past the Tri-Club City that's been set up there on the run course as well. Great to see all of the Tri-Clubs in attendance.
Yeah, fantastic. And the support that you get out on race day is always amazing from the clubs that line the course. And it does give you that little bit extra motivation. You sort of pep up and oh yeah, I got to look good as I go past my friends. So, it's always one of those things when you're out there racing, some parts of the course can be very, very lonely, and it's always nice when you get that cheer from the crowd. But I do have to say that Braden Curry, he still is on target to be under 2:35 right now. He's got about 46 minutes left to be out here on the Ironman course here in Cairns. And, I just haven't seen a weakness yet. He looks strong. He looks efficient. He looks determined. And, yeah, Greg, you did call that he was your pick. And, I did say, maybe Steve McKenna was going to give him for a run for the money. But I also did mention that, definitely he had something to prove, that little bit of extra motivation after finishing second at Ironman New Zealand earlier in the year.
Yeah, nobody has a crystal ball, but I think that, just years of...
Your crystal ball is pretty good right now. That's all I'm saying.
I really appreciate that. But I'm a student of the game here, and I love all these races, and I study it and I research it, until the cows come home. So I love statistics, and I look at, and I also like to see and hear about people's training, whether it's on social media or whether if it's from the horse's mouth themselves. So Braden Curry, let's look at it. He's got 2 podium finishes this year, first and a second. I said this during the bike ride. Mike Phillips, he's got 4 races under his belt. A couple of Ironmans and a couple of 70.3s. I think his legs are a little toast right now, to be honest. And then, on the Steve McKenna side of things, he did his last Ironman just over a month ago. So he might have a little bit of that, in his legs as well. But look, Steve McKenna's running along here. He's only 6.5 minutes down on one of the best in the world. That is Braden Curry. So Steve McKenna is running along at a great clip. Look at that. 3 minutes and 49 seconds average pace for him. That's insane. He's running along at a very, very fast pace. That's a low 240 pace as well for Steve McKenna. We're just being treated to another incredible race for the second week in a row.
Absolutely incredible racing. But, this has been the theme the last couple of years. We've seen these outstanding performances and, you just see everyone's upping the ante. It's sort of like the magic of the 4-minute mile, right? If one person does it, then it's it seems even more possible. And, it's that's what we're seeing. We're seeing okay, the Norwegians said, okay, this is what you've got to run if you want to beat us. And the rest of the world is okay, let's see what we can do. If one person can do it, then you always have this penetration of other athletes going, you know what, I can do that too. I have something to aim for. This is the standard. I'm going to up the ante. And that's the progression of sport. You know, it would be sad to see the sport go the other way, but our sport is so young in terms of how long it's been around, and we're still learning and we're still growing. And I just love the fact that we have so many companies, you know, like Hoka out there developing these awesome running shoes that not only offer great cushioning, but they offer fast shoes with the carbon plate. And the carbon plated shoes is not only make you faster, but you just don't get the same muscle fiber tears that you would compared to traditional style running shoes. So, I mean, we are seeing a little bit the evolution of that as well. But, you know, it's the training, it's the nutrition, it's the belief.
You want to take a step back in time? Why don't we take a step back in time and, you know, just talk about that for a little minute, because you talk about milestones in Ironman racing. Let's talk about the first time somebody ever went under 8 hours as Lothar Leder in Ironman in Germany. And then the great Paula Newby-Fraser, when she was 11th overall in Kona. I do believe that was 1988. And she was either 9:01 or 8:51 or somewhere there, but she was 11th overall. Go figure. That's at Kona, right, against the best men in the world. And that was right around the time of Dave Scott and Mark Allen, Scott Tinley, you name it, they were there. And then you fast forward a little bit, and then you've got the people like Patrick Langers coming through, the Faris Al-Sultans, the Sebastian Kienles, Thomas Hellriegels, the German-trained Jürgen Zach. They all came through and took over. And then it was Jan Frodeno. And then on the women's side, it all started coming down. Natasha Bardman was laying down these incredible bike times. And then she was running like a little dynamo, you know, out there on the course. She won 6 times. I mean, let's see if Daniela Reif can do that and repeat that. Then it was Chrissy Wellington, who went out there and just absolutely dominated from the front. And now Daniela Reif has absolutely dominated 70.3 and Ironman racing over the course of the last, half a decade or so. So when we come back after the break, we'll pick it up and we'll talk a little bit about how it's gone through technologically wise, because I want to get your take on it. As engineering has gone through, an evolution as well. Shoes you just mentioned with carbon plates, athletes and nutrition. And now it was a race of survival. Now it's a race the whole way. We'll be right back.
To be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Welcome back to the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. You're watching Braden Curry absolutely destroy the course here today. He was the leader in the swim. He got off the bike in the lead group, but he dominated the group. He held them all at ransom. He said, you go do some work, I'll do some work too. On the run, he said, see you later, and here he is. Just before we went to break, McKeely Jones and I were talking about the evolution of triathlon. It went from just a sport where you wanted to survive and get across the finish line and get your finisher shirt to now, McKeely, I wanted to take you to the next level. Nutrition's better. There's coaching out there. Technologically, we're talking about aerodynamics. It's played a big part of triathlon. The bikes are a lot lighter, more aerodynamic. The wheel sets are very important, but it comes down to the athlete and how hard they can train and how fast can they recover to get that good training going. Give us your thoughts.
Well, before we talk about that, I would just want to say, look at the women. Kylie Simpson is in the lead, but Carla Feld has now moved herself ahead of Sarah Crowley. Amazing that Carla Feld can come back. And, you talk a little bit about risk and reward. And maybe there was a little risk for Sarah and a lot of reward for Karlefeld by just being steady. But in terms of like the development of recovery and the development of equipment, yeah, recovery is significant because we talk a lot about, I always laugh a little bit, well, that athlete trains so hard. I go, everyone trains hard. And, you know, it's the details. Yeah, the shoes have gotten faster. The bikes have gotten faster. The training research that we have, it's like there's so much more knowledge. But it's also that recovery component because, you know, there's only so many times you can go out and go super, super hard, and then you can't go out and go super hard the next day if you haven't facilitated that recovery. And whether it's through nutrition, whether it's through recovery devices, whether it's through making sure you're getting the right amount of sleep, you know, there's this whole component to it. And I think, you know, athletes are getting so much wiser because it just doesn't come down to like sitting on the couch. It's like you have to be active. You know, that activation that you do in the gym is also a part of it. You know, that strength component. There's so much that comes into it. But yeah, it's technology has driven it to a point. But, you know, it's still those details. That's what will separate a lot of these athletes. Who's recovering better so they can go and do more quality workouts.
So talking about the athlete recovery, we're looking at two different things here. We've got someone like Mike Phillips and Steve McKenna. Well, let's talk about Steve McKenna in particular and Kylie Simpson because they both did Ironman Australia just over a month ago. On one hand, you've got Kylie Simpson absolutely dominating the women's field with the fastest bike of the day. And she's also running along with the fastest run clip of the day as well. She's fully recovered, or is she three-quarter recovered, as opposed to Steve McKenna, who's already lost around about 6.5 minutes to Braden Curry. However, Braden doesn't have an Ironman in his legs just over a month ago.
You know, and that definitely can be part of it. And it may be, one athlete recovered better. And was that a result of the details, or is that a result of how they handle the race load and what they did leading into the race and what they did leading out of the race? And then you've got to also remember, Braden Curry is running ridiculously fast right now. I mean, that's the other. If he wasn't in the race, you know, we wouldn't even be talking about that, what his recovery is, because it's the fact that Braden Curry is running under 2:35 pace, and that is fast. Not a lot of athletes can do that. I mean, definitely it's getting more and more, but that's what it looks like you have to do to run. You know, we've seen a lot of 70.3 races in the women's that, you know, if you run a 1:15, you're going to win. Nope. It's not going to happen. So, you know, this is just another example of the sport progressing, and somebody puts it out there. There's a number that's put out there, and it's like, if you want to be competitive and you want to be a world champion, this is the number you have to reach. And that's what everyone's striving for right now. And, you know, in terms of this time of the year and recovery and choosing your races, you know, sometimes, you know, it works in people's favor. Sometimes it doesn't. And, you know, that's just part of the progress. And it's like I always go, you know, sometimes something will turn around and kick you in the butt. And it might not have been something you did yesterday or in the future. It might be something that you did like 6 months ago. It's always amazing how that recovery component can turn around and go, yep, nope, you went too hard and we've seen it a lot. Sorry, time to like pull you back.
Ain't happening. All right, but this is happening for Braden Curry right now because he's now out over 7 minutes in the lead. Over the last women's split, we can tell you at the 14-kilometre marker, Radka Karlefeld was sitting right behind Sarah Crowley. Now, 3 kilometres down the road, she is 5 minutes in front. So that's how quickly that can happen. So right now, Kylie Simpson is in first place. In second place, Radka Karlefeld. But the big news, 5 quick minutes has gone the other way from Sarah Crowley in third place as they approach the halfway marker of the run course. And now we've got Braden Curry in his last lap of the run right now here on the Hoka run course. Fly, human fly. He is trying to do just that. 37 years old. He hails from Wanaka, New Zealand. Third place in the 2022 Ironman 70.3 World Championship there in St. George. And today, Look at him there. The fleet-footed Curry is now racing toward the finish line in his final miles, the final kilometres before he can take the Asia Pacific Championship.
And he's going to be over the moon. Like when he's going to know what split he's on. You know, we've seen him check his watch. And, you know, this is the most important thing, what he's doing now. He's making sure he's getting his nutrition in all the way to the finish. And, you know, 2 reasons why you do that. He hasn't finished. He still needs to keep that intake of the calories and the hydration. You keep got to doing. Plus, that's going to help facilitate the recovery when he actually stops. It's like you take advantage of every single aid station, not just to get you across the finish line, but to help facilitate that recovery as well. And of course, you know, these athletes will go through drug control. So you want to stay hydrated so that you can get that test done and go and celebrate this victory. And, you know, it's just going to be amazing to see him cross the finish line. I think it's going to be one of those finish lines where you're going to see the emotion from him. He's going to be super excited to be the winner here today, Greg.
Yep, looking for a well under a sub 7 hours and 50-minute winning time today for our men's. Braden Curry from New Zealand having it all of his own way on the marina there. We can see just heading out there past our restaurants on a sunny afternoon here on a Sunday in northern Queensland. Absolutely gorgeous outside. Hard to see and hard to think it's a middle of winter day, but I am just looking at it going, it's always a good day in Cairns.
What was the slogan? Beautiful one day, perfect the next. And that's right. Exactly what you're seeing here on race day, and you're seeing fast times. Yeah, Braden Curry, you know, has slowed down slightly to a 2:35 pace right now. But, you know, his only incentive is really to see what he's capable of, not what the rest of the field is doing. He's definitely put enough of a margin in right now. He's probably got about 33 minutes left to get to that finish line. Yes, you know, things can still happen. You know, we can't say for sure that he's going to win, but, you know, it looks 99.9% chance that, you know, this is going to be our winner today. You know, something drastic would have to happen. And, you know, we have seen it. There's no doubt about it. But, you know, from the first time he lined up today, he was super aggressive in what he wanted to do. And when I say aggressive, you know, he got to the front of the race in the swim. He got to the front of the race in the bike, and he got to the front of the race in the run. And with 33 minutes left, he's still in the front of the race.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's going to take that much to get him across the finish line. But Braden Curry, like you said, a dominant performance as he just wiggles his way through the tight little section there. This is a slower part of the section, a lot of turns, as we see Kylie Simpson out on a straighter part of the course there. So 4 minute 09 kilometre average pace right now as he goes through the twisty part of the circuit here, counterclockwise as they make their way around the run course here. And then we also have Kylie Simpson. She's out on the flatter, faster, straighter road at this point in time. Running 3:49 average pace at the moment. Just 10, 20 seconds in front of Braden Curry at this point. Just wanted to mention that.
No, like fantastic effort from our women's leader right now, Kylie Simpson. And then in second place in the women's field is Carla Feld. And she is actually running just over a 3-hour marathon right now. So her pace right now is 4:16. So we should see in about 3 or 4 minutes the women cross that 21 kilometre mark. So that would be the halfway mark. We definitely know that Sarah Crowley is struggling right now because at the last check she was 10 minutes and we haven't seen her come through the 19.7. Penny Slater was sitting in fourth in our last checkpoint, and then it was Kate Gillespie-Jones who was sitting just behind her.
The Ironman Asian Pacific Championship continues right here in the city centre of Cairns, and it's been all the Kiwi. Today on our men's side of things, he's dominated all the proceedings here on the swim. He was the leader for 99% of the swim course. Out on a bike, he controlled the pace setting with his athletes up the front there, having them set the pace and then take control of the race himself. But on the run course, he's simply been brilliant right from the very moment he hopped out of transition and through those energy zones, the Red Bull zone, the Gatorade Endurance zone. His nutrition has been absolutely spot on, and that's given him the performance of another championship race. Braden Curry leads this championship race. On the women's side of things, we've got another great race happening over there. Kylie Simpson, who won the Ironman Australian race in Port Macquarie just over a month ago, leads Radka Karlefeld just over 7 minutes in arrears, and just over 11 minutes now in third place was our early leader, Sarah Crowley. She was off the bike in first place today, but now faded back into third and struggling to hang on.
So, Greg, what's also important to note with Sarah Crowley is the fact that, her pace is dropped dramatically. She was running, pretty comfortably in that 4-minute range, but now, she could be walking some of the sections because now she's gone to 6:24. So that is actually now opening the door for the possibility of Penny Slater to actually get on the podium, because Penny's running a 3:58 and is sitting at 18 minutes behind where Sarah Crowley was 10. Yeah, it's like 7 minutes difference. But when there's that dramatic difference in pace, things can definitely change very, very quickly for these athletes. But Simpson continues to impress, 3:42 pace as she just went through the halfway. Karlefeld is also through the halfway, running a 4:16, so slightly slower than Penny Slater, but I think she's got plenty of opportunity to keep that second spot on the podium.
Oh, you got that right. And as we're looking at it right now, you can see that Kylie Simpson, 40 years old, from Australia. She was first place just recently in the Ironman Australia in Port Macquarie, third place in the Ironman Cozumel last year at the end of the year, and second place in the 2022 70.3 in Los Cabos, just south of California. Today, she's in first place, and she is absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, she certainly is. She talked a lot earlier about how she really worked on her swim. And, yeah, her swim was not as fast as Crowley and Karlefeld, but I really felt she had improved when I was looking at what time she swam today. And then her bike, just incredible. Almost 13 minutes faster than the rest of the field. And now on the run, really showing another aspect of her strength, and that is running, coming from a run background, a track running background. And at age 40, possibly running the fastest she's ever run in an Ironman marathon. Very, very inspirational to see these athletes out here. And, so impressed by how well she is running, her form, her style. I'm excited to see what that run split's going to be. If she can run, under that 3-hour mark, that would be a fantastic achievement for her today, as well as winning this championship.
Yes, well, right here in Cairns in the Great Barrier Reef, you'll find two of the UNESCO World Heritage Areas waiting to be explored by you. Yep, wet tropics, rainforests, and the Great Barrier Reef. You need to come on up here. International flights go in and out of the international terminal right here in Cairns. And one of them that took an international flight from New Zealand was Braden Curry. So there you go. You can hop on down there easily from Japan, from Sydney mainland, and also Melbourne, Brisbane, all over the place. But get on down here to Cairns and check it out. One of our favourite races, and also by the age groupers, also voting as one of their best races as well. So 7 hours, 22 minutes on the race clock. We're looking at around about another 20, 25 minutes of racing here. And then we'll see the likes of Braden Curry coming in across that finish line, possibly in first place here today, as he now takes another look down at the watch. And McKeely, he looks absolutely brilliant. He hasn't faltered one bit today.
No, he's been very, very impressive. And, he's controlled the race from the swim to the bike and now the run. And, McKenna is doing a great job too. He's actually running slightly faster than Curry right now. He's actually picked his pace up to a 3:21. His deficit is over 8 minutes, but obviously he's found some magic out there to be running that 3:21 pace compared to Curry running that 4:09. But, we also know that Curry is only about 23 to 25 minutes left in this race. But, that's what the story is always about the marathon, right? Who's finding the magic and at what moment? And, even when we look down at Tim Van Berkel, who's sitting in third, we know he can run. He's very, very consistent. If we were going to say what his superpower is, and that's definitely consistency. And so he's running a 6:26. So I think McKenna right now is pretty safe in that second spot. But Tim has done a fantastic job as usual in the marathon. I did want to go and see what his potential marathon split was going to be. 2:43 today, it looks like. Just as I said, his superpower, consistency. Consistency on the run.
Yeah, there you go. And it's always going to, enable you to always look toward a podium position. He did lose quite a bit of time on the bike ride, but when it comes down to
when you've got a superpower.
Yeah, when you've got a superpower. Look at Kylie Simpson. She's got two superpowers. It was crazy
Well, look at Braden Curry. He's got 3 superpowers.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have a weakness, right? So there's a lot of athletes out there that don't really have weaknesses. This guy's
But
one
that's
of
what
them.
it takes.
Yeah.
If you want to be the best of the best and be the potential to win a medal at the World Championships, you have to be a swim, biker and runner. You cannot have a weak link. Back in the days when, you could have one strength that was like your superpower. It's not going to win you a world championship in this day and age. And, a well-rounded athlete is going to succeed in the sport of Ironman. And, I think it's great because, we're seeing so many different athletes, even now, who are coming in from different sports. Yeah, we have athletes that have grown up to be triathletes, but triathlon is still appealing to runners and swimmers. And I think that's fantastic because, sometimes the wear and tear you get across the sports, more mentally sometimes than physically. So it's always nice when, you see these athletes who have had a great career in one discipline sport and they still have the motivation to want to push. And I think that's what I love about triathlon the most, that I always say, just when you get sick of swimming, you get to go ride your bike. When you get sick of biking, you get to run, and then you get to finish.
Well, I don't know about you, but we've both been to the World Championships. It's always nice to, in the lead up to the World Championship, get into the buzz factor and just sort of, get ready for it and get excited for it. This year, we're leading into Nice and also Kona. Take a look at this.
It's going to be an iconic race in an iconic location, the home and course of many, many champions fought out.
Must be nice to be in Nice if you're Mark Allen.
I had the opportunity to compete in my first Ironman World Championships in 2022 in Kona on the Big Island, and it was a dream come true for me. It is one of my favorite places in the world, and I feel such a spiritual connection with the island.
I am personally very, very excited to be there. A race the course is going to be challenging, hilly, hence why I'm in the hills preparing already for it. But I tell you what, no one knows how to put on a triathlon party quite like the French.
The race venue is amazing, but what makes it so special is the community there and how they embrace triathletes. And also our community of triathlon that gathers there every year.
So I'm sure we're going to be in for a treat. Looking forward to a beautiful course in the Mediterranean. I've had the pleasure of living there for a few years, and I can tell you it's going to be spectacular and worth preparing for.
I felt so proud to be representing myself, my family, my daughter, and my teammates out on Elite Drive and on the Queen K.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Enjoy the celebrations and even more the preparations. See you then.
Join me there in 2023 to enjoy the magic that is the Big Island during race week.
Well, an incredible 5 weeks of action there with Nice, September 10, and then over to Kona, the Big Island, for the women's race on October 14. So one of the great things about that 5 weeks is going to be the intensity. The intensity is going to be ramped up by knowing that we've got a men's world champion already in Nice, and then over to our women's, where they'll share the road for the very first time with only their competitors in the women's event. McKeely, you are the Ironman world champion. You must feel really good about that and excited that the women are going to get their own race on their own day on the World Championship course.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic opportunity to really showcase how competitive and how thrilling the women's race is. And, you know, for all the age group athletes too, I think it's a great opportunity to encourage women's participation. You know, it's like I've had athletes that have finished second and not qualified for Kona. So now this is providing an opportunity to have more women athletes on the course. And, you know, it's not going to be sort of that one and done opportunity for a lot of these athletes. You know, it's going to give them an opportunity to think beyond just doing an Ironman race, but thinking, you know what, I've actually got now an opportunity to race the best of the best at the Ironman World Championship. So, of course, this year the women get to showcase in Kona and the men get to showcase in Nice. And, you know, two great courses that are really going to show who's the best athlete over two very different courses. But I always believe a good athlete, a talented athlete is going to shine no matter what conditions you have to face.
Yep, you're going to have to be at the top of your game, at the peak of your game, if you're going to win the Ironman World Championship. The VinFast Ironman World Championship for men, once again, September 10, VinFast Ironman World Championship, Kona, October 14. Braden Curry will be lining up for a chance to win the Ironman World Championship. We know that Rudy Von Berg has been working extra hard down there. Unfortunately, about a week and a half ago, having an accident there, just breaking his collarbone, so he's going to be restricted to doing some inside riding over the next couple of months.
I know how that goes.
Yes, you do. That's right.
It took me a while to break my collarbone, but I did last year.
Yeah, there are those that have done it and those that are yet to do it.
Yeah,
so,
don't do it. But,
No,
you
I
know, the thing about it, I mean, you know, these days, if you don't get a plate, you know, the comeback isn't as dramatic as it can be. You know, it's important to get the mobility back. You know, if it ever happens to you, you don't want to get a frozen shoulder. Do the rehab. You know, get it moving within that pain range and in the motion as soon as you can. I mean, I was really, really lucky. I was actually back swimming within 6 weeks, and somebody laughed at me and told me I'd never be able to swim as fast as I used to. And I actually have been putting down some good swim splits lately. So, you know, just a bit of effort and concentrating on that rehab is so important. So that would be my words of wisdom to
I only see
Von
that as a
Berg.
challenge.
Yeah, to Von Berg is like, you know, make sure you really take the rehab serious.
Yeah, I mean, he's a young fella. He's got a lot of years ahead
Unlike
of him
me.
as well. But yeah, but he's got a lot of years ahead of him. He knows the course very, very well. And he was, you know, the reason I talk about it a lot is because he just knows the course so well. I mean, Freddie Van Leerder, you know, he used to dominate that course down there, but he'd go and spend months down there on the course just training and making sure that, you know, he knew every nook and cranny, every crack in the road, every descent and every corner, and how to take the apex on each one of those descents. That's where it's going to be very, very technical on the men's race on the technical descent. But as far as the women's race goes, it's really heating up because of the last couple of years with the entrance of, people like Chelsea Sodoro and then Kat Matthews. Kat, unfortunately had the accident last year. She's going to be back in the field again this year. Then you got Lucy Charles Barclay, Sarah Crowley, who's in the race today. You've got the likes of Kylie Simpson, who's getting better with age. Then you got Daniela Reef. How long
Who else is getting better with age?
Annie Hauk.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you got Daniela Reef, who's been the most dominant female distance triathlete over the last decade. So we've got 2 incredible VinFast Ironman World Championships coming up October 14 and September 10. But back to the action right here at the Ironman Asia Pacific Championship in Cairns, and this is Braden Curry on the left-hand side of the screen, absolutely dominating the proceedings right now here on the Hoka Run course. He's 42 kilometres long it is, but he is getting very, very close now to that 38-kilometre marker. He'll be going through there in a matter of seconds. And when he does, we'll get you the split there on who is second and the time down. But it was, last check, a little bit over 7.5 minutes to see Steve McKenna from Australia, and then Tim Van Berkel, also from the north coast of Australia as well. Sorry, New South Wales. And he is sitting in third place there. So Braden Curry just running along the road, the far end turnaround. He doesn't have far to go. Just 4 and a bit kilometres to the finish line.
Yeah, I think I worked out about 4 minutes left for him to get to the finish line. So in terms of how long he's been out on the course, it's very, very quick for him to finish. And, he just looks amazing. As I said earlier, I haven't seen a weakness. Greg, do you see a weakness? Because I do not see a weakness right now. Oh, yeah, obviously, he's going to get a little fatigued, but look how his foot's landing. Look how his elbows are swinging nicely. Look how relaxed he looks.
No, it's the same as when he started the run, McKeely, and this is just, kudos to him. Well done. He's just solid all around. His body looks absolutely magnificent right now. Strong, from the core all the way down through the hips there. Look at the knee drive there. You can see the Curry now. Nope, I'm not giving up any high fives right now. Maybe a few down the finish line,
It's called tunnel vision.
That's
He's
right.
not seeing anything but like that tunnel to the finish line.
Maybe the last couple of 100 metres, and that's about it. But yeah.
Well, that's where I think he's going to get a little emotional, because I think this win's going to mean like something huge, especially missing out on the World Championships in Kona.
Look, he's looking down at his watch. I seriously think that he's going for a time here. And, last year's winning time was 7:52. I think on my rough calculation, he might be coming in on about a 7:48 today. But he is doing so well that he keeps on looking down at that watch, making sure that his heart rate is in the right spot at this point in time. Look, it's easy to gauge your effort when you're on a course like this on the run, because it's dead flat, right? The only time that is a little bit more difficult is the first couple of kilometres in this run course, because of each lap, there's a lot of turns that you have to negotiate and go around. So, when you do those turns, it slows your pace down. However, once you get back out on the open road, up along these long sections, it's easy to gauge your effort. And then gauging your effort, if your nutrition's spot on, you can get after it.
Well, not only that, you can sort of use the mental game of like, okay, how many age groupers can I catch? I'm just going to get to the next person as quick as possible. So, even though he's not really racing and they're going slower than him, he can definitely use that to keep the focus of keep pushing. He's on target for about a 2:36 now, so drop down a little bit. But still, to me, that's impressive, because, the reason why you just said is because this is a little bit twisty and turny in some sections, and that slows you down. Like we saw what happened when they went through that. The pace did drop. There was a significant drop when they were going through that sections. So, for him to be in the lead for this long and to keep pushing and pushing and pushing, imagine if he had someone, putting a little bit pressure on him as well, like a 2:36 to be running out front from the beginning It's not like he had company at any time during this run. It's all been about Braden Currie the entire run.
Yeah, it has. And he's just really, certainly shouting out to the rest of the world. Yep, look at this. A 2:36 marathon these days is the new 2:45. So that's how I'm looking at it. We have 4 guys that did that a couple of weeks ago in Hamburg. Now today we're going to have Braden Currie smashing the 2:40 barrier and possibly, just around that 7:45 mark. So Braden Currie, a step ahead, on the race today, puts those hands together. He knows that he's got a good race under the belt here today. And now as he comes in toward the finish line here over the closing kilometres, he knows he's got the job done, but he just really wants to solidify that fast run. A 2:39.59, fastest run that he's set. He wants to get after that. He wants to crush it. And his confidence will be at an all-time high heading into September 10's Ironman World Championship, brought to you by VinFast, coming up in Nice, France. And that is going to be a doozy. The lineup that we have already that have already qualified is incredible. Jan Frodeno will be coming up and standing on that start line. So a great lineup to come.
Yes, definitely a great lineup. That's to say, Braden Currie, yep, he's winning this race. But Steve McKenna, he's having a solid day considering he did just race Ironman Australia a couple of weeks ago. So he's probably sitting on about a 2:46, 2:48 marathon. That's not bad after racing an Ironman.
Yeah, he's slowed down just a little bit, but we'll be back right after this. As we return to the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, we are now winding down the men's pro race here, and Braden Currie from New Zealand is the lone leader. At this point, he is just a few kilometres away from the finish line, and that is going to be a smashing time. Last year's record time was 7:52. Today, he is slated to come on in well under that 7:50 magical marker there today. So Braden Currie from New Zealand leads our race as the sun is now shining down on a midwinter's day in Cairns at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. That's only about 28 degrees Celsius, but now we're just showing off.
Yeah, that's not really winter feeling, but it definitely is winter in Australia. In other parts of Australia, it's not quite like this. But, this is one of the reasons why the athletes come to Cairns in the middle of winter in Australia, is to get that sunshine, a little bit of heat, a little bit of motivation. Definitely the prep is very, very different for some of these athletes coming in from some of the colder climates. But, there's nothing like being a baked seal. Right? What do seals do? They love sitting in the sun. That's exactly why this race is popular. Yeah, it's sunny, it's beautiful, it's scenic, it's going to be fast and furious. I can't wait to see what the exact split is for Braden Currie when he crosses that finish line. But, just an amazing performance from somebody who I believe was so mentally prepared for this race and so focused and control. He controlled every single minute of this race. There was no point in this race that he wasn't near the front or on the front.
Yeah, still going with around about a 7:48 there as Kylie Simpson edges her way to that last lap of the run course as well. She's not too far away from it, about 6 kilometres away from the last lap of the run. She is running magnificently today, running along still underneath that 4 minutes. That is right on that 2:48, 2:50 mark. If she can run under that 2:48, that is absolutely incredible to get under that 4 minutes, average K pace in an Ironman race, in a marathon. It's sort of like a magical barrier. It doesn't matter if you're a male, but if you're a female, that is absolutely sensational.
Well, I know there's a lot of males that would love to run that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And, the other person that, we want to take note of is Penny Slater. Just being like consistent all day, sat in that third position, moved to that fourth position and just holding steady. And I think like the most fragile person on the women's list right now is Sarah Crowley. She's not having the run that we're used to seeing. She's sitting around that 3:23 mark. And then you've got Penny Slater, who's just sitting on that 3:01 mark for the marathon. So, Sarah Crowley, definitely has to pull it together a little bit because she's running almost a minute slower than Penny Slater. And definitely Penny Slater is definitely going to be getting splits, and knowing that she is getting closer and closer. Yeah, there's still like quite a few minutes between them. But, that's the fragile athlete right now, is Sarah Crowley to lose that podium, that last podium slot. And Penny Slater, it's all up to her now to really, really try to keep the pressure on and hope that Sarah doesn't find the form that we usually see her on the run.
Overhead shots brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland today. And is it now the time that we talk about Sarah Crowley? Is it now the time we talk about the accident that she happened? She impaled herself on a handlebars, went straight into her ribs in a last 70.3 race in the lead up to this Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. She had to train indoors. She could hardly breathe. And then...
And she couldn't swim.
And she couldn't swim for a few weeks there. So now, is it the time that we say that Sarah Crowley, what an effort that she gave today. And unfortunately, maybe she just ran a little bit short on training weeks. But look, nothing to take away from Kylie Simpson and what she's done today. She's been simply superb. And Radka Karlefeld just running a race of a lifetime right now. I think that she's had such a great day as well. And I do think that she's going to go faster than what she did last year. But Braden Curry now, coming in toward that finish line, is going to absolutely smash it.
Yes, smash it. That's a good Aussie word, isn't it? Smash it. Yeah, no, Braden Curry, like looks amazing, looks controlled, isn't backing off an inch, is making a statement. This is a statement performance. Hey, I finished so well last year at the World Championships in St. George. I'm going to show you that even though I missed the Ironman World Championships in Kona because, unfortunately, he got COVID, that don't underestimate me. This is what I prepared for. I have a big goal ahead. That's in Nice, in France, in September. You better take note because right now he's telling the rest of the world exactly that. Take notice, stand up, don't count me out.
Don't count him out for sure. The Kiwi right now from Wanaka on the South Island of New Zealand comes in with a lot of adventure racing experience as well.
Yes, he certainly does. That was his passion for a while, was adventure racing, which always was one of those things that I never wanted to do because I like my sleep. But yeah, he definitely, off-road tries too. He loved doing some off-road road tries. He has such great performances. He, as we said, he ran a 2:39 here. He is going to smash that today. A 2:35, a 2:36. That's significant. Yeah, some people say, oh, it's only 4 minutes. No, that's amazing. 4 minutes over this distance when you're already running a 2:39, that is super impressive. And, you have to run fast these days. We just keep seeing it, after every race. Hey, if you want to win, it's that 2:35. You better be somewhere near that 2:35. It used to be you know, 2:39 to 2:45, you know. Probably going to
I
win.
would say more like 2:45. And now, like I said before, the new 2:45 is a 2:36 to 2:39. So we know that in 2018 he ran a 2:39.59, and then the next year in 2019 he ran a 2:44. Then up in 2021 returns to Cairns in 2022 and runs a 2:44. So he's run two 2:44s here in the past with one 2:39. Well, today, fans of Braden Currie, we can tell you he's going to run a lot faster here because he is now on track to get to that finish line here in the next few metres or so with 7 hours and 47 minutes on the race clock. Braden Currie has dominated this race from the outset. At 7:40 this morning local time here, AEST, on the north coast of North Queensland, right here in Cairns, the Kiwi. He set the pace in the swim course here today, coming out just over 45 minutes. He was faster than last year. On the bike course, he controlled it with two other athletes at the end. It was Mike Phillips and the Aussie Steve McKenna were the only two that could go with him. And on the run, a dominating performance here, a World Championship gold medal performance. Maybe we're going to have to wait until September 10, but today he is signalling to the world that I am ready and I'm about to go the distance at the World Championship, head-to-head, toe-to-toe with the best that the world's got to offer.
And course record, run record for him, and a course record, like amazing performance. I haven't looked up and see what the bike course record was, but we know that he wasn't the fastest biker out there today, but he didn't have to be. Mike Phillips was definitely the fastest bike rider.
It was actually Matt Burton. So,
Matt Burton. Oh, wow.
Yep.
I totally forgot that, you know, he did cruise through the field there. And
Mike had the second fastest, but he was awesome.
Good correction.
He was just awesome. And, you know, Matt, we were watching because he rode the whole thing on his own, just like Kylie Simpson. So that's why it sort of, you know, sticks out to us that those were incredible individual performances. Kylie, we're going to talk a little bit about her in about 45 minutes from now. We're going to call and hail her because she is running the perfect race. But on the other side of things, the young man, the 37-year-old from Wanaka, New Zealand, has just got steps to run before he breaks the tape for the Ironman Asia Pacific Championship and a well-deserved race today with a very even pace all the way through the marathon. McKeely, hard to fault anything that this young man has done today.
No, nothing but positive thoughts about his race today. Fantastic. Look at that. Now he's handing out the high fives. He's got the job done. He's almost hit the red carpet of the Ironman Cairns race here today. Look at that. Look at the excitement. High-fiving everyone as he goes down the line. You know, he's going to be so excited when he sees exactly what he's done today.
Braden Currie from New Zealand breaks the tape at just over 7 hours and 50 minutes on the race clock. 2 minutes faster than last year's winning time by Max Neumann, and the Wanaka native from New Zealand, the South Island, becomes the Asia Pacific champion, met by his family down there today. And that is going to be a great race leading in to the Men's World Championship, the VinFast World Championship, coming up in Nice on September 10. Braden Currie, the Ironman Asia Pacific Men's Pro Championship winner, and the Wahoo Element rival says 2:37.45 for a smashing time out there. Braden Currie of New Zealand, there he is with a 2:37.45, 7 hours and 50 minutes on the race clock, gets it done.
Yeah, it definitely got it done. It got it done in an outstanding time today as he goes back to give the crowd a couple of yeah, I did it. But, you know, he was just so strong mentally and physically today. You know, it was his race, and he let everyone know from the beginning, hey, this is the pace that I'm going to set. If you can stay with me, that's great. If you can't, well, you can't. And there was a lot of athletes today that didn't even come close, particularly on the run.
Well, on the run today, he just absolutely dominated. He's going to have an over 8-minute winning margin here. Steve McKenna is going to be coming in second place in a few moments' time, and then Tim Van Berkel. It's going to be Australia 2 and Australia 3, but the Kiwi has crushed him in Cairns right here at the Asia Pacific Championship, and today with a 2:37. Oh, my goodness me. The 2:37s are the new run times that we need to see in triathlon around the world, and we're going to see many, many more of those in the coming months of 2023. And then heading into the World Championship, the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice, I know we're going to see sub 2:40 performances there for sure.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. I mean, you just have to look to see what's happening at all the races that are happening. You know, everyone's stepping up their game. You know, and I think, Nice gives an opportunity for some other athletes to actually shine as well. But, if you want to get that title, Greg, you're absolutely right. That magic marathon number is going to be anything around the 2:35 mark. And right now we're watching Steve McKenna, who's in second place today. He did a really, really nice job in the swim. He stayed with Braden Curry. He was aggressive. When the pace started to fall off a little bit, he would actually push Braden a little bit. And on the bike, I felt like he was smart out there on the bike course. I don't think he was aggressive as Braden Curry and Mike Phillips, but I think he raced a very controlled race. We saw him come into transition. He came out just behind Braden Curry. The transition time was only 4 seconds difference, but you could just see as soon as Braden Curry got on the run that he was going to, again, control it and see what everyone else had. And Steve McKenna has done a good job just to sort of stick to his goal pace and control that second place. And that's, he's another guy that's just sat in second place pretty much all day. And that's what the end result looks like it's going to be. And, Tim Van Berkel sitting in third. He does a lot of visualization before the races. So I'm sure he was visualizing a podium for him. I think that's a really nice race. He finished second at Ironman Australia a couple of weeks ago. So obviously he's definitely recovered from it. He's done this race before. He's won in 2016. So I think to top that off with a podium today in third place, I think Tim Van Berkel's going to be pretty excited at the age of 38.
Well, right now, Steve McKenna, he's been a stalwart in Australia for sure in 2021. He's won the Hell of the West and Ironman 70.3 in Geelong, Hervey Bay 100 in 2020. Also won the Ironman 70.3 in Melbourne in 2022. Also the winner in Busan with a time of 3:47 as well. As another couple of great races, Ironman Western Australia in 22 with a great time of 7:50.48 in second place, and a second place in 70.3 Sunshine Coast as well, where the World Championship course was in 2016. But this year has been a great year for him. He started out in March and he got a second place in Ironman 70.3 Geelong, right behind Mike Phillips with a great time of 3:40 with a 1:10 on the run course there. And then in Australia Ironman in Port Macquarie just 6 weeks ago, he ran a 2:45 for the total time of 8:06. So to back it up in 6 weeks, after that great race down there, he's now just losing a little bit of that foot speed, but you can understand that a little bit of fatigue is in those legs.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of different picture from Braden Curry. You can definitely see the difference in their technique and the level of fatigue. I wouldn't say that Steve McKenna is having his best marathon, but it's all about getting the job done on the day. And that's what it's about. It's not always like having the best performance that you possibly can. It's the best performance you can have on the day, not what you've had in the past. It's like what you're capable with whatever the day is that you're given. And that's exactly what this marathon is about for McKenna. It's just about you know what, this is what I have today. This is going to get me across the line in second place as he gets some high fives as he's coming back into the more crowded section of town. But, you know, a great effort when you consider he just raced an Ironman, what, 6 weeks ago?
6 weeks ago.
I don't know if I could turn around and do that in 6 weeks. But, yeah, like, definitely, you know, the Aussie is having a great day. Yeah, is he going to be excited that it's not as fast as he wanted to be? He's going to be excited that he's finished on the podium.
Yeah,
it's not always about the time. It's just, and sometimes it's about where you finish, because you can only race the other people out there. But, you know, in an Ironman, it's racing the course. It's racing yourself.
Well,
and right now, that's what he's doing. He's racing himself.
Well, don't forget, this is a championship race as well. The Ironman
status, title.
Yeah, it is. It's status, and it's a title that, you know, on the podium of the championship race, that's where it matters. Steve has already punched his ticket to the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice, and we already know that, you know, he's already got that, so it's on to the next thing. And, you know, 6 weeks recovery. Now, McKeely, a couple of hours ago, you and I talked about recovery and how it's, you know, gotten a little bit different, you know, how you recover from races and then how you get up for races. You know, what do you think about the ice therapy and how those, you know, athletes have been recovering with the ice therapy over the years? Do you think that works, and do you think that, you know, the way that the athletes look after their bodies really gives them a, you know, a step up on the other athletes?
Yeah, definitely, you know, ice has a huge role to play in recovery. And, you know, it's a little bit more scientific than a lot of people realize. You know, a lot of people will, like, have an ice bath. But, you know, you don't want to go too cold, but you don't want it to be too warm. There is actually a perfect temperature and how long that you need to be in. And then, of course, you now have, like, these chambers that are a much quicker freeze, but you don't get the sort of like the intensity of just sliding into an ice bath, which you actually need to go all the way down to from your neck all the way down. And for me, that's super hard to do. But yeah, it's once again, any time that you can decrease inflammation, if you can increase recovery, you know, it's important, because ice has been around for a long time. And it has a place in that recovery plan that you have. And you know, it does make a big difference, because it's going to make sure that you are stopping that inflammatory response. And that is like super, super important. You know, these guys train so hard. They race hard. You know, you talked about it earlier. This is a race. It's not just a survival. These professional athletes are racing this race, and you just see it in their times and in the intensity. And yeah, the technology has made it possible for them to recover. But, you know, getting into an ice bath, yes. But make sure that you do your research and you know what that temperature needs to be, because that is super important as well. And, you know, ice is good for so many things. You know, it cools you down, it's refreshing. But, you know, it also makes sure that you can come back and get out and train with much more efficiency, because you are recovered. And then also you're lessening the risk of injury, because you can get to that inflammatory response straight away.
Well, he's had a good year, that's for sure. He's recovered very well after his race 6 weeks ago in Port Macquarie at the Ironman Australia with a result. First place, the gold medal, but today he's going to have to settle for the silver, because we've already got Braden Curry from New Zealand across the line there. Steve McKenna is going into the finish line, but the all-important question is, McKeely, is he going to do the robot? Is he going to do the robot when he gets to the finish line? We're going to have to wait and see, because 6 weeks ago, this man, he was first across the line. He did the robot in celebration. Now he gets back up onto those toes again. Gets helped by the crowd, the spectators. Absolutely magnificent. The 31-year-old from Australia, second place in the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Steve McKenna from Australia, and no robot.
Well, I'm thinking he's saving that for the victory dance, basically.
I think you're right.
But yeah, you can see like the effort that he put in. You know, it's right there in his posture. You know, bent over, trying to get his posture and his composure back, taking in some hydration, get that recovery going straight away. You just see the effort, right? He's definitely going to be a little sore tomorrow by the looks of it, but, fantastic effort to him. He did everything he could on the day, and, in the end, he's runner-up at the Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. So well done to the Aussie.
Yep, now just celebrating at the finish line there with a nice cold drink and just taking it all in. It's very, very warm out there at this point in time. We did say it's the middle of winter. However, it is 80 degrees Fahrenheit and around about 28 degrees on the Celsius scale there. So a very nice day for Cairns, but that's what it's known for.
No, exactly. And, you can see... You can just see how sore he is right now. He's definitely going to need an ice bath when he gets back to his hotel, that's for sure. A lot of athletes do that too. They will definitely get back to their accommodation and fill that bath up and put some water and some ice in. And, the effort today, you just see it. This was probably a little bit of a harder race than he probably thought he would have. But, Braden Curry just totally, made these athletes work for it. Braden Curry got on the front, kept saying, come on, let's go, let's go. But Steve McKenna, he responded as much as he could. And in the end, he's going to be happy with that second place. And, Greg, as you said, this is a title race and it means so much. I'm sure he would have wanted to beat the Kiwi, but he's going to be proud of his performance today.
Should be very proud of his performance. And on the women's side, Kylie Simpson just chugging along there, 8:02 on the race clock. She is going to set a very good time today. She's just been absolutely brilliant right from the very outset on the run course. On the men's side of things, we're waiting for Tim Van Berkel to come in third place possibly. He was already second in Ironman Australia to Steve McKenna just 6 weeks ago and also ran a 2:46. So another athlete that's gone through a short recovery process, as is the woman on screen, Kylie Simpson.
Yeah, fantastic effort from her today. Worked on her swim by swimming 3 sessions a day. Fantastic bike, outstanding bike, but then an outstanding run, absolutely outstanding to be on pace to run about a 2:50 right now. And, of course, Carla Feld's just been steady all day, sitting in second right now. But, Penny Slater has moved up to third. That means Sarah Crowley, who was leading our race for a long time on the swim and the bike, has now dropped down into fourth place. So, it just shows you that, how fragile sometimes the marathon is for these athletes, that you have to maintain that level to be able to get on the podium. And if you're just consistent and you keep pushing, Penny Slater is running around that 3-hour mark. So this is what it's done for her, just not quite the caliber swimmer and biker as the rest of the field, but because, her magic power, I guess, is her run, she has now moved herself up to third spot on the podium.
Yep, moving up on the third spot on the podium. And poor Sarah Crowley, with a little bit of an injury coming off that bike accident in the last 70.3 lead-up race into this race, may have been a factor into this, result at this point in time, but we'll just have to wait and see. We can talk to Sarah Crowley after the event, obviously, to get all that information. But right now, let's not take anything away from this young lady, because she is 40 years of age and she is getting better with age, like a good bottle of red, right? That is Kylie Simpson from Australia, and she is just absolutely dominating inside of the last lap to run right now. Kylie Simpson, just 10 kilometres away from the finish line.
Greg, I actually think she looks better than Braden Curry, and Braden Curry looked really good at this point as well. She just looks so comfortable, so strong, really efficient. She's tackling this course. She talked about how she was getting faster as she was getting older. She's one of the oldest pros on the course at 40, but, sometimes age is just a number, and she's showing that right now. just totally dominating this course. And I really don't think, you know, if Sarah Crowley was at the top of the game, may not have been able to match this today, because the run speed, you know, Sarah Crowley has, I think her best is like a 2:59, and we're looking closer to a 2:51-ish. So that's significant. And, you know, she was just so strong on the bike as well, you know, just a powerhouse on the bike today as well, you know, putting up to 13 minutes into Sarah as well as Carlefeld on the bike. And, you know, as I said, I think she looks better than Braden Curry, and Braden Curry, our men's winner, looked fantastic.
Yeah, we're seeing a race for the ages today. A 37-year-old winner going, you know, just under the 750 barrier there with a 748. A 750, right on 750. And now we're seeing this incredible race by a 40-year-old woman, which is going to be, you know, like I said, a race for the ages. And you can see that she is just absolutely powering away. Nothing to fold out of this running style. Look at that, hips square to the target. Beautiful square shoulders there. She's got a chin drop. She's got a face, you know, solely focused on what's in front of her, and that is the target, the finish line. But she's looking out on the marina here. She's going out to a turnaround right here at the end of the marina. She'll head back and then out onto the counterclockwise course, the anti-clockwise run course, and then she will have around about 9 kilometres to run. So now Kylie Simpson, she is way ahead of our women. Radka Carlefield sitting in second place. Penny Slater in third. Sarah Crowley dropping down to fourth place right now. Has Radka Carlefield got anything left in the tank?
Yeah, definitely. You know, this is the time where the athletes, again, sort of like we talked on the bike, this is like the fragile moment for every single athlete, that you get to that 30-kilometre mark and you just hope that you can hold it together for the rest of the race, because that's where the damage can be done, because, you know, you can be completely in control 1 minute and then the next you're not. And, you know, it's always interesting when you talk to these athletes about their expectations. And, you know, she sort of like didn't really look at the start list before the race, because she felt like she just wanted to run her own race. And she definitely has no superstitions, so it's always interesting to hear what athletes have and what sort of routines they have before the race. And she sort of tries to take the pressure off herself by keeping the routine the same all the time.
All right, we're standing by. We're just about to go down to the hyper ice recovery zone. We got word that Tim Van Berkel has now come across the line in 8:04.55, running a 2:42. So Tim Van Berkel coming on into the finish line in third place. We're going down to the hyper ice recovery zone right now to check in with our top three.
Well, we are down here with the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Champion Braden Curry from New Zealand. Braden, what a race, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, so good day out, really. Well, it was a tough day out. Nothing's ever easy. It was pretty tough conditions. It was pretty windy on that bike course. So, yeah, just stoked to come away with the win, to be honest.
Mate, perfect conditions though for fast racing. You broke the course record. It was 7:52. It's a bonus to get us like a 7:50. It's a fast course on a great day.
It's a fast course on a great day. Yeah, I guess that run just pulled it all together for me. So, yeah, had a pretty solid day out there all round. Just super consistent, good swim, solid ride, but looked after myself, and then a good solid run. So, yeah, just one of those days.
Mate, when you win an Ironman, you always win it from the front. You led the swim out. You didn't hang around on the bike. You went for it. You were joined by Mike Phillips, your countryman, early. That changed things a little bit, but on that run, as soon as you got off that bike, the 42k run to the finish was just all speed.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it's just as what it was, you know. Obviously, I wanted to lead that swim out, and yeah, I was stoked to put. I must put 30 seconds a minute into Mike on that swim, which just meant that, you know, he had to work so much harder to get back up with us, and then yeah, we just sort of rode pretty solid but pretty steady, and yeah, the run just felt comfortable, to be honest. It was just steady and consistent, and yeah, I even got to turn it down a little bit towards the end.
Mate, Braden, this course is was voted the world's best Ironman course in 2022. The atmosphere down here is electric. The crowd support on that run in particular, really did get you home.
Mate, it's absolutely incredible, you know, for a domestic Asia-Pacific Championships, it's as strong as a world-class event. So, you know, I've been Kona, I've been to St George, everything like that, but the atmosphere on that run course was right up there, if not better.
Mate, two more things. One of it, your family, your friends, Sally, your wife, and the kids were on the finish line. Just adds that little bit more special moments to the race.
Yeah, mate, I keep on thinking, you know, I'm the older athlete and I'm getting towards the end of my career, so, you know, it's important to spend those moments with the kids, to be honest, to share those moments, and, you know, they're at the age now that they'll remember these moments, and, yeah, it's great to put down a good performance and show them the old man can still race.
And just finally, Max Newman's got titles. We're talking about him as the King of Cairns, but now you've joined the ranks of royalty here in Cairns. 3 times Ironman Asia Pacific champion. That's special.
Oh, it's really special. I came in pretty underprepared last year, so yeah, it was good to get back another win and yeah, go toe-to-toe with Maxie, and let's hope yeah, maybe next year we get to start on the start line together.
And we talked to Max in the race. He's ready for the challenge. It'll be Aussie-Kiwi battle, Curry versus Newman. But I tell you what, enjoy the spoils for 2023.
Yeah, it'll be an exciting race, I can tell you that.
There you are, folks. That's our 2023 champion, Braden Curry from New Zealand. What a master class it was. Start to finish racing. You don't see it too often in Ironman, but Braden Curry, course record just over 750. And joining me now, another man who's in great form. 6 weeks ago, Ironman Australia champion. Today, Steve McKenna, number 2 in Asia Pacific Championships. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I had cramps halfway through the run, so at that point I thought, I just really want to finish, and I'm really happy that I just battled through and finished. And on a good day, like a perfect day, I still wouldn't have beat Braden. He was very strong in that run, and in this kind of heat, I'm not ready yet to run anywhere near how fast he ran.
Let's talk about the race. I mean, Braden, you knew he was going to swim fast. You made the decision to stay in that front group, which paid benefits for you. On the bike, was the plan to ride as fast as what you guys did?
No, I feel like it was hot, so the power was a bit down, but we were moving pretty well. So the pace was up, but the power wasn't crazy, so it actually felt really sustainable the whole ride. And I thought, I'm on here, but Braden was way more on.
Mate, got down that marathon. It's a long way when you're on a good day, but when you struggle a little bit, it does add that other element to the race. But you dug deep. You had to find something special because Tim Van Berkel was coming for you again, like he did a couple of weeks ago in Port Macquarie.
Yeah, I'm always scared of Burks. He's really good on that last 10K usually, and I kept calculating how much I had on him and how much he needed per K because I really wanted to walk. But yeah, I did have to dig deep today. That was really painful, and I'm really happy I'm not doing a full until like December.
Mate, you usually travel with your wife Laura and your beautiful daughter Winnie. Unfortunately today they're not here to celebrate, but look down that camera and say g'day.
Hey Lauren, hey Winnie, hey everyone else back home watching. I'm really happy Lauren's not here because we left the pub across from the Port Macquarie finish line at about 1 a.m. and I was still in my tri-suit 6 weeks ago, so I can get an early night tonight because she's not here.
All right, second place, mate. Well done at the Asia Pacific Championship. Steve McKenna, great job. But this young man who turns 39 next week has shown that he's not done yet by any means. Tim Van Berkel, you're on the podium at the Asia Pacific Championship, mate. Well done.
Thanks, Muzz. Yeah, absolutely stoked with that. The day started really rough. My goggles literally broke a minute before the start, and big shout out to Sally Curry for giving me a spare pair of Braden's, and Braden was up there tightening them up at the start. But yeah, look, the day started and I was just chasing all day, and honestly I just felt pretty rubbish on the bike, and you know, I don't back up well from these things in Port Macquarie. Ironman Australia was only 6 weeks ago, but yeah, I just got to the run and just got to work and just dug deep and just keep chipping away, and yeah, absolutely stoked to get the podium spot here. My 10th Ironman Cairns, so to be racing here at a decade and another podium, yeah, I'm absolutely happy.
Mate, we mentioned Braden on that run course. It's a 4-loop course, probably the most scenic run course in the world, but it's the energy that you get. You've got the harbour end full of people. at the finish line, full of people, up Club Alley, full of people, the energy, and you just soak that up and you use that for your marathon.
Oh yeah, this is probably one of my favourite races, apart from Ironman Australia on the circuit. The crowd support out there is absolutely amazing, and I like this warm weather. And as I say, I've been racing here for 10 years now, and I absolutely love it. And going to keep coming back.
Mate, the resume looks good. You've been an Ironman Asia Pacific champion here. You've won in Cairns. You've got 5 times second. Now you've got the third. You've got all the spots in the podium covered.
Yeah, got all spots covered. You know, it'd be nice to get back on the top, but you know, these young guys are just so bloody good these days, and you know, third for a 39-year-old, not too bad. I'll take it.
Mate, you can take it all. And finally, your young fella Henriks. He's a proud little man today. His dad's got on the podium of the Asian Championships. Look down the camera and say g'day.
Hey Hendricks, hopefully you're watching, buddy. Daddy misses you, mate, and I'll be home on Tuesday. See you, bud.
Well, they are our top 3 today at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asian Championship. Braden Curry, course record, number 1. Steve McKenna, number 2. And Tim Van Berkel, number 3. Back to you guys.
We are back watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns, brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Hyperice, made to move. Like, I love those interviews. Here's the reason why. Because, you know, you get a good insight of what happened. You know, Steve had cramps, and then you had Van Berkel that just said you got to keep chipping away. And, of course, our men's winner, Braden Curry, you know, just outstanding performance from him today. And he was super, super stoked to be our champion today.
So 2 athletes in second and third, both Australians, both first and second in the Australian Ironman in Port Macquarie just 6 weeks ago. Here's the thing. They both talked about recovery. One had cramps and the other did talk about the recovery and didn't know if he would be ready for this race. The other guy had only got 2 races under his belt. So there's the telling story right there, and that's probably the reason why, you know, some of the cramps were brought on, you know, for Stephen McKenna. And when you know that you're under the gun, somebody's running you down, all these different thoughts go through your mind, and, you know, a little bit of that nervous energy runs down through the system, and some of the cramps are brought on, you know, just by that. On the women's side of things, this young lady here, 40-year-old from Australia here, she is absolutely cruising to victory here today because she's got a huge lead on Rutger Karlefeld right now. Penny Slater moving into 3rd place, and the last spot on that podium, Sarah Crowley, is in 4th position, but for how much longer can she keep on holding on to that? Because the others are now starting to catch up. We've got someone like Kate Gillespie-Jones. She's right behind Sarah Crowley there. And, you know, in the closing kilometres, anything can happen. But right here, you can just see that we're right up on the, you know, coming up to the 38-kilometre marker for Kylie Simpson, and we haven't even seen the other ladies go through the 34.
No, and that's just showing her total dominance on the bike and now the run. You know, she had the fastest bike split on this course today. You know, dominated it. You know, 13 plus minutes compared to the other athletes. And you know, on the run, you know, again showcasing what she's all about. Karlefeld just did come through the 32.7 kilometre mark, where Kylie Simpson is coming up to the 35-kilometre mark. And, you know, she's still on track to be running that I think it was like a 2:51 marathon right now. You know, by my records, this is going to be the fastest marathon she's ever run at age 40.
Yeah, that's right. She ran a 2:58 in Ironman Western Australia last year. Cozumel, she ran a 3-hour run, and then a 3:01:58 here in Cairns last year. So pretty good running by Kylie right here. But today she's absolutely going to smash it, given that she's going to run the same times as she's running right now, and doesn't look like she's going to let up one bit. So she's had a great 2022, 4th place in Ironman Western Australia, 3rd. She was on the podium at Ironman Cozumel, you know, trying to punch those early tickets into the Ironman, VinFast Ironman World Championship, and then 3rd in Ironman Cairns last year, like I said, with that 3:01:58. And what a great race she's having today. It's going to be one of those worldly days that she's going to look back at it and just say, well, Okay, I just won Port Macquarie Ironman in Australia, and now I win the Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. What's going on? I just turned 40 a couple of weeks ago on the 1st of June, and now she comes out with this performance. Well done to Kylie.
No, and, you know, her goal is to actually have a small break after this race so that she can prepare for Kona. You know, she definitely wants to, you know, step it up because in 2022 she was 22nd in Ironman Hawaii. So, you know, that's the big focus, that she wants to make sure that, you know, the prep for Kona is going to really showcase what she's capable of doing. And this race, again, I think is going to give her a lot of confidence. You know, if she can
Just
progress.
wanted to point out first footy shorts in the background there. Yeah, on the run.
Yeah, so she's like, again, this is going to give her confidence leading into the Ironman World Championships in Kona. You know, last year wasn't the performance that she wanted with the 22nd. You know, we know that the swim is her weak link, but she really showcased a really world-class bike today. And now she's showcasing a world-class run. So the potential for her to get a top 10, I think, is really going to be illustrated after this performance today. So that's my prediction. If she can, you know, keep progressing a little bit more with that swim. You know, she talked a lot about her podiums.
All right, so here we are. We are going to go across to the men's podium right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the professional men's presentation for the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship. Presenting trophies today will be Mr. Alan Tuggan, General Manager, Infrastructure and Property, Cairns Airport. Presenting flowers today will be Assistant Minister Healy, Assistant Minister, Tourism and Events, Queensland. Presenting the boomerang to the Asia Pacific Champion today will be traditional landowner Mr. Henrik 4 Mile from the Gimoy Wallapala Yidinji clan. In third place at the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns in a time of 8 hours, 4 minutes and 54 seconds from Queensland, Australia, Tim Van Berkel. Second place at the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns in a time of 8 hours and 59 seconds from South Australia, Mr. Steve McKenna. First place at the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns in a race record time of 7 hours, 50 minutes and 10 seconds from New Zealand, Braden Curry.
Put me out of my misery.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to welcome our top 3 athletes to step up to the first podium for photo opportunity.
Well, there we go. That's Braden Curry standing atop the podium right now. The New Zealander takes the Asia Pacific Championship from the 2 Aussies. That is Steve McKenna, the Ironman Australian champion, and also the Ironman Australia runner-up, Tim Van Berkel. First, second and third today. Great celebration. Yep, struggled to get up onto the podium, but you can understand it, McKeely.
You know what I understand is if you're going to go that fast, you are going to struggle to get up on that podium that is that high. But like, fantastic effort by all these 3 athletes. A 7:50.11 course record as they're doing a fantastic celebration right now. Steve McKenna 8:01.00, and of course Tim Van Berkel 8:04.55. Superpower of being super consistent on the run. That's how he got third today.
Yeah, great 2:42. And by the look of it, Burks has done a few podiums before, but the way that he knows how to shake up that bottle of champagne, that's for sure. All right, so that is the celebration from the podium there. Beautiful overhead aerial shots brought to you by Tourism Events Queensland as we close down the women's race right now. 8 hours, 26 minutes into it. And there she is, Kylie Simpson, just getting about her business as she does. Beautiful little turnover as she just strides toward that finish line right now in the closing kilometres of the Asia Pacific Championship on our Women's Pro. She's already qualified for the VinFast Ironman World Championship, so she can ease off the gas, but I don't think she really wants to.
No, she's not going to ease off because, you know, she's going to know what her splits are. So to be on still pace with only about 14 minutes left to go in this race, 2:51, like a stunning run. Like, anytime you can go under 3 hours, fantastic. And when you're getting close to going, you know, 2:50, like, that's an outstanding run. And again, you know, this is what it's showing. If you want to be at that world-class level, you know, you have to run fast. And, you know, gone are the days of the 3-hour marathon times for the women. You have to run under 3 hours. And, you know, we're getting closer and closer that you're going to have to run even faster than what Kylie Simpson is running right now. And that's like a 2:51, which is just an amazing performance. But everyone is getting faster. And, you know, she's 40. It's not like she's getting any younger, but she's getting faster. And I think that, for me, is like so awesome to see in the women. Like, Annie Haig is 40, like running the fastest that she has in a long time. And then you've got our leader here right now, Kylie Simpson, running the fastest she ever has in an Ironman marathon at age 40.
Yeah, that's right.
How fantastic is that?
No, it's really awesome. And, you know, it's great to see that she's taking this, you know, so seriously. And you would think that, you know, somebody at 40 years old, you would say that they're past the twilight of their career. But no, I think that 40 is the new 32. So, you know, we go back and talk about the great Erin Baker. Back in the late 90s there, she did a 2:48 in Ironman Canada. And then it was great Paula Newby-Fraser that started breaking the 3-hour tape. Over to Laurie Bowden, it was Lisa Bentley, Heather Fuhr. Then Heather, you know, passed the reins over to Marinda Carfrey. And now the times are coming down all the time. We're just about to head to the finish line. More to come after the break.
I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Well, a return to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship right here, and this is going to be an ecstatic champion coming up later on this afternoon, because she's already won just 6 weeks ago the Ironman Australia, but this title, even more important, this is an Asia Pacific Championship, a title that every Ironman athlete wants to take away with them. And today, wow, what a race, 12 minutes and 31 seconds behind out of the swim. She gets off the bike 37 seconds just after Sarah Crowley, and then runs out just 27 seconds behind. And then within the first mile, she catches up and takes the lead.
Yeah, you know, and I think that was, the impact of this race as well, was the transition. Yeah, you know, she had a fantastic bike, like outrode the rest of the field by, 13 minutes. But, it's the transition that, all of a sudden, she was right there. And that's got to help you a lot, because straight away it gives you the confidence. You know what? I just rode up to you and I just had a way faster transition, which now put me so much closer to the lead of Sarah Crowley at that point. And I think that's one thing that, athletes need to focus on, that, practice those transitions. Don't lose 30 seconds in the transition, because it takes a lot to go 30 seconds quicker in the swim, 30 seconds quicker on the bike. Yeah, it might not seem much time, but it takes a long time to get that time back, especially when you're racing a very competitive field. And, she's done an amazing job today on the bike, like super performance. I definitely think, it's up there with some of the best bike rides I've seen. Particularly on this day, because, we heard the men say how windy and tough the bike course was. And then on the run, just absolutely stellar. Like, for her to be breaking her own personal best on this course, and out of her entire career today on this race course, I'm excited, and I hope they ask her, what she thinks about that as well. If she can break the course record here, just like the men, like the bike, yeah, outstanding. But the run is outstanding as well. So, we did talk about if, she can just keep improving that swim a little bit more before Kona, she's definitely capable of mixing it up, in the later stages of the run, if she can ride and run the way that she's showing right now.
By the way, 10.5 minutes slower than Tim Burkle on the bike, 17 minutes slower than Steve McKenna.
Yeah.
Yeah, and about 20 minutes slower than, Braden Curry. So this is an incredible result from this 40-year-old woman from Australia here. Kylie Simpson is executing a perfect race right now, and doing it how she's done it has been even more impressive. To come from a 12:31 deficit in the swim, all right, she knows she's got a deficit, just like Tim Van Berkel. Always knows that he's going to be chasing for the most of the day. Tim said, yeah, maybe I didn't have my legs on the bike, but he had that very consistent run, right? However, on the other side of things, it's hard to execute two perfect legs, and you're going to have to go the fastest in both of those legs to get the job done. She's done it. She's done a 4:40 on the bike today, and her run time is going to be exceptional. The Roca race weather, McKeely, Cairns, Queensland, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, we still got that cloud coverage hanging around 77 degrees Fahrenheit, 25 degrees Celsius. So it's actually cooled down a little bit. The humidity's, been sitting around that 74%. So, it's going to bump the temperature up to about a 78 to 26 degree difference to the 27 to 25. And the winds sort of remained super steady through the day. It was anything from 3 to 6 kilometres, and basically more or less from the south to east. But, what's interesting is, we did hear that the intensity of the sun when you're outside the shade area was quite intense for the spectators, let alone the athletes. And I think this is one of the reasons why the athletes, though, are running fast today, is because there is some good coverage with the clouds and the trees on this run. Yes, there is some open, exposed areas, but I mean, just great conditions for running fast. And with that little bit of drop in temperature towards the later stages of the marathon, when you are starting to really feel the extremes of the event, you know, I think that's why we're seeing such fast times on the run as well.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and it's a great tree line course on the bike for, you know, some portions of it, and then, like you say, on the run, nice little canopy of trees just, you know, providing a little bit of rest and recovery from the direct sunlight out there today. But it's been an absolutely beautiful day for weather conditions for an Ironman triathlon. A little bit on the warm side, as you were saying, but Kylie Simpson, I don't think it would have mattered if it was pouring rain or if we're in a cyclone. But the 40-year-old from Australia is really showing us that she's recovered from a race 6 weeks ago, and now she's going to take the short break, like you said, McKeely, and get ready for the VinFast Ironman World Championship coming up in October. So it's great to know that, you know, the plan is to have that little bit of recovery before she goes into the next set and block of training. And I think that that's going to be at altitude.
Yeah, you know, and it's super, super important, you know, particularly as you do get a little bit older or more mature, that you spend that recovery time, because, you know, you just don't bounce back like you used to. You know, amazing performance, but, you know, we saw how, you know, the race affected the men. When you race this hard, you see the physical effects, and we saw the physical effects of that when the guys tried to step up on the podium, and I think you're going to see that with Kylie when she finishes the race today, that, you know, there is going to be an impact from this race. So it's great already that the preparation, the plan was in place, that she prepared for this race and then she planned to have a recovery after it. And, you know, that's going to be so important so that she can back it up and recover and get the work that she needs to get done between now and October, because that's her big goal for the season. I mean, she's been very, very clear that, you know, she doesn't want to finish in 22nd spot like she did last year. And you know, she now is going to have the confidence with that bike split and this run split that she's going to finish with, that she has potential. Like I talked about top 10, but I know, Greg, you thought that maybe she had potential to like even do better than that.
I really do. I look at the times, you know, she's going to give up around about 12 to 15 minutes on Lucy Charles on the swim perhaps. And then, you know, she's actually maybe more. So you're going to have to look at, you know, that deficit is a lot. But you don't have to, you know, talk about Lucy Charles, because other people come into effect. Annie Haug, Chelsea Sodoro, Daniela Reeve, Kat Matthews. There's a whole lot of women, you know, Sarah Crowley in there as much, you know, with Laura Phillip, and there's a whole bunch of, a host of others as well. But you look at her biking skills and the running skills that she's been, you know, portraying out here today, and they are that of a champion. So especially the run time. And I can just see that, you know, having a deficit of, you know, around about 15 to 18 minutes coming off the bike in Kona, that she can creep into the top 8. There's no doubt about it. She just has to execute on race day, and if she has the perfect lead up, I think it's possible, well inside the top 10.
Yeah, well, time will tell. Time will tell. But, you know, definitely, you know, we talked about her bike. Like, definitely, it was like world class. There's no doubt about it today. You know, it wasn't easy conditions. And you know, Sarah Crowley is no slouch on the bike. Yes, Sarah Crowley was coming in after injuring herself in a race, coming into T2, you know, almost like impaling herself with her handlebars straight into her ribs. So for Sarah to come up and be able to finish this race, fantastic effort on her part, that's for sure. But I mean, I really believe on any given day right now, we're still seeing this athlete right here, Kylie Simpson, would have still been in the lead of this race, even if Sarah didn't have that misfortune. I just think this is a next level performance for Kylie Simpson. The run split is going to be the fastest she's ever run in an Ironman marathon. And, you know, just raced super smart, you know, and raced her own race. You know, she rode the entire 112 by herself. And, you know, she got so close coming into T2, and then we saw her within the first mile, get to the front of the race, and she's just controlled it. And, that's important because then you don't have to worry about other people coming up to you and like they're pushing when you don't need to push. So that's what it's been. It's all been about just consistent performance the entire day and really pushing the pace.
She's been pushing the pace, but she's executing the perfect race plan. She had a little bit of a deficit in the swim. She knew that. She got onto the bike and just did it all on her own. And on the last 60 kilometres of the bike, not only did she do it on her own in no man's land, she did it into a 12-kilometre-an-hour headwind from the south direction, all on a little lonesome. I called Mirinda Carfrey the pocket rocket. She was a 3-time Ironman world champion. But Australia has a new pocket rocket, the diminutive small figure now of this incredible result today for Kylie Simpson will make her the Asia Pacific champion, and for the second time in 6 weeks she is champion once again. The Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship winner, our female division, Kylie Simpson.
And look at that smile. Look how excited she is to be our champion today. Just so awesome to see Kylie Simpson just put together such a fantastic race today, Greg.
2:51.37 there, McKeely. What a great run.
Smashing it. Smashing her previous time on the marathon.
Yep, down there with Tammy Barker there with the Australian crowd. But that was absolutely amazing. Look at that. Wahoo Element Rival says, run time, 2:51.37 for the 42 kilometres, 26.2 mile marathon run. Kylie Simpson again from Australia is your Asia Pacific champion.
Yeah, look at that. Hugs, kisses. I mean, just an outstanding performance. It takes a team to get to this point, and there's part of her team for sure right now. Super, super excited.
Super excited for Kylie Simpson as we move forward to the VinFast Ironman World Championship. Today she put together the perfect race plan and got the job done only 6 weeks after going in first place for the Australian Ironman victory in Port Macquarie, and that was impressive. And today it might be Radka Karlefeld, who was second place to Kylie just 6 weeks ago, that takes a runner-up spot on the podium once again.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that I'll always say about Karlefeld is how consistent she is. She's always going to be in the mix. She has such a great swim. And the bike today, I thought, she had a really strong bike. I definitely thought that it was impressive. She's improved. The closing stages, definitely Sarah Crowley got the better of her. But, her transition, she made up like 30 seconds in the transition, and that was super, super important. And, she's running so strong still. It's like she got a little bit behind everyone, but, she just kept plugging away, and that's why we're going to see her cross the line in second place. That, Sarah was in front of her for a while, but she just kept her target pace, and then before you knew it, she had her hands like tightly swinging on that silver medal.
Yeah, well, you can see right now that she, like you say, she's got a nice little rhythm happening at this point in time. She still hasn't gone through the 40-kilometre mark. We're expecting her to come in just under the 9-hour barrier. So it was an incredible performance today by Kylie Simpson, just getting the job done. But Radka Karlefeld, like you say, I do think she rode a very good race. And I think it was the panic buttons that went off, for Sarah Crowley today that, really sensed that she had to do something. So it was a risk-reward. Today it was a little bit risky. It didn't happen, so the reward wasn't there. But Radka couldn't do anything about it because she wasn't going to wreck her race. Now, when we talk about, in halfway of the bike ride, we talk about going your own pace. That this is a result of going your own pace, McKeely. Getting in second place today, she gave herself the opportunity.
Yeah, and it's having the courage as well to stick to your race plan.
Correct.
That is like super, super important. And I mean, definitely all of a sudden you saw Sarah Crowley like really up the ante because she knew Kylie Simpson was coming. And I think it was whether that, Karlefeld couldn't quite keep up and realised that, that would burn too many matches and possibly destroy her run. It was whatever happened out there, it was the right choice and the right thing to happen because it set herself up to have this marathon. And again, this is a 3:06 marathon. This is a significant improvement for her. And, she's fairly new to the Ironman distance. So I think she's going to be so excited. I think she's going to think sometimes she doesn't want to be the bridesmaid all the time with as many second places as she's gotten. But, to finish second to such a performance that Kylie Simpson had today, she's going to be super proud of herself. And, again, this is good experience for her going into the World Championship. And, in a bigger field that's a little bit more competitive across the board in terms of how close the athletes are going to be, I think that's really going to help an athlete like Karlefeld at the Ironman World Championships because she's got a good swim. Today she showed that, her bike is getting stronger and the run is getting faster as well. So overall she's got to walk away and go, check, I swam well, check, I did way better than I did last year, check, run, check, personal best.
Exactly, getting one of our age group men just hopping by Radka, getting after one of those Ironman World Championship slots. There are 75 available, 4 available for our male pros and also in the women's race. 4 available for our women pros and 75 for our women pros as well. We're going to run off to a short break. Radka Karlefeld is closing in on the finish line. Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship continues here with our first place woman Kylie Simpson getting across the line in an 8:40 today. An impressive race, breaking the record just like our men's winner Braden Curry. So a record-setting day, and you know it, running a 2:51 marathon like that, world class.
Yeah, definitely. Putting a little stamp on the race by getting a course record, but also that world class run split as well. That definitely another way to tell the rest of the world, yeah, hey, I'm getting better with age, so you better watch out. And then, of course, right now we're concentrating on our second place female, and that is Radka Karlefeld, doing an amazing job. She's always super, super consistent. She's one of those athletes that, if she lines up, particularly on the Asia Pacific circuit, she's going to finish on the podium. She's just so steady all day. She didn't panic when she started losing time towards the end of the bike. Had a fantastic transition. Didn't panic on the run when, she had Simpson come past her. She just got back into her groove and concentrate on herself. And I think that's like a learning moment for every single athlete who races an Ironman. Be consistent in your effort, never ever give up, and stay within your control. You can't control that somebody's running faster than you. You can only control what you're putting out on the day. And that's the result that you're seeing right now. So Greg, when you're out there racing, just think about what you can do, not what everyone else is doing around you.
Yeah, that's right. We mentioned that a lot, during the swim, bike and run in all of our broadcasts. But today you can see that for the second year in a row, it looks like she's going to be coming in second place. Last year, it was a great race by Radka, and she was only 5 minutes down at the end of the race here, but she ran a 3:12, and if she keeps going at this pace, she's going to eclipse her marathon time. And I think, just as what you said, McKeely, she's not that experienced at this distance right now, so she's going to learn from all these experiences. She's 38 years of age, so she's 2 years younger than our winner today, and we're not talking about being 38 years old and not competitive anymore. We're talking about age is just a number. Because Radka Carlifield right now, she had a great year last year. She ended up doing Ironman Cairns and Ironman Western Australia, where she finished in 5th place. And then this year, she's already done 3 races, all silver medal performances. 2nd place on the podium, Ironman Australia 6 weeks ago, Ironman 70.3 Geelong, and the Husky Ultimate, another 70.3 race, all in 2nd place. So Radka Carlifield is coming to the fore of Australian Ironman racing as well. But Australia has really seen a new champion today, and that is Kylie Simpson, because with a record-setting performance of an 8:40 and a 2:51, really says to the rest of the world that I'm coming and I'm looking for a top 10 finish at the VinFast Ironman World Championship coming in October. Radka Carlifield has now gone through the 40.6 area here. She's running along at 4 minutes and 30-second average kilometre pace right now, whereas our winner that just got across the line a moment ago averaged 3:59. So that's it. Yep, a 2:51 marathon brought her home today. Now, and we can see that she had a very, very good day out there, Kylie Simpson. But now Radka Carlifield running down toward that finish line here in Cairns.
And Greg, let's do a little bit of a preview of what's happening behind as well, as we continue to watch Carlifield on screen. Penny Slater, moved up into 3rd. Sarah Crowley, not having the best day today, but still out there in 4th place. And then, of course, who's been pretty consistent all day as well, and that is Gillipsy Jones, who's sitting in 5th place right now. And, those athletes have gone through the 35.8 kilometre mark. And really, Sarah just needs to continue to move forward and get this race finished, because she's toughed it out on the run today, and I give her a lot of credit for not giving up and continuing to move forward.
Yeah, respect where it's due, that's for sure. And after coming off the bike at a 70.3 race in the lead up to this, and like we've said in the earlier parts of the broadcast, impaling herself on the handlebars, going straight into the ribs, a bike accident coming into T2. Put her out of training for a few weeks and not able to breathe properly, and the ribs, taking a long time to recover from. It's one of the hardest injuries to get over. So you can see Radka Carlifield right now just making her way toward that finish line. We thought that she was going to be locked in battle with Sarah Crowley today, but Sarah Crowley, big respect, hanging in there, and she will get to that finish line because she will always finish something that she starts. And,
Penny Slater, has made some huge jumps the last couple of years. She's only 27 years of age. She started racing in 2014. She's finished 4th here twice, so she's going to be pretty ecstatic to walk away with a 3rd place finish today. She has run a 3:11 before, but it looks like she's going to be much lower than that, around that 3:01 to 3:02 marathon. So once again, everyone's had some amazing races out there today. On the swim, we've seen course records getting broken for the men, and we also saw the course record getting broken for Kylie Simpson today. So amazing performances by our champions of the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship today. And, you know, so great to see these athletes putting it out there, really pushing. And, you know, Greg, we saw what it looked like to go this fast when we saw the men's podium earlier today.
Yeah, we did. And as Radka Karlefeld now brings it home, you know, second in Ironman Australia just a few, you know, weeks ago, about 6 weeks ago, with a 3:17 down there. She's going to crush that. She's actually going to crush her time that she did in last year's Ironman Cairns of a 3:12:32. This year also she raced at the Ironman 70.3 Geelong, where she was second place. But last year in Ironman Cairns, she's, you know, gone on and had another great swim today. Rode just on the same time as she did last year, but she's going to run a lot faster. So we're hoping that she can break that magical 9-hour barrier here. And then last year also, 2020 wasn't a big year for Radka. She did win the Wanaka half with a good run time of 1:22. But 2019 was the year that she really did step up, you know, at the Ironman 70.3 and won a bunch of races. She won about 5 races that year at the 70.3 distance.
Yeah, and I think she's not going to be disappointed that she rode the same time, because after hearing what the men said about the bike course, that this course was a lot harder this year than it was last year. And a lot of the athletes were talking about the windy conditions. And, you know, we did mention that, you know, it was quite warm out there. You know, she's getting closer and closer to getting onto that and maintaining that second level. I mean, I don't think right now there's anyone that's going to challenge her. And, you know, you can see she's starting to get a little bit more of a smile on her face as she gets closer and closer. And, you know, just consistency for her. You know, definitely, you know, we've talked about her results. We've talked about how she improved on the bike from last year. You know, she really stayed and worked hard on the bike with Sarah through the entire 180-kilometre bike. And I think that says a lot about how much confidence she'd gotten through her training for the bike leg, because, you know, she didn't just sit back and let Sarah do the work. She was, like, pushing the pace just as much as Sarah was.
Yeah, she really was. And Radka right here, Karlefeld, can be very happy with what she's done today. What an incredible bike ride. I really love the way that she went out with Sarah Crowley today and just, you know, shared that pace setting early on. It was really those two ladies that, you know, got the spark of the race going without knowing what was going on behind with Kylie Simpson. But it wasn't until the second part of the race where Kylie started, you know, taking out huge chunks of time. But congratulations to Radka Karlefeld and Sarah Crowley for doing what they did. And they pushed Kylie all the way to the finish line today. But now Radka coming into another second, you know, place finish here today. She loves those second place finishes. When are we going to get her up to the top of the podium?
I'm sure she won't be thinking about that too much. Maybe in a couple of days. I mean, you saw the little bit of a smile that was coming onto her face as we go back to our aerial coverage. But yeah, like just like another amazing performances. Like if we broke it down, it's like, again, she put herself in a position to be at the front of the race. You know, she did that in the water. She stayed right in contact and then actually said, you know what, Sarah, it's my time to get on the front of this swim, and that's what she did. And the same thing happened on the bike. And now on the run, it was like more about, well, this is my pace. This is what I'm going to do. And look how excited she is. Gets the fist pump in the air, giving high fives in the crowd. The smile is getting bigger and bigger. When she sees how fast she ran today and how well she biked in these conditions, I think it's going to give us so much more confidence, Greg.
Fourth, second place of the year, runner-up at the Ironman, Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, Radka Karlefeld representing Australia and the Czech Republic today. Good enough for second place here. Ironman Australia second, Ironman 70.3 Geelong second, Husky Ultimate second, and today, second place on the podium, Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship, Pro Women Radka Karlefeld is now again on top of the podium with Kylie Simpson. What a great race.
And I love that. She didn't stop at the finish line. She just kept running and running and running.
She had to go for the warm down.
Yeah. But yeah, like look how excited she is. Like super proud of that performance. And that's Brad, her husband, and her kids right there.
Yep, two daughters there. So the mother of two there, Brad Carf. I call him Brad Rad, or Rad Brad. And what a great race today. Here's little Ruby just down there at the moment. Absolutely gorgeous. First met Ruby in South Africa when she was a little bubba. About 18 months old. Radka travelled over to the Ironman 70.3 World Championship alone with her daughter and Brad at home doing the business as well. So look at that. A great day for the family there. There's Brad Karlefeld. He's a Commonwealth Games gold medalist in triathlon, and Radka Karlefeld second place at the Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. Penny Slater, she'll be next to come.
And, you know, look at that. And that's what it takes, right? It's that family commitment. These guys, like, work closely together. They have their own business together. And look how proud the kids are right now. I love this. This is, like, such a picture of, like, how triathlon is, you know? You know, it's about, you know, not just performing at the highest level as an individual, but it's like the encouragement that she gets from her family, especially Brad. And I know Brad was behind a lot of her coaching planning as well. And, you know, he definitely raced at a very, very high level in the shorter races. And it's nice to see that he's giving all that experience back to his wife, who also was an Olympian as well.
Yes, an Olympian, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and now you see our age group athletes. There's Brett Clifford getting across the finish line. These athletes are now racing for spots to the Ironman World Championship coming up September 10 and also October 14. 75 slots available for our men age group competition and 75 for our women's in their competition as well. 4 for the pro men. Who is going to take those coveted spots? And on the women's side, we've already got a couple of athletes qualified, so it might be a little bit of a roll-down situation here as we get these beautiful overhead shots once again from Tourism Events Queensland. It's been an incredible day here, just over 9 hours and 2 minutes coming up on our women's clock here, waiting for Penny Slater to come on down to the finish line in third place in our women's division. So, great race. I say it's a race for the ages today with a 37-year-old Kiwi winner on the men's side and a 40-year-old woman winning on the women's side. Pretty good, huh?
No, fantastic effort. And we actually should see Penny Slater, who's in third right now, any minute now. In the next couple of minutes, we should see her cross the finish line. And, you know, I think it's a proud moment for her as well today because, you know, she was in third place for a long time on the bike. And then during the run, she sort of slipped back a little bit because of the closing stages of the bike. But then, you know, just consistency of sticking to your plan, keep moving forward, stay true to what you're capable of doing. I think that's what she's going to be most proud of. And again, obviously, you know, fast run for a lot of these athletes. And Penny Slater is, again, on target to have a fantastic run split today. So for me, it's like the bike was like tougher than usual, but the run, for some reason, is bringing out the best of everyone. And that could be the little bit of cloud coverage and the drop in humidity as well, Greg.
Well, I think also, Michaela, you're in a championship setting.
Yes,
and
that too.
You know, and
it's going to bring out the best, right?
That's right. So you'll always bring out the best of yourself in a championship setting, provided you do the work. And we said today that, you know, if the groundwork had been done, then it's all going to happen. It'll all come to fruition, provided you lay it down the way that you can execute your race, your perfect race. And that happened for Kylie Simpson today with that 6-week recovery coming off the Ironman Australia. That's absolutely insane. And then also for Steve McKenna, he won Ironman Australia and today a second place. So really good to get back up. I mean, obviously this region, the Asia, Pacific region, you've got 2 of those races so close. Why wouldn't you do both of those, being an Australian or New Zealand athlete as well? So Kylie Simpson should be credited for an incredible execution. So too Radka Karlefeld and our top 3 on the men. But Penny Slater, she had a great race. She started out really strong on the bike. She was third place, got up into third place there for a while, and then it was our winner, Kylie Simpson, that actually took over and then forced Penny back into that 4th spot. But now Penny's overtaken Crowley and up into 3rd.
Yeah, and, I think she's going to be very proud of her race today. That run split, I think she's going to be most proud of. And, it's so great seeing so many athletes out there racing to their true potential. And it's always interesting to watch.
Tell me we're done, mate. No, I don't know, you tell me.
Finish line.
I don't know.
The 2023 race was absolutely electric. We're sitting here with our champion. She's the 2-time Ironman Cairns Championship champion, Kylie Simpson. Kylie, what a day. You broke our course record. You must be so happy and proud of yourself.
Absolutely, really, really true.
Kylie, we first saw you coming to Cairns in 2001. You had an absolutely epic race that year. You almost came out of nowhere. You little pocket rocket. When you ran down that chute, you did a 2:53 on that run that day. But since 2001, you got 2021, you went on to win more and more Ironmans. This is your 4th Ironman win. What does it mean for you to come back and win this race for a second time?
Really special. Cairns is the place of my first Ironman and also my first Ironman win. So it'll always be special. And yeah, I always wanted to come back here and win last year and only got 3rd. So to come back this year and win is really special.
Now, talking about winning, we saw you at Ironman Australia in Port Macquarie only weeks ago in May. You had an incredible smackdown race with Radka Karlefeld, and then you backed up for Cairns. And there's one thing that you do well is back up. I know that you placed 3rd at Ironman Cozumel last year, and then you went on after that race to go and race in WA. But to race in Port Macquarie, then to race here in Cairns, were you confident you'd come in fit and healthy to this race?
We were hoping, and yeah, we certainly did. So Port Macquarie Ironman Australia was not originally on the cards. Cairns was always our number 1 race for the first half of the year. And then we were a little bit fitter than we thought at the beginning of the year, so we thought we'd give Ironman Australia a crack, and it worked.
Kylie, I know that you are a classy winner, but racing again here in Cairns and winning again, what does it mean for you when you're out, especially that run course here in downtown Cairns? The community get behind it so well in Cairns, and are there highlights for you as an athlete when you take on a race like this?
Oh, definitely. Cairns is my favourite race in the world, and the run here is amazing. The crowd support is like nothing that I've experienced before, so yeah, I love it.
Thank you so much for always choosing to race with us in Oceania. We love it when you come back and race with us each and every time. Thank you so much for your time, and fingers crossed you will be back for the 2024 race. I tell you what, it was electrifying down here. Of course, we had a really exciting men's race, 3 times champion Ironman athlete Braden Curry. But the women's race, this is what we're talking about today. Beautiful conditions out there at Palm Cove. We haven't seen conditions like that for a while, so very, very exciting. But I am sitting here now with our 2nd place female. She's now racing for Australia, was racing for Czech Republic. She placed 2nd here last year, and she's 2nd again. Radka Karlefeld, congratulations on your race today.
Thank you so much, Tammy.
It's an emotional one for you, isn't it? I know when you crossed that finish line, you looked at me and thought, wow, wow. Talk us through that, Radka.
It was another super tough race, but I really, really wanted to be on the podium, and I felt great on the bike. I was hoping to have good run legs, but marathon is so long. I just struggled through it, but super, super happy for placing 2nd again. Kylie is on fire. She's amazing. She's so strong. yeah, super happy with the performance, and I can't wait just to enjoy some time off, celebrate with my family, beautiful family here. And I just have to say, I love racing in Cairns. The spectators on the course, amazing. The place, amazing. Everything just amazing.
Radka, we love that you come back to us here in Cairns, and I know that you as a mum, you've got two beautiful little daughters, Indy and Ruby. They would be so proud of you. When they grow up, you're an incredible role model, so I know they've been enjoying their time in North Queensland. One last little question. I know that you and Sarah Crowley led this race for a first part of that. You did so well, but thank you. You stuck in there. You are our second place champion, and now you enjoy a great holiday. Thank you for coming.
Definitely enjoy the holidays. We'll do some trip tomorrow to, I think, Green Island or something, and yeah, just chill and enjoy. Yeah, 100%.
I'd rather be doing 100 in Brisbane or something. Yeah.
Congratulations to our champion, Kylie Simpson, of course, our second place female pro, Radka Carterville. We've still got our third place female is on the way, and we look forward to catching up with her very shortly.
Well, what a great race for Radka Carterville, and well said for Radka, and coming in third place today and getting across the line. Penny Slater from Australia just coming in, as we will see. She's taken 7.5 minutes off her run time, Makili. So a huge PR from Penny right now as we see just coming into the line.
Yeah, fantastic effort on the run for her today. And, you know, she was solid today. You know, she held steady on the bike in third and then, you know, lost a couple of places. But then on the run, that run, like a PB of over 7.5 minutes, that's why we're seeing her on the podium right now in third place.
Great race here in the Asia Pacific Championships. All took off in Palm Cove around about 8 and a bit hours ago. So let's go down to Penny Slater.
Here we've just had our third place female, Penny Slater, cross the line. Penny, congratulations. What an amazing year you are having. We saw you place third at Ironman South Africa, and now you are our third female to cross the line here at Cairns at the Asia Pacific Championship.
Yeah, thank you. It's been pretty amazing. I mean, I've come fourth here the last 2 years, so to finally get on the podium, feels amazing.
I'm going to ask you, what is this race like compared to South Africa?
Oh, well, I mean, I was in South Africa by myself, and I actually think the courses are quite similar in terms of undulation and stuff, but I actually had a rough time on the bike today, and I was just telling myself to get to town and get the crowd to get me through the marathon. The crowds here are amazing, and yeah, that definitely got me through.
I heard there were absolutely epic conditions out there at Palm Cove today for the swim. Conditions like we haven't really seen over the years. You swam, you biked, of course, running. You've got to say that run course here in Cairns is pretty electrifying, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't raced anywhere else like this, and that's why I keep coming back every year, because it's so amazing. There's so many people out there, and I love the corridor going up out towards the airport. Yeah, it's electrifying, yeah.
Penny, we saw you place third at 70.3 Tasmania. It was our inaugural event this year. What do you think? Do you prefer the 70.3s over the Ironman? Because you definitely are strong in the Ironman distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think I actually prefer the Ironman distance just because I might be a bit more suited to it. I have a fair bit of mental grit, just not quite speedy enough over the 70.3 to keep up with the best girls, but yeah, there's something about the Ironman distance which is pretty special.
We saw you with your qualifying slot to Kona, the Ironman World Championships in October. You secured that at Ironman South Africa. What does that mean to you to be going to Kona this year?
Yeah, it means a lot. I mean, I got a taste for it last year, and I definitely want to go back and do better because I know what to expect, and there's nothing like racing the best in the world on the Big Island.
Thank you so much. She's our third place female for the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship. We're grateful that you came to race, Penny Slater.
You're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise.
Sounds good to me there, Makili, as we look overhead once again. Beautiful shots brought to you today by Tourism Events Queensland, as we look down now on the finish line and we see some of the athletes maybe finishing up and going on the Ferris wheel, as we call it in Australia, maybe down to the wave pool, have a little bit of recovery there in the hyper ice recovery zone, and get some nice athletic brew into you as well, because it's been a wonderful day here. And that's Kylie Simpson once again just taking it out in 8:40. What a great race from her. Radka Karlefeld in second place. Penny Slater ends up in third. And Penny Slater, you know, she'd already raced Ironman South Africa this year in a podium position in third. She was third place right behind Rutger at the Husky Ultimate as well. And she did say that she's excited to go back to the VinFast Ironman World Championship, where she placed 24th last year. She did 58.07, 4:57 on the bike and a 3:38, but a 3:38 ain't going to cut it in Kona.
Yeah, and, you know, when we look further down the list to see who else we're waiting to finish, of course, Sarah Crowley, who was right in the mix all day long until the midway of the marathon, and she slipped down to fourth place, and that's where she's been sitting for the rest of the marathon run here for the Ironman distance. And then, of course, we have, let's see.
Gillespie Jones was coming in fifth place, yep.
Is still maintaining that fourth position. They should be at the finish line in less than 5 minutes. But, you know, a fantastic race by Kylie Simpson today. It definitely world class in terms of her bike and her run today. And, you know, if she can show even more improvement in the swim, she definitely could be one to watch in Kona. I was predicting a top 10. You're predicting a top 8. So well done. And, of course, Radka Karlefeld, just super consistent. She's also going to be towing the line in Kona. A well-deserved rest over this. And, of course, Penny Slater, what a huge improvement on the run for her today. 7.5 minutes, I think, like so 7.5 minutes improvement for Penny Slater. And that's why she managed that third place today. And also eyeing her end-of-season effort for Kona.
Absolutely. Now we go down to the women's podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the professional women's presentation for the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns. Presenting trophies today will be Alan Dugan, the General Manager, Infrastructure and Property, Cairns Airport. Presenting flowers today will be Assistant Minister Healy, Assistant Minister for Tourism and Events Queensland. And presenting the boomerang to the Asia Pacific champion today will be traditional landowner, Mr. Hendrik Formile from the Gimoy Wallabara Yindinji clan. In third place in the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship in a time of 9 hours, 5 minutes and 49 seconds from Australia. Put your hands together for Penny Slater. In second place at the 2023 Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns in a time of 8 hours, 58 minutes and 48 seconds, representing Australia. Make some noise for Radka Karlefeld.
So taking the flowers there in second place, Radka Karlefeld. For the second year in a row and for the second race in a row in the Ironman distance, she was second place. Also to Kylie Simpson just 6 weeks ago in Port Macquarie. Well, if you go about 1,500 miles to the north, that's where we are right now in North Queensland. Up onto the top podium she goes. the diminutive figure of the new pocket rocket from Australia, Kylie Simpson, with a great swim for her today. An even better bike ride, 4:40 for 13th overall and fastest of the day in our women's race. And the 2:51, fastest of the day so far in our women's race here. This is Kylie Simpson accepting flowers, the medal, and the athletic brew, and a beautiful boomerang.
And a
so
course
you know what
record.
That means? You know what that means? She'll be coming back.
And of course, a course record today for Kylie Simpson with that 8:40.53. Raka Karlefeld finished second from Australia as well in an 8:58.49. And in third place, we have Penny Slater, also from Australia, in a 9:05.52 with a 7-minute and 30-second PR for the run to get that last podium slot.
Very good to our top three on the podium today. There we go, celebrating once again. Penny Slater in third, Radka Karlefeld in second, representing Australia. And on the top spot of the podium today, as they need a little bit of help down off the podium, is Kylie Simpson, 8:40.53 with a 2:51. That is absolutely amazing. Smoking hot times today.
Yeah, that's why it's a course record. And the run time. I mean, look, outstanding for Kylie Simpson for the bike and the run. And then for Karlefeld and Penny Slater to run their fastest ever Ironman marathon. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, so far, Kylie has the fastest, bike in the women's race. She's got the fastest run in the women's race. McKeely, she has the 6th fastest run time overall so far in the pro field, men's.
Yeah, I know. It's like, I'm telling you, like, it was just an amazing to see her, how comfortable she looked, how strong she looked, how relaxed she looked, and well deserved to be atop of this podium. And she rode the entire bike course on her own, just smashed it, almost 13 minutes quicker than everyone else in the women's field. And really not too far behind the men either on the bike course as well. And, we heard from the men that the bike course was not easy today. Yeah, the conditions in the swim was apparently better than it's been in previous years, but the challenge of the bike, the rolling course, the windy conditions. So outstanding performance for our eventual winner to just absolutely crush this course and walk away with a course record.
So let's wrap it up. The Asia Pacific champion here in the Pro Men today, Braden Curry from New Zealand on the second rung of the podium. Steve McKenna from Australia. Tim Van Berkel, Australia, in third place. Pete Jacobs, Mike Phillips gave us a great race early. Ben Phillips, and there is Maddie Burton, the fastest bike rider of the day. Chun Chang from Taiwan. There's Kerr and Dortmund rounding out the top 10 in our men's field today. On our women's side of things, Kylie Simpson, just simply amazing. Radka Karlefeld and Penny Slater getting across in third place. That's all we have right now across McKeely in our women's race. Incredible racing.
Yeah, and Pete Jacobs finishing in fourth. He wanted to get third.
How about that?
Yeah, like unbelievable that, he came back, had a great swim, hung tough for a long time on the bike. So to get fourth place today in this field, like, outstanding effort for him.
Yeah, the last 30 kilometres of the bike ride was always going to be tough for everyone in the field. But for Pete, who put on a sensational effort, over the first 150K to do what he did and hang in there off the bike and split a 2:49 on the marathon at 37 years of age. Really well done there, Mr. Pete Jacobs, the 2012 Ironman world champion. And now he's punched his ticket to the World Championship in Nice.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
But course records, how awesome is it that we have course records set for today by both the men and the women? Outstanding performances. Braden Curry, just unbelievable what he showed today. His strength, not just physically, but mentally. And then, of course, Kylie Simpson just absolutely dominating the bike and the run in the women's field.
Absolutely. That was amazing racing today. Looking overhead one more time. We've got our little wave park down there, the Ferris wheel. Everybody's about to go into festive mode. They're about to start barracking, as we say, in Australia, you know, for all of the athletes coming there. We want to thank you for watching today's coverage of the Cairns Airport Ironman Asia Pacific Championship Cairns. We witnessed a nice day of racing for the professional athletes, and we wish the age group athletes continued success for the remainder of the day as they chase their dreams. With its stunning beauty, rainforest, breathtaking coastline, and vibrant community, Queensland provided the perfect playground for today's race. Ironman would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land which start and the event takes place right here in the Yuriganiji and the Gumai Wallabara Yidniji people. We pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and recognise their continued connection to the land, to the waters and the culture. We would also like to offer a special thank you to the Tourism Events Queensland, Cairns Regional Council for their continued support in allowing us to hold this event again here in Cairns. The aerial coverage today has been brought to us by Tourism Events Queensland. Today, it was really spectacular. Today's racing isn't over. Head over to Outside Watch to enjoy the Ironman 70.3 Luxembourg broadcast in progress right now. Join us next weekend on June 25th for 2 more broadcasts, Ironman 70.3 on Outside Watch and Ironman Coeur d'Alene on Ironman YouTube and Facebook channels. For McKeely Jones, I'm Greg Welch, saying so long and thanks again for watching, and good luck to the BCC crew in Coeur d'Alene.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.